Oh, hello, hello. That was kind of
look at
sudden.
that.
Hello and welcome to the best speedrun introduction of your lives.
Probably not. Alright, yeah. Hello there, everybody. I'm Aeshmah. I'm going to be running Ghost of Tsushima for you for the very first time doing a marathon here, so we are all kind of excited about that. So if my commentators would just like to go ahead and introduce themselves.
I'm the Wicked Viking. I also play this game, albeit not nearly as good as the other two.
Hello, I am John Shepherd 104, and I played this game first and the most, and then not any recently, and I'm really interested to see what's beyond Act 1, as I've only run Act 1 of the game to any significant length, so after Act 1, it will be an interesting one for me.
Alright, so with that out of the way, how about we just jump right into the run here, because we are kind of a bit behind schedule. This is going to be a long one, so we have a lot of time to talk anyway, so are you guys ready on the timer there? It just could give me a short notice, Xenophon. Or anybody else. Alright, so let's get this show on the road then in 3, 2, 1, go. And sound would be great. There we go. I was just thinking about why the hell was there no game sound? Anyway, this is the any % lethal category, so we will be playing from a fresh save file on the hardest difficulty, so expect deaths. You know, just kind of tempering your expectations there. I don't think there's ever been a run submitted in this category that was deathless, because basically every single hit you take downs you or kills you or whatever. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Against an army.
Also of note is, since this is a fresh save file, the game does not allow you to skip any of the cutscenes. So if you've never seen this game before, well, you will know all the main story at the end of this run. So that's kind of cool, I guess. And since this is the first showing of the game during a speedrunning marathon, I guess it's just kind of fitting that you guys get to experience the story here.
Courage. Honor.
Game sound
I think
lower.
it's-
Can do.
It's got
Can
one of
do.
the best stories out there, in my opinion. I might be a little bit biased, but it's really amazing.
So just as a note, if there's any problem with the audio, like if anybody is too quiet or too loud or whatever, just let me know and I can fix that during any of the cutscenes that are running, because I can't do anything at the moment anyway. So, there's lots of time for me to adjust the volume levels. Just let me know in chat.
You are setting us up for a really exciting run, Aeshmah.
Oh,
Goodness. Well, we are about ready to get started on the inputs when Aeshmah here gets free control of Jin. He will be running down the hill on his horse through the beach and up to some fights with some Mongols on the beach. Very exciting auto-scroller where no inputs are required in the first part. I'm really excited to see how Aeshmah does on his horse down the hill.
Well, I have you know that during the practice runs for this, I died right here in the prologue 2 times, and it was the best run I ever had. So, if I die in about 2 minutes, the run is going perfect.
I am Harunobu Adachi, descendant of the legendary Yoshinobu Adachi.
So in traditional honorable fashion, we have a samurai challenging their finest warrior. And it's just not going to go well in his favor.
No, things get pretty heated, I would say. Yeah.
A tiny bit, just a tiny little bit.
Do you surrender?
I don't think we will. Nope.
Without honor deserve no
Not
mercy.
yet.
The man who just threw the torch, Khotun Khan, going to be one of the fun bosses.
Okay, interesting thing to note, we have a little bit of a visual glitch going on here, because if you saw in the cutscene, Jin was actually wearing his full armor. However, I'm now wearing the broken one, because I started a run before that to test out if the game was running properly. Well, and I stopped it during the prologue, and for some reason the game retains that information, and then you start the game with your broken armor already on.
Aeshmah, did you just take 2 slices on the horse?
I did.
Right after?
I am too
You know,
quiet.
I've never tried that.
Okay, too quiet in comparison to what? The John is good. I'm too quiet. Alright. Then I will just take the liberty to bump myself up so you guys can hear me better.
I need you with me.
Well, I have to say, you made a very interesting decision on your horse ride in. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do on the beach here.
Jumping over corpses. A whole lot.
Oh, you gotta have. We're gonna be jumping a lot in this speed run, as Aeshmah is going to try to progress to the next story checkpoints faster. As it turns out, many times that is going to be jumping.
So if you
Alright,
didn't
here we
know,
go into
this is basically a platformer.
Oh, not running against the wall. Running through the beach, making an interesting decision right off the bat here. I have never seen strats like this before.
So this is your obligatory tutorial fighting. Shows you how to fight, when to fight, and these guys are pretty easy. 1 to 2 hits, and it's a clear beach. You got this.
I'm killing them too quickly, I think. Because there are still way more samurai alive. Oh, now they died. The interesting thing to note here, if you kill these Mongols too fast, you will get samurai reinforcements. However, the game will not progress until all of your samurai allies are dead. So, you know, you kind of want to balance you killing the Mongols to your samurai allies dying, so you can actually go fast.
I'll fight beside you to the end.
Aeshmah actually got kind of lucky here, only seeing 1 Mongol attacking him at a time. This game sometimes can send 2, and on lethal difficulty, it can be quite a deadly combo, as you can't really block 2 at the same time. Getting pretty lucky here right out the bat.
I was actually kind of nervous already because the very first dude that I was trying to fight hit me, so 1 more hit and I would have had to let the checkpoint already. So I'm kind of glad I actually got through that. Alright, now that we've had about I don't know, how long did we play the game for now? 1 minute of actual gameplay? We have, well, cutscenes. Awesome.
So let's explain difficulty. Ghost of Tsushima features 4 difficulty levels: easy, medium, hard, and lethal. It initially came out back on day 0, day 1 of the game release with only easy, medium, and hard. Lethal was patched in later. On hard difficulty, the enemies do more damage, but you do the same amount of damage back to them. On lethal difficulty, you are always doing critical damage back to the enemies as well. So the real difference is on lethal, you do more damage. So it's sort of like if you're playing another RPG, imagine you always doing critical hits. So it makes things a little speedy faster.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I will be able to take a hit here and there, maybe from an arrow or so, but basically any time an enemy hits me with the actual weapon, I'm basically dead. And you know, I will be fighting quite a lot of enemies during a 7-hour run, so this will be interesting.
You are a warrior.
You're usually casually in the game, you're running around doing shrines and collecting materials to upgrade your armor, and you're doing various activities that will increase your health. But of course, this is a speed run, so Aeshmah doesn't have time to do that and be testing his strength here against the Mongols as he's trying not to get hit. Otherwise, he will be dying in many places along the run.
I learned
Exactly. Also, thank you for the good luck, Mr. Keys.
your traditions, your beliefs, which villages to tame and which to burn.
So yeah, this is the prologue. Prologue is a little bit boring because, you know, there's not a lot of actually happening here. I mean, they're setting up the story and whatnot, but gameplay-wise, you get all the tutorials. So yeah, the first 40 minutes of the run are always a little bit boring, I want to say.
It is a bit of a drag down, but the first time playing it, it's very impactful. It sets
definitely.
everything up.
Yeah. It's just that, you know, if you speedrun this game, you have to do this over and over again. Yeah, like you said, it starts to drag a little bit. But then again, I guess that's true for every game.
I will say, so it's what, been 2 months now. They introduced New Game Plus. The introduction of New Game Plus, you actually can completely skip the prologue, and you don't see any of this. And that made speedrunning this game a lot more enjoyable, I would say.
Aeshmah was indeed pressing X quickly. It takes a few moments for after the X to show up for you to be able to confirm that input to stand up.
Yeah, that input is
Quite
just
sure
so... I don't want to say bugged, but, you know, it's kind of strange because it tells you to press X and you press X and you press X and nothing happens until I don't know how many seconds after.
I think it's when the camera stops panning.
Oh, really?
All right, now we're getting into another section of the run where Aeshmah's going to be doing some inputs as he's going to be running into the to find his armor and sword that has been taken away. He has no way to fight the Mongols, so he's going to have to slip and slide and sneak through the town to find his armor and sword before he can start fighting Mongols again. Let's see how he does as he starts running through the town here.
Get here.
Not exactly running yet. But kinda. I'm not paying my respects hard enough. Well, probably. Just gotta press the buttons harder.
Hit me back here. Maybe they have my sword.
Alright, so normally you're supposed to duck here to not get detected, but we'll just kinda run up to this door here. Make this go a little bit faster.
It took a lot of time for us to figure out that you didn't actually have to sneak through this section and you could just run through. I think for the first 2 or 3 weeks, no one really had just run through here. Everyone was sneaking.
Nothing.
I mean, that's kinda true for a lot of the game, I guess. You know, the sneaking parts. Not gonna spoil anything yet, but the sneaking parts will be interesting in this game.
Inside. Now.
We have a special name for our proper sneaking techniques.
I think so. Where's my sword?
It's always funny to show that off to new viewers,
I'll take care of this.
especially to those who've played the game. But it's still a ways away, so let's not spoil too much yet.
So, what we got going on here, for those of you that are not fully paying attention, we wake up after being attacked at the beach and getting knocked out. We wake up. This woman here has basically fixed our wounds, healed us up, and let us ready to go. We don't know who she is yet. She's going to show us her true colors here in just a bit, and she is going to lead us into essentially what is the ghost.
Not liking a Mongol in her house, she is going to give him some sleep juice that you will see flying across the floor. Lots of sleep juice flying there, but he is officially taking a nap, and we can proceed out of this cutscene.
Is she really giving him that if it's flying out of him, though?
Well, you know, there could be kids watching, so I'm just gonna say it was snap juice.
Also, for some reason my Roomba just activated, so I will turn that down once I'm in the next cutscene. Alright. More sneaking.
There's nothing we can do for her.
But I can save the others.
So you can't actually go under this until Yuna has gone there first, so the game basically forces you to look at her behind a whole bunch.
You know, I didn't catch if Aeshmah jumped forward there, but running ahead of Yuna just slightly here does increase her movement speed just a little bit to help you get through a little quicker.
Alright, Roomba has been taken care of. Sorry about that.
I have to know. Did he survive?
I think so. The Mongols took him prisoner
Yeah, sucking up the sleep juice, you know, that the Mongol just spilled.
along the coast.
Toward Castle Kaneda.
There's going to be a lot of work for that Roomba then coming up later.
Oh yeah,
Celebrating their victory.
you tell him.
I could take them by surprise.
You'll be killed.
Or I'll rescue Lord Shimura. Then help him drive the
All
Mongols.
right,
into
Aeshmah's gonna have another section where he has to run ahead,
I didn't nurse you back to health. To
and
watch you
then we
throw your
will
life
finally
away.
get to some combat here very shortly.
I couldn't leave you to die.
So there's a conflict back and forth. Jin, samurai, go to war, fight, kill, kill, kill. Yuna's telling him that if he tries to go save his uncle right now, he's just gonna die. So come nice, quietly. We'll get you out of the town, and then we'll go rescue your uncle.
Aeshmah electing not to run for the first 8 steps and just sneaking through just to the second house. A very safe strat for a marathon. A less than optimal, though.
Yeah, you know, gotta have a little bit of safety here. Dying in the prologue just makes me look like I don't know, like I haven't played the game or something. But here, actual speed strats. We'll not wait for Yuna, we'll just jump over this.
Gets the Yuna clip. Wow, clipping
over
around
this.
Yuna to save some running time. Jumping down, up across the fence. Ooh, he's doing the new fence jump strat. One of my own strats that I found. Very well executed. That's a fast one. Usually, before we had what we called monkey jump, where we would jump across the roof looking like a monkey. And then I discovered about 6 or 8 weeks into it that you could just jump across the fences and save a couple more seconds. I'm very happy to see that strat being used.
Makes it go fast.
You climb roofs.
All right, coming up to the roof here. 3 jumps. 1, 2. Oh, 2 jumps. All right, very good, very fast. Running across the roofs to the next building where he is going to jump into the window and down the ladder, and then there would have been a cutscene restart to get Yuna to warp in, but I think since you're collecting supplies, no, he does elect for it. Amazing.
It's just, you know,
That's strat being done by Tokitama, I believe, of Japan, one of our runners overseas as well.
supplies.
There's a few times that reload checkpoint is utilized throughout the game. 3 or 4 times. It just basically catches the NPC up to your position. You're waiting for specific cues and you reload it. It saves you.
You may have noticed Aeshmah waiting at the window before jumping in to go grab his sword in order to skip a couple lines of dialogue. As it turns out, if you jump through the window just as Yuna reaches the window and mash X at the sword when you get there, or R2, excuse me. When you mash R2 at the sword when you get there, you can actually skip some dialogue.
Still lack control.
I was practicing.
With your father's weapon?
So here we have little Jin
A sword
being taught by Uncle how to use a sword, how to not be a noob. So this is where Aeshmah is going to learn how to swing a sword correctly.
Who did this to you?
No one.
I will teach you to defend
There's been a lot of variance here in the training about the strats for optimal time. One of the more recent developments that's now become popular amongst runners is a phase dialogue skip, where Aeshmah will be attempting to push Lord Shimura to the side of the ring and get him to basically flinch and skip a cutscene in order to save some time. Also, there's some variance in how many times and in what way people hit Lord Shimura or get hit by Lord Shimura. A lot of strats here. Let's see what he elects to do.
I am ready. Well done.
Going for the 2 stabs at the end.
Your attacker would not
Pulls it
have
off.
faced you
Very
so
nicely done.
Fair fight.
I'm a fan of doing 1 stab at the beginning and the end, as doing 2 stabs in a row can be kind of sketchy,
How will you
but pulling it off very well here.
I'm quicker.
It does save a bit of time to go for a double stab, but it's less than a second,
Drop him with
nothing
one
much.
strike.
But you run a risk of Lord
Samurai
Shimura just not
always
liking
fight with
getting
patience
stabbed.
and
I mean, who wants to be stabbed, right?
even when his
To be
opponent
totally honest.
resorts to
Yeah.
trickery.
I'll remember.
True stabber, exactly. And later on, I will probably even be a 3 stabber.
Show me Jin Sakai is a warrior of great courage.
Yeah. Come on, Uncle.
All right, now Aeshmah's going to attempt the dialogue tip by bullying Shimura to the edge of the ring.
Strike quickly.
Going
Nope.
for his last heavy triangle attack
You let
just
me win.
at the edge.
Nope.
If you held
It's
the
going
Didn't work.
to
Really?
Oh, not getting the dialogue skip. You hate to see that. You can't be happy with that one when you see it.
Go easy on you.
So what Shimura's trying to teach you there is basically what you're trying to do is learn how to quick attack with the strong attack and
Find your resolve and fight through
offset your opponent, knock him backwards, and hit that strong attack afterwards.
It's time you learn to parry. Wait for me to make the first move. Once I strike,
No jump for joy. Very nicely mashed there through the dialogue boxes. I tend to overmash, and you see me hop
don't
for
block
joy there. I call it the jump for joy. Oh, 2 parries.
And I missed the third one.
good form, Jin.
Ooh, you can't be happy with that one.
Need to catch your breath?
It'll take more than a time.
Yeah. Reset. Just do it all again. We lost 10 seconds. No.
Let's see you defend against a spear. Dodge
All right,
with
stabby,
spear.
stabby time.
Jokes, but I would totally reset over that.
Remember,
Yeah, but you know, we are a bit on a timer here, so I guess I won't.
you see,
You know, I've been playing around a lot when to dodge and when to counterattack with this one. There's some variance. If you choose to do the counterattack after his first, second, and third attack about where he does his dialogue lines, say once in every 20 times I can get him to skip a line of dialogue, but it's very inconsistent and I still don't know how the heck it works.
Well struck.
No octopus tonight.
You're too fast.
See if Aeshmah likes to get hit or to hit back. Oh, he's going for the get hit strats. I think that's pretty popular amongst the lethal runners as Shimura attacks very quickly in lethal.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you know, if you attack him, you can block and do other shenanigans, but if you just let you hit him,
choose to guide us.
let them hit you, that way around, yeah, not a lot of time lost. Might be a second or so faster to start attacking him instead of letting him hit you, but
Honor.
consistency, you know.
And uphold the legacy of Clan Sakai.
Oh, definitely a fan, as we're seeing a very well executed prologue so far. No hiccups so far.
Don't jinx
missed
it.
a dialogue
Don't jinx
skip,
it.
Protecting people.
Alright, I won't.
The ones who can't fight for themselves.
But then again, you know,
Blaming potential time loss on the commentators, a very popular technique amongst speedrunners these days.
Show everyone.
I mean, I have the opportunity to do so now. Normally when I run it by myself, I can't do that.
You say that like it's easy.
Taking what I can get.
Bringers is the commentator's curse. It's not our fault.
I mean, to be honest, the worse the prologue goes, the better the run afterwards is for me generally.
But remain
You know.
true to our code.
The real ghost of Tsushima was the commentators all along, as we are cursing Aeshmah along the way, describing the techniques. Incredible gameplay.
Yeah, and then him not doing set techniques. How about that? Alright, so we finally got our first real fight here, right? Right?
Is he going for the quick stab? Let's
We'll
see.
see.
I'm interested to see what you do on lethal here.
The commentators we met along the way. Yeah. Stab.
Pretty.
Yeah, I just love this scene because there's all this build up with Jin
Stables on
drawing his sword and holding it over his head, and then all you do is just stab the guy and it's over. It's like a little bit
Not
anticlimactic.
attempting the unipush. Very interesting. So there is a potential time save of less than a second. If you run to the window, you can actually push Yuna's avatar forward a little bit. It's very tricky to pull off, but you know, it just makes it go a little bit faster.
I didn't
course,
even know that.
slit their throats and kill them with
Yeah, that was something I only started playing with towards the end of last month, and there's actually many places along the speedrun where you can push Yuna faster than she's running, how she's programmed, so you can save a bit of time here and there pushing. And Aeshmah enters the 3 Mongol fight. Let's see how this goes. Mongol 1 down. Ooh, being forced to target the Mongol behind him, a little less than optimal. But overall, a very quick tutorial, 3 Mongol targeting fight, not the most optimal in the world. Getting into the second fight with the 2 Mongols. First one goes down. Bit of hesitation on the second, but it's okay as he goes down very quickly, and we start the next cutscene.
Do you have somewhere to hide?
I heard Golden Temple might be safe.
Go. Stay off the roads.
It's a mix of both. Whatever is basically the fastest. But since we won't be upgrading ourselves much during the course of the run, it's mostly going to be straight up fights. Because I don't unlock most of our tools, so to speak, so I don't have a lot to work with. So I will try to use as many kunai and bombs and whatnot as I can, but there's going to be a lot of sword fighting. And every time I sword fight, it's going to be a little bit dicey because, I can't die if any enemy hits me.
I just want my brother back.
I'll help you find him after I save my uncle. I promise.
So we will see how this goes.
I'm about 3 to 5 seconds behind on delay from the VOD, so I'm going to see if I can monkey with my settings and get a little more real time here for you guys.
See? There we go. Death number 1. That guy just poked me. And I didn't like it.
I mean, that happens. That happens a lot.
Okay.
So what have we learned?
Oh god. Alright, sketch. But we got through it.
I think Yuna saved you there. I saw that arrow come out of nowhere and kill that guy that slice you in the back, so you have her to thank.
And she generally kills about 1 Mongol on lethal difficulty. So you can kind of count on that, but, also don't.
So this is where you get your noble steed. It's not donkey, but it will do. You get to pick the horse and the name, and it tells you this is what you're going to have for the rest of the game. So make sure you pick it.
Yeah, make sure you think about this decision really, really long and hard. It's gonna be with you for the whole journey.
So Yuna has agreed to help you try to free your uncle, Lord Chimera. He's up here in Castle Canada. And after you free your uncle, you're going to go get her brother. So that's the current goal.
The walls are too high to climb. We could cause a distraction. Sneak in.
No.
Looks like
Oh, so you said Canada on purpose, didn't you?
This delay. So I'm going to just change up my commentary style.
Wait here until I finish them.
Doing a little sword dance here because it is faster than just walking up by just alternating between attacking and blocking.
So did you know you actually don't need to sword dance that long? There's actually, I would say, about a 7 to 9 step radius in front of Yuna. Once you're beyond that radius, you can run just with a regular run.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the same in other places as well.
I guess the prologue is probably my most unoptimized segment of the game, just because I'm starting to be more of a New Game Plus run of the game, and we don't do the prologue in New Game Plus, so I'm basically a little bit behind on strategies here. Dude, don't hit me.
Kind of glazed over it, but that was the standoff. That is something in a casual playthrough you will do a lot in this game. Going off of the traditional samurai who can draw faster. You don't see it as much in the speedrun, but it is definitely a big casual thing.
I got a bit unlucky there, not having any of the Mongols getting hit by the Huacha fire. Oh, another one falls to Huacha. That's very nice.
Yuna not shooting the guy.
We can't keep going.
I have to.
Usually on lethal, Yuna gets in a lot of kills with her archery here, but today we're not really getting lucky with the kills from Yuna.
She's probably just tired, as I am, as we all are.
It is 1:15 a.m. where I'm at. I definitely feel you there. Oh wow, so you do the double overhead swing on him. I usually just stab him after I break him for a faster animation. Interesting.
Yeah, just trying to play a little bit conservatively and safe here, I guess.
So once again, using the reload checkpoint option, so you can run past those 3 enemies down below. You reload the checkpoint when you get on the top, and it's like those enemies never existed. Now you just have to fight through these guys.
Very curious to see how Aeshmah handles the bridge fight here.
Slowly.
There's a strat where you can intentionally take damage to speed up the Khotun Khan fight that's going to come right after. Taking a safer strat, very nice. I assume on lethal you get killed in 1 hit?
Basically, yes, you don't have to get damage before the upcoming duel here because, you know, he will kill you in 1 hit anyway, so it doesn't matter at all with how much health you go into this.
You guys are giving it all away. He's gonna win against Khotun Khan. He's Jin Sakai. 7 hours? No, 30 minutes.
So yeah, fun fact, as we kind of spoiled it a little bit, I guess, we will fight this guy in just a second here. And there have been people showing off on YouTube that you can actually win this fight. However, it doesn't change the story at all. So, you know. There is no 30-minute Mongol invasion. It will always be the full thing.
I was a tryhard against this fight several times.
Did you win it?
I was wise enough to think it was a scripted loss the second I got hit. There's no way you could kill this guy, but I didn't know you could beat him. That's news to me.
You know, if you think back to games like Sekiro, right, you also have this unwinnable duel at the start of the game. However, in Sekiro, if you actually win against Genichiro in the beginning, the cutscene actually slightly changes to acknowledge that, but there's nothing like that in this game, so it's basically a true time waste if you we're trying to defeat Khotun Khan here.
Tales of Destiny on 1 has a similar mechanic, but if you win that fight, you actually end the game right there.
We're hoping to see a 3 cycle or potentially a 2.5 cycle on lethal. So basically, Khotun Khan will say 2 lines of dialogue, then you either want to get hit in 1 hit or 2. We'll see how it works on lethal here.
Well, the third phase was a little bit slow because he didn't attack me fast enough, but okay.
Nice. The 3 cycle, very solid Khotun Khan.
It's never a time waste, it's proving to the world you're a god gamer. Yeah, but I'd rather be a god speedrunner, you know?
Jin's disgraced. He lost. He lashes out like a bad kid. He's gonna pay the price, but we're gonna find out Jin's a superhero. I don't care what anyone says. He survives this, and yeah, he's a superhero.
Definitely. I mean, he fell, what, 20 meters high or something here?
It's quite a ways down.
I think you can access the under area of the bridge if you run all the way around the castle and probably get a better measurement of it, but I guess it's about 20 or 30 meters.
Good, take a look at that.
So, here's another cutscene. Get used to those. They're everywhere. This is the backstory of Jin, why he went to live with Lord Shimura, the death of his father, and all that wonderful goodness. It feels.
Young master.
Also, note to self, don't type in chat if you're speedrunning a game. Holy crap.
Less than optimal gameplay.
Yeah, the cutscene just cut out a little bit too early for me to finish typing there.
Your father is the wind at your
So the new game plus picks up literally right after the prologue. We are probably about 8 to 9 minutes or so away from the end of the prologue, and you'll see it. We'll mention this is exactly where it picks up at.
Basically picks up at the title sequence of the game.
Aeshmah was walking just ahead of the grandma-looking lady there, trying to have her push Jin along a little bit faster across the bridge. Now, while he walks up these stone steps, he's going to be walking on the big rocks as Jin doing the animation up the rocks gives him a little bit of extra momentum. Before we would just walk up the steps. And as it turns out, if you're walking up the rocks can sometimes, depending on the size of the rock, give you a really big momentum boost. Saves a couple seconds.
Also, yes, this is another flashback because, you know, Jin fell down this bridge and is probably unconscious at the moment and is dreaming about his past.
You are a samurai. He died because of me.
Very good, impactful moment here, actually. Jin is disappointed in himself. He's a coward. He let his father die because when they got attacked by bandits, he just hid. And this is what builds his character to be that strong, honor-driven, no-fear person moving forward.
Also, you really gotta hand it to the game, right? Because this is about a 7-hour speedrun. Because you have to watch all of these cutscenes, you get nice little 1, 2, or 5 minute breaks in between to, you know, go ahead, grab a drink, or use the bathroom, or whatever you gotta do. So even though it takes, of course, quite a bit longer to get through the game because you have to watch the cutscenes, you're also getting breaks at, you know, regular intervals to take a little bit of a breather, which is pretty nice.
Now, this is one of the longer cutscene breaks, so if you're doing a lot of resets, this is typically where you would go AFK.
You will come to my fortress as my ward.
So, Uncle taking us in.
Today,
Because our family is dead now.
say goodbye to your father.
Attach a katana to your room, boss. You have a samurai robot maid cleaner. Well, if I would have done that, I think he would have chopped off my legs before I could stop it just a few moments ago. So I don't know about that. But I could get the second one and have them fight, I guess.
That's the bridge. That was the bridge. That's a mighty high bridge.
Thank God we got plot armor then.
Father. How do I save him?
Well, I guess that makes a Roomba the perfect murder instrument, right? Because it kills the person and cleans everything up too. Getting rid of all the evidence.
Jin is listening to his daddy Wind. As we were just noticed, they said that his father is his wind on the back. In the game, by swiping your finger across the touchpad, you can have the wind appear, which will blow in the direction of your next objective. And I cheekily call it Wind Daddy. As your father is the wind on your back. This section, basically, Aeshmah is trying to run in a straight line and get Yuna into a frame in order to start the next cutscene. As well, you have to refresh your stamina once along the run. So I guess this is a good time to sort of explain stamina refreshes. So in this game, there is an invisible stamina meter. It's not displayed anywhere. The only way you know you're running out of stamina is Jin starts breathing heavily. If you're listening to the audio or if you're looking for a visual cue, they'll start to slouch forward. At that point, you need to either sidestep or roll later on in the game to refresh your stamina to continue running. It's a full stamina refresh, so one roll or one sidestep will give you a full refresh of your stamina bar. It becomes pretty important during the longer running sections. I think, a dozen running sections occur along the run where you need to manage your stamina refresh.
Ways to surprise him.
Yeah, and I guess we're all glad that we actually found that, because if you would have to walk instead of run during these sections, that would have been kind of slow.
We'll need some help.
Raiders. The Khan's attack dogs.
There's too many of them. Hide in the grass.
Alright, we're just getting finished on the prologue here, and then we can finally start playing the game, I guess.
I don't
No.
think I don't consider it starting until after the bear cutscene coming up here.
Ah, okay, that's fine, I guess. But yeah, we will start getting more gameplay once we're out of the prologue of it, definitely.
They must be searching for you.
So once Aeshmah's out of the grass and has a little chat with
Bastards
Yuna,
scared
he'll
off
be
the
calling
horses.
his
They're samurai
horse.
mounts.
There's
Trained to
actually
avoid
a
their
lot of
masters.
tech to talk about calling your horse. So we'll kind of explain it now. So the horse
Nice
that
trick.
he just called will spawn where the camera
The
that
Mongols
is
must be
observing
hunting.
Jin is basically hovering,
Split
plus
up.
about a
I'll draw their attention
5-meter
while you escape.
RNG circle
I'm not leaving
about.
your side until we've saved my
So
brother.
we want the
First, I
horse
need
to
to find more
spawn
allies.
as close
Trained
to the
warriors.
front and right of the
Like
flower
Sensei
field as
Scar.
possible, as
Training
the
muscle
cutscene
brothers.
is triggered
They can
when
help.
the horse
brother
reaches
can help
that
too.
location. So Aeshmah
Once we
very
save him,
cleverly
you have the
had his
island's
camera
best
hovering
blacksmith in your debt.
where that
He'll make
horse
whatever tool
spawns,
you need to
so
save
that
your
when he
uncle.
called the horse, he only had a
Scale
couple
the
feet to
castle walls.
go, and he was
You try
right
it?
there, and the
Tell it to me.
cutscene just started. It was very fast.
Where are they
I
holding
think
them?
he executed it better
Just
than
capture
even
the
I
location.
can.
Right
Very
there and
well
ask
done.
around. I'll
Camera
take the search.
strat.
Taka won't last long in the Mongol cage.
It was a very interesting decision to have the horse spawn wherever the camera's hovering. I don't think I can think of another game that went in that direction.
Good question. No idea, actually. Alright,
Yeah, I
so this is basically the part where you would start a New Game Plus run if you were to start one, right here. And that, you know, is about a 40-minute time save. Which is pretty nice.
Did they fix the bug in New Game Plus where it doesn't play the intro music if you skip cutscene? Oh, it was interesting. So when I was running New Game Plus the day after patch, this music in the intro wouldn't play. And you would just sit there in silence for like 3 minutes.
I don't think I've had that
I think
happen.
I must have patched it. That's great.
But this is
So
basically
in
the
this
part that I
section-
always hate during the speedrun, because, you know, the game expects you to ride through this grass field right in front of you with all the music and the build-up and whatnot. But, you know, we're speedrunners, we cut that short by turning immediately back into the forest to get over to Yuna here, which always makes me kind of sad.
Yeah, this horse ride to Yuna is actually quite tricky as you're going up and down hills, so you don't really have good visual cues as you're learning to run to figure out how to get to Yuna in a straight line. Aeshmah just executed it very well. You kind of just have to do
should
that
have heard him
horse
coming.
ride, you know, 2
Let
dozen
myself get
times
distracted.
to kind of figure
people
out,
saw Mongols
you know,
marching
oh, this
prisoners
tree
up
here,
river.
that bush
They had a
there,
blacksmith with them.
Your brother?
this part of the hill
Sounds like
there
it.
to do that
They were
ride
taking him to a
really
camp
well, like
near the
Aeshmah
Canada
just
Inlet.
did. It is
I know the
definitely
place.
not an easy horse ride to learn. I
Well,
think
you
I
know-
spent my first 30 runs getting really lost right there
Did you
and
find
just
any
ending
samurai
up
from the
completely
island?
in the wrong
Not yet.
area.
But I'm still searching.
I'm sure
I mean, you know, the two Roomba samurai image definitely is a thing now, I think.
Hard to believe I might
That's
see him.
battle bots for Imperial Japan.
He might disagree.
That's what siblings
Maybe
are for.
call one Jin and the other Lord Shimura or something and have them battle it out.
Brothers or sisters?
So
Who's the top samurai here?
Family.
What will
we
you
are
do
going
when
to
he's
try to
free?
save
Breath.
Taka right now.
As
Taka
they now
is
know,
Yuna's
there's
brother.
hope for our
He's
island.
the
You feel
best
strong.
blacksmith on the
Lost
island.
and
And
win victory
Yuna's
against
been
the
asking
Mongol
around.
gods.
You're supposed to come back to this after you
After
go
your brother is
exploring,
free,
as Aeshmah said.
What then?
But we went straight to it. So somehow she's gotten all this information in about 30 seconds that her brother Taka is being held over in this camp. So we're going to
Your
go to
bandages
this
did the
camp
trick.
and do our first survey event, which is something we'll do several times throughout the run, and then
I suppose you're
we're
right.
going to become the sneaky ninja guy that we're meant to be.
Also, normally on a lethal speedrun, for a little bit of extra safety, you would go to one of the shrines here to pick up a charm, which makes it so that your parries and dodges and stuff like that is easier to perform. However, who needs that, right? We want to go fast, we don't need any safety. It's not like that will come and bite me back in the ass in about, I don't know, a few hours or so.
There has to be a way in. Let's look.
Interesting fact, if you do the horse ride between the camp and here really well, you can actually interrupt Jin's line of dialogue. And that for me has been my benchmark of if that horse ride has gone really well or not and optimally. As if you do the horse ride just perfectly, you know because the dialogue gets interrupted when you get to the camp. Interested, Aeshmah, have you been able to interrupt the dialogue before on that horse ride?
This is the first time that I've heard about it.
Wow. Oh, man, you got some improvement to go on your horse ride, buddy.
What's wrong with that?
Before the samurai, this island was ruled by criminals.
I think it was because you took a right and followed the path along the first house. If you take a left and cut it by the corner of the house really close, you can save a couple of seconds. But it is really tricky because you kind of have to flick the analog stick left and then right and then left and then right around some obstacles.
Oh, I see.
So it's not exactly free, but with the good movement there, you can get some time save and cut the dialogue.
If you guys couldn't tell, John has probably run the most Act 1 the most times out of all of us. I think you've done what, 120 runs of Act 1 any percent or something like that?
Yeah, 124.
124, yeah. So he knows Act 1 really, really well. Like, better than basically everybody else in the community.
Taka, he's been through a lot.
So yeah, no, I've never picked up on these little things, I guess.
Run Act 1.
He hated when I stole, but it was that.
So here's another spot where we've got some people do the stamina refresh. I personally don't, as it turns out, if you get this line run really well, Jin runs out of stamina just as you reach the gap in the fence. It looks like that's what Aeshmah went for.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter because you have to finish. You have to wait for them to finish the dialogue anyway before you can go through the fence there. So you know, can be there early. Just don't be late, and everything is fine. John is an Act 1 trick pony, a little bit.
Yeah, I am. I just don't have time to run the full game, unfortunately.
Well, you know, you could on New Game Plus, I think, because it's only about a 3.5 hour run instead of the 7-1 we're doing here. So, this is our first stabby time. Jin starting to disobey his code of samurai honor. And we have another flashback.
This Mongol a lot of nap juice, yeah.
Because Jin is feeling so bad about giving the Mongol his nap juice. So the game expects you to kind of trail this bear by following the path in kind of an S shape. However, since that is a bit slow, we will just go ahead and cut straight across here.
Remain alert.
Yes, uncle.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. If you take the run too far to the right, you can go out of bounds too long, and then you'll have to restart the mission. And if you take it too far to the left, you run into the bushes. So it's kind of a tight lineup to get the optimal run here. You can usually use the shrubs at the top of the hill like Aeshmah just did to get a really nice line through here. Very well executed.
There's a gash in his side. Not from an arrow.
Yeah, if you get lost here for any reason, it is really hard to go back into the area because of all the fog that is going on here. It's really hard to see, so you really have to know the route by heart.
Yeah, I remember learning that. I got lost so many times. I think you were there, and you saw my...
I was!
Yeah, you saw my wandering. Where am I going?
We are samurai.
He tried to kill you. He must answer for this crime with his life.
So Jin did the stabby in the neck from behind. He says, This is not my code. Don't normally do this. This is what shows you that. Lord Shimura is telling you, it's like, look him in the eye. You never stab a man from the shadows. Yeah, we're gonna go against that a lot.
Also, I don't know about you guys, but even though that guy just chopped off my hand, I don't think I would just sit around and wait for them to finish the job. I think I would just run. I don't know, man.
Their life. We look them in the eye with courage and respect. This is what makes us samurai.
So
Yeah,
interesting fact about the speedrun in this cutscene. There are a couple different types of assassinations you can do. One of them is a jumping from a roof and assassinating someone from the sky move. If you perform that type of assassination during the speedrun, you have to watch part of this cutscene again, which of course is slow, but it might be worthwhile. If you do jump assassinations 2 or 3 times, it may pay off, but I don't think we jump assassinate enough to make it
Jin,
worth watching the cutscene in part again.
yeah, and there's a part later on, right at the end of Act 1, that if you're not thinking about it, it'll get you. And I've fallen for it a couple times.
Same. Air assassinations
Yeah, but once you
are
do it
just
once,
so
you're free
juicy.
to do it again.
Oh, that's true.
At that point, you're already deep into a run, and then you can just keep it in your pocket. So this, here where Aeshmah ran to the right and is jumping over the roof and behind the cart is, I believe, Aeshmah, didn't you suggest that this might be the faster way through this section? I'm trying to recall who it was who came up with this strat.
Not exactly sure anymore, to be honest.
For the longest time, we would assassinate all the Mongols up the hill.
Come on.
It was about a 26-second slower strat. We can't recall who it was who came up with it, but that strat Aeshmah just did saves 26 seconds. Very nice.
Yeah, this whole section is supposed to be about using focus hearing and learning how you're able to see enemies through things because you can hear them really well. We don't have time for slow down focus hearing. We need to go fast.
We're looking for my brother.
Also, assassinating people is pretty slow, as you saw back there, because we do not have upgraded our little sword yet. Forgot the name of it momentarily. Because if you go ahead and upgrade that, the stealth assassination animation just gets, getting faster and faster. But since we don't ever upgrade that during the run, it will just stay that slow as you just saw, and that just wastes a lot of time every time.
Another thing about this running down the hill section here, if you're really good at running with the camera facing backwards and running blind, you can line up Yuna and the Ronin to push you along down the hill. I've at most gotten 8 pushes, which my timer suggested it saved about 2 seconds to get 8 pushes off Yuna and the Ronin, but you have to be really good at running with your camera facing backwards and being blind about where you're running. It's very tricky, but it's a second or 2 there.
Home is where
Save the frames.
My friend lives in Azamo Prefecture, on the border with Tsutsu.
I'll find you there.
This wasn't easy.
Hope you all enjoying all these cutscenes, because there will be more coming. So I think we timed all the cutscenes during all the main quests to be about 2 hours and 10 minutes in length. So you're basically watching a full-length movie.
It's like, I know we need
everyone to the second
during this, but I don't like talking during the cutscenes because they're so good. They're so good.
Also, if you're interested in the run, you can run with English or Japanese dialogue. The cutscene lengths do not vary. If you use different language settings, the cutscene lengths are the same. So it's basically runner's choice if they want to run in English or Japanese. It's still the same 2 hours, I think it was 16 minutes 30 seconds. Something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that to be exact. Exactly.
And they will find him.
Yeah, I remember it was the second week the game came out, and I was really frustrated that there was another runner, Tokitama, that was faster at the game with me, and I thought maybe it was because he was running with Japanese dialogue, so the cutscenes were shorter. So we timed out every single cutscene just to rule that out.
I won't make them your slave.
So just as an aside, I generally prefer to run the game in Japanese. However, there's a bit of a reason why I'm doing it in English in this one. Well, first reason being because it's the first time we are showing this game. But there's another reason that I will come back to a little bit later.
Also, running with the subtitles turned on is really helpful, as there's many parts, at least in Act 1, where you can use a dialogue showing up or disappearing to time when you should do something. Coming up, there's a part where you can use some dialogue text on the bottom of the screen to time. And
Oh yeah, I will definitely use the subtitles as kind of a visual cue for some things. So it's definitely helpful.
Aeshmah just got probably the most important technique that you have to learn as a samurai. It's guaranteed, ripped straight from the stories of Dark Souls. We now learned how to roll. 20-something years old, he didn't understand you could roll across the ground. He knows now. Yeah, that's going to be something very important throughout our run.
Yeah, how did you know that rolling is the most broken technique in the game?
The most broken time-saving technique.
It's incredible how much time saved there was when the technique was discovered. It was monumental.
I didn't see the survivor camp.
Yeah, it didn't trigger, but I don't need it, so
So he tried to ride up against the mountain there to get the survivor camp to trigger. Plus, it also lines him up nicely with Lord Shimura's dojo. And then who needs to open a door? Just slice your way through.
You survived Komoda.
Yeah, Aeshmah can take a wide route around the crossroads camp and through a ravine when you don't pick up that camp. It's about, I believe it was 1 minute and 10 seconds when that route was changed, that time saved. So it's definitely not anything significant for a 7-hour, 25-minute run. Just another minute on the horse is not bad. Also, to mention that horse ride up the hill is another really hard horse ride to learn, as you don't have visual cues going up that hill about where you should be riding your horse for the optimal line. You just have to do it a whole bunch to kind of learn the optimal ride route there.
So this is Sensei Ishikawa. Sensei Ishikawa is our resident archer. For those of you that don't know what we're doing here, after we charged Castle Canada, and I will call it Canada every time in this run, we didn't beat the Khan, so we have to recruit other people to help us. Sensei Ishikawa is going to be very helpful. I consider him the most controversial person in this game, just because the whole game they talk about not sneaking up on people and charge in face to face and all that wonderful goodness, but this guy tells you can shoot them in their back or blow up barrels without them even knowing they're there. So it's kind of like, does he follow the code?
As your student.
You showed promise.
You see Aeshmah kind of walking 6 to 10 feet in front of Ishikawa and waiting for him to stand up and start moving. This is because, if we were mentioning earlier, there's like a 6 to 10 foot radius around NPCs for cutscenes. If you get outside of that 6 to 10 foot radius while he's kneeling down, Ishikawa will not proceed the cutscene. He will just say, "Where are you going, Jin Sakai? Come back." And it's a pretty big time loss. About 10-15 seconds to get that restarted.
In New Game Plus, we can go straight to this fight, and maybe I don't know why. Is that not something we can do in New Game?
No, you can do that. I just want Ishikawa around for the fight because, you know, you can help me fight all these Mongols. I mean, he only killed one of them, which is kind of slow, but he's definitely helping out because he one-shots the Mongols.
Not much.
You can skip waiting for Ishikawa to run with you? Really? I did
Yes.
not know that.
You can
How
just
free-
run straight for
free
this
was
Mongol
that?
patrol, and he will start coming after you once you've killed all of them.
Incredible.
Nice and
Brand
red.
new strats.
Left uneaten.
The attack was sudden.
John, you're not supposed to learn new things today. You're the Act 1 expert.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up. As this game's been out for
Unless you wish
5
to sue.
months now, the strats are still
To what end?
going through a lot of refinement.
Interrogation,
There's still a lot of opportunities for runners to come in and discover new ways to take fights, new ways to run between the cutscenes, new ride routes for the horses. There's still a lot of optimization to come. You know, and I even though I put in 400 hours optimizing this game, as you're seeing right here live, there is still optimizations being found left and right that I don't know about.
Which actually ties in to something else. The speedrunning community for this game is like really, really small. I mean, even though it has been lauded by Sony as one of the fastest selling IPs ever, there are a lot of people speedrunning it. You know, I think between the three of us, we probably submit about 90% of the runs on the leaderboards. So, you know, if you think this game might be something for you, please definitely come and check out the speedrun Discord for it. We are happy to help you out and, you know, learn the run and everything.
Of course it is.
Absolutely. If you pick up one of our VODs and recreate what we do, and then you find 2 or 3 new optimizations, you could still put up a top time. I think there's a lot of room for people to find more optimal ways to ride the horse, to take the fights. By no means are the top times locked down.
Another one further down the road. On the left. Not bad.
Alright, you're gonna do it in 3 shots. Oh, another thing I found about these lanterns is their hitboxes are indestructible until the gold diamond appears over top of the lantern. It took us 2 months to figure that out. Before that point, we would just shoot the arrows and really just always be confused why the lanterns didn't get destroyed. And it took us, yeah, a long time to figure out that the lanterns and their hitboxes were dictated by where the cursor was hovering.
Yeah, even though this category is called the any percent category, we haven't actually found any helpful glitches or stuff like that. So all the run is going to be is basically, you know, play well most of the time. I mean, you know, there are a few game mechanics that we abuse, of course, but there isn't exactly a way that that we break the game, you know. We basically have to trigger all of the main story objectives to actually continue the run.
Yeah, the game does actually a really good job of making you go a certain path. There's even like during objectives, there's a lot of places where it's like you have to trigger A before B before C, and we've not found any way to skip anything like that yet.
This fight coming up for the Tale of Sensei Ishikawa, I think, is one of the fights that remain in the game that can still be optimized for an additional 30 seconds to a minute. From what I've seen across the VODs, there are 3 predominant strategies for the fight, and if any new strats have come out in the past 3 weeks, I might just not know about them. Basically, there are different orders you can shoot things. There are different ways you can skip different things. There are different ways you can approach the fight once you get into the fort. I'm really interested to see what this fight looks like today now.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll be interested to see that as well.
There's a lot of RNG here. The AI pathing is pseudo-random. Once you get out of the initial part of the fights, the AI can do really painful things for your time if they decide to run left instead of right, or group up or disperse.
Also, keep watch on the guy on the horse. He totally doesn't know what's going on until he gets hit.
Taking the old faithful archery strats. This strat that you're seeing here was the first strat developed for the fight, and it's still one of the strongest ways to take this first fight. There are ways you can do 4 or 5 archery shots in different orders, as well as there are a couple different ways of entering the fort. Aeshmah going to the left and taking the left entrance. This is officially not a mainstream stat. This is something new. This is really interesting. I can't wait to see what Aeshmah does here.
So this is your first example of what we like to call tumbleweed samurai. The fastest, best way to get into this camp without being seen, well, just roll. Roll right on in. If you notice, nobody aggroed on him.
Yeah, it's a bit sketch now. Okay, where are my Mongols at?
Interesting. So I sense it's a fusion of Tokitama and Anzu's strats, plus some flares of your own. This is really interesting. Is this? I think this might be a debut of this fight strat. I don't think I've seen
Not
it.
exactly. I've actually seen that being done by another runner who has the world record in this category at the moment. The execution wasn't as I wanted it to be, but well, there we go.
So real quickly, stepping in here, if you notice, he killed a general, and when that general died, oh, that's 2. We should have a death counter.
Yep.
When that general died, it actually popped up something that shows kill or observe generals to learn new stances. That's something that's very important throughout the game, is the stance that you use against the different enemies. There are 4 stances. There is sword, shield, spear, and brute. And brute are the big guys. Until you learn a specific defense or offense against one of these weaponries, you just have slashy, and that's not always the best.
So that was also a very unfortunate death because it was right at the end of the encounter, so we have to do it all again and lose a massive chunk of time here.
You can easily go plus or minus a minute and a half in this fight, and some of it is just luck. I think we just saw a really unlucky attempt. The enemies did not group up under the lanterns Aeshmah shooting, which gives you a lot of AoE quick kills. They were being really absent, not going where you want them to go ideally. But if you do get the AIs behaving and doing the optimal things, you can easily gain time over your PV here.
Out of arrows.
Yeah,
Okay.
Group fights is definitely all about environmental optimization. There's barrels, bees, and lanterns that you can shoot. It's a bit rough.
Yeah, so that fight definitely could have gone better, but yeah, sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches here.
Yeah, this is a fight you should definitely expect to see deaths and resets on, as it can just wildly deviate.
Which is also a little bit interesting because you can definitely say that the farther we get into the run, the more consistent things become, just because we get more tools to work with, so we can kind of circumvent, you know, things spiraling out of control like that.
Absolutely. So we've cleared the camp. We were looking for Tomoe, which is Ishikawa's apprentice. There's 3 areas you need to search, and there's one that's right next to you, and that's the archery range, and you don't want to search that. You want to save that one for last, because by searching this one last, it puts Sensei Ishikawa the closest to the next section that we're going for. So you definitely want to save this one for last, and it's not something I realized until probably about 4 or 5 runs deep. I realized that this is the last one I'm going to do.
Yeah, so every time you have to examine something or survey something, it's like really minor optimizations that you just think about, like once you've done them a few times, because they don't save a lot of time, but you know, a little time save here, a little time save there, and you can save a minute or 2 or more at the end of the run.
The only disadvantage to the observing the arrow in the archery post last is, I would say 3 out of 50 times, Sensei Ishikawa will end up running in an infinite circle because the way he's lined up to run to this box. Very, very rarely, I'd say, is lined up just so that he starts running in a circle and never stops. So you have to run over and nudge him to get him to move.
Really?
I like your 3 out of 50 analysis because you're the only one that even has 50 runs on this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've never seen that. Interesting.
It's happened to me, I think, maybe 8 or 9 times over the 124 runs.
Well, it's because there's going to be another cutscene here. I will just take the opportunity and grab something to drink. I'll be back in a moment.
So Aeshmah takes the opportunity. We gotta wait for Sensei Ishikawa to slowly walk to this gate. So he takes the opportunity to go clean out the houses of their supplies. And then we've got this wonderful cutscene where trying to figure out, talk to Sensei Ishikawa why Tomoe left and why it seems that she is now sided with the Mongols. Probably one of the, not the greatest side stories in the game, but it's a decent one. I know you've completed the Tomoe story, right, John?
Oh, at least a dozen times. I love this game. Can't stop playing it. Something Aeshmah, I don't think Aeshmah may know, is while Sensei Ishikawa is walking to the gate, you can actually push him forward, saving about 3 to 4 seconds. If you push him really well, you can nudge him to the gate faster for a little bit of time save.
I'm not an NPC pusher.
When the time comes.
I'm an
NPCs to
NPC
do their
boy.
own thing.
I push them all.
Off the edge.
I bully them all. Bully all NPCs.
We can't rescue my uncle.
Interesting
I
fact,
think I've
I'm still up to saving time here over my PB. Let's see.
Yeah, you had a really good prologue. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
there
I'm
wasn't
losing time now.
dialogue skip, but yeah.
I'm still about 2 minutes ahead of my PB, so... no pressure, I guess.
So you didn't get Survivor Camp, so you're taking the old ride route, I'm taking it?
Yeah.
Oh boy, you get to show off the initial game release ride route, old strats.
He's just trying to showcase more of the game for the viewers. It is really, really long-a-thon, so.
Exactly, it's pretty.
To keep them at bay.
A well-balanced blade I can throw to catch a foe by surprise.
So now that we've increased our, I guess you could say, your renown a little bit, we get to start getting ghost weapons. And the first one auto unlocks with a kunai. And that's just basically a couple little daggers that come flying out of your hands like Spider-Man and staggers the enemies that it hits.
Spider-Man throws knives? That's new.
Well, I mean, he throws webs. That's why I said like Spider-Man.
Ah,
Not exact.
gotcha. I mean, otherwise we'd just be Knife Man, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't think that would go well with the comics if instead of slinging webs at enemies, he just shot knives in their faces.
Well, I mean, what would he have been bitten by? A radioactive knife? To get that power?
It was the Roomba with the katana.
Ah, I see. Now we're coming full circle. Yeah, just get stabbed by a Roomba taped with a knife, and you too will be able to throw knives out of your hand. I guess.
I mean, it makes sense if you don't think about it.
Yeah, but at that point you can just throw the Roomba, can't you? I mean, what would you be more afraid of? Somebody throwing knives or somebody throwing Roombas who have knives taped to them?
I'm going to go with the little knives. They'd be harder to see. The Roomba is heavy, big. It's not going to be thrown as far.
Yeah, but it's more intimidating if it gets flung at you. I think. I don't know. Nobody ever thrown a Roomba at me, so I don't know. So a little bit of safety here. I will opt to observe and then kill this Mongol leader here to get the water stance early.
Oh yeah, this observe would be great marathon safety. Good thinking. As you can pick up 2 extra technique points here. One for observing the Mongol leader and one for defeating him. It gives a lot of utility for getting extra skills here in the run. If you're pushing for a record, we now opt out of this fight, I believe, today.
Actually, I don't think only. Oh no, yeah, you do. Definitely do.
Well, you got a fight that comes up after this one. The next section that we're working for is we're recruiting Lady Masako. But after Lady Masako, you do have a fight with the Straw Hat Ronins that has a general that uses shield. So it's nice to have that extra learned.
I know how to throw knives. When did I get
nickname
stabbed
for
by a
Lady
Roomba?
Masako.
Good question. Maybe you just don't remember it. Maybe it wasn't your sleep.
Aeshmah has a fun nickname for Lady Masako.
Don't we all do? I think the speedrunning community was calling her that all along. Or did
I don't
just
know
make
what it
that
is.
up?
I thought you
How do I
invented
not
it.
know what it is?
Okay. So maybe that I was lying the whole time because I thought everybody was saying that to her. Alright. I'll tell you later then when we get to that
I'm
point.
pretty sure I've talked to all the runners, and you're the only one who calls her that.
Huh.
Just gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't even know what the name is.
So maybe I'm the community then. Because the whole
hell,
You are
time
the
I
lethal
thought,
community.
because all the time I thought that the whole speedrunning community was calling her that. Oh my god.
Lady Masako should be here. Lady Masako!
Lying
You
bastard
got
I
me
am.
calling her that.
And kill him! Where's Lady Masako?
Camera, please.
Tell me where she is.
So interesting thing. So you see Aeshmah occasionally stabbing the bandits here,
Not bandits.
like
I need to find out
that.
what happened here.
It was a long time before we learned that the stab move had the highest DPS value in the game. For a long time, we were just using standard attacks, but as it turns out, there's some speedrun science. We calculated, or I calculated, that the stab move actually has the highest DPS out of every attack in the game, which is really sweet because you get it right off the bat.
Someone fled the estate.
You're able to down the brutes in 3 stabs on lethal, 4 on easy, I believe.
Sounds about right.
Compared to a flurry of slashes, which is about 8, and versus standard attacks, which is about 12. So now you see if a runner does stabs more, he will consistently save time. The only thing about stabs is it's quite quite finicky. You have to be very good at timing the attack. If you stab too early, you'll just get deflected. If you stab too late, he'll hit you and your stab animation won't complete. So you have to be pretty good and on top of your timing there.
Well, not only won't it complete, you would also die. On lethal at least.
Yeah, lethal love.
No, it's true.
Another quick little time save in casual play as well as obviously speedrun play. When you get to the Adachi Estates and you get to that attack with 3 bandits, it actually prompts you to throw the kunai. It wants you to learn this is when you throw the kunai and how. But because Aeshmah used the kunai on the general beforehand, that little animation didn't pop up. I don't know if you realized it or not, but that was something that you did.
And it also saves you kunai, because if you have to do that tutorial, you have to throw kunai, and it will definitely come out of your stock. So, you know, kunai saved.
Massacred by our own people.
One of the banes of the speedrunner of this game is when you're riding your horse between objectives, if boars or Mongols spawn on your ride route and you have not done the kunai tutorial yet, they will steal your kunai, and you will have to do the tutorial, and then you'll have less utility and lose time. So it's very unfortunate when you see boars or Mongols or even an eagle once stealing your kunai along your ride route.
You won't be.
Also interesting to note is that it is absolutely random if and where Mongol patrols will spawn along your way. So, you know, that's maybe a time loss that you just can't do anything about because you have to circumvent them. Also, interesting note to thing to note here is that after this cutscene, I have to trigger Lady Masako right here to actually continue the quest. I don't know when they patched that in, but normally you can just right away and she follows you, or you follow her, whatever. But since the last few patches, that is a thing now.
I've never noticed that.
I
did
believe
a
I
run just
tested
yesterday.
it. I think you can circumvent it by following the quest in the quest book. If the quest is followed in the quest book, I don't believe that trigger shows up recently.
Huh. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah, I
on New
don't
Game
know.
Plus, but definitely does on a New Game file.
Well, that's why I don't know about it. What is new game? I don't even know who Khotun Khan is.
Fair enough.
New game is for us tryhards.
Exactly. You know, if you have 7 hours to burn,
So in
why
New
not
Game-
go to
New Game
Tsushima
Plus-
Speedrun?
But the assassins
Right.
cut them.
In New Game Plus, you skip all the cutscenes, you skip the prologue. You don't even know who Khotun Khan is. Who's the main bad guy?
My granddaughter.
Exactly.
We just go through things.
Oh, you see it right at the end.
It's also New Game Plus is kind of a baby wheel run. Just gonna say, because you get all those upgrades and tools right out the bat. You know, us New Game runners, we don't get
Hey.
any of this.
Toddler. It's a toddler run. I had to complete the game first to get all that stuff. Okay? Twice,
Yeah,
actually.
but still, you have to know when and how to use your tools to go fast, you know? So, gotta figure that out
True,
first.
I think there's still a lot of figuring out to do about the optimal use of tools, as there's many builds now on New Game Plus that speed up the run in general. I think the most optimal build and the most optimal tool usage has not quite been mined out yet, but it's definitely progressing and advancing over the weeks.
Yeah, definitely.
We missed my favorite spot to call out for F's in chat. So delayed F's in chat for Lady Masako's family. We were
Oh, yeah.
we were paying our respects to the dead.
Press R2 to honor the dead.
Every
One
time
of
I
the
get there, I
nasty
always
things
have
about
to
this
F's in
horse
chat.
ride is if you get in front of Lady Masako's horse and her horse bumps your horse, she has the unfortunate tendency to just stop riding her horse and just stand there. And you have to nudge her again. So, you know, Aeshmah very wisely letting Lady Masako pass him on the right instead of getting in front of her to avoid her stop riding the horse.
You could get a time save out of it if you stay in front of her and let her bump you along the path, but as John just said, you know, there is a possibility that she will just stop in her tracks and then you have to go back and get her and stuff like that, and that will definitely lose you time, so it's a bit of a gamble if you want to do that or not. And since you're on a marathon, nope.
Sakai, a samurai.
You know, I don't think any of the top times currently have Masako push. I think we had Masako push like the 6th through 10th weeks the game was out, but yeah, we all abandoned it because her horse gets stuck too much, and it's just not worth the 2 seconds you get from her pushing you.
Exactly. Like, that is like a thing, you know, the runs aren't that optimized yet that you couldn't still find things to optimize or get a good time on leaderboards or whatever. We are still figuring new stuff out ourselves and coming up with new strategies and stuff like that.
And it's rough to know which items to push for that 2 seconds, because that optimal run, it does not exist yet, because there's so many things that can go just absolutely wrong with RNG that there's a lot to it to try to get that perfect run.
I mean, like I said earlier, right? I've died 2 or 3 times already, and I'm still ahead of my PB so far. So, you know.
It suits you perfectly, my lord. The quality is incomparable.
So if we explain
Yeah, I
what's going on here,
But if
I don't think
anything
we
isn't
have
to
that.
your liking, I can always make alterations.
Sure, go ahead.
All I need are the right
So,
materials.
Lady Masako, we get to her estate, and it's been attacked. Her entire family has been slaughtered, all except for her. And so she basically sends us into Golden Temple to talk to this monk named Sogan. She doesn't tell us, but beforehand, she tells us afterwards that she thinks Sogen's the spy, the one that basically set all this up. So now we've got to follow Sogen, and I air quote, you can't see it, but follow Sogen to his meeting place and figure out what's going on, figure out what happened to Masiko's family.
That doesn't prove his guilt.
No, but it earns my suspicion.
So following up on our previous conversation, I think the only difficulty where mining out like Ronin pushes or Masako push is on easy or normal difficulty, where dying really doesn't happen unless a long series of unfortunate events happens.
True.
Yeah, I think pushes are really just considered on the easier difficulties.
So this section is actually kind of interesting because now that we have ratted out Sogen, we will trail him to his hideout where the other bandits are, supposedly. However, since he always takes the same route, he's scripted to go down this path, and basically we know where he will end up at the end. We don't actually have to trail him. We will basically stay ahead of him the whole time and try to get early to where he's ultimately going to save up on time. So let's see if I can get this right here. So he will come down this path and he will stand at the intersection here to take a look around. So we have to wait for him to start moving again.
During this cutscene, the max distance you can go in front of the Sogen, I use the frame of references. He can be about the size of your pinky nail. If he gets too much smaller than your pinky nail, he'll stop walking and you won't get your cutscene triggers. And if he's too much bigger than your pinky, you run the risk of him spotting you. So general rule of thumb is learn to run with your pinky up against the monitor and just try to keep him the size of your pinky nail until you sort of learn the optimal distance and how to move through here.
Let's get closer.
So yeah, as long as I get here without the timer running out, I'm basically good to go.
Something to note about this cutscene trigger here is the cutscene by the bush is triggered by Sogen saying, "Oh, just deer," by the tree that we passed earlier in the path. So the reason why we just don't go hog wild running in front of him to go here is that if he doesn't get down the path to the tree and say, "Oh, just deer," the cutscene trigger here never spawns.
Oh, I got the kunai here. Oh, perfect. Rip.
Well, I guess better late than never. I thought you.
Yeah, but I'd rather throw the kunai at the spear dudes than at the sword dudes because I can't handle the sword guys. Ooh. Sketch.
So,
Jesus.
as he's doing this fight, basically there was a question that comes up: what's more important in lethal, dodge or parry? Dodge is first. You can usually get out of the way, and then parry, and then block. But they're not necessarily. You don't want to do one over the other. There's a red glint when the enemy is attacking and cannot be blocked. That's a dodge out of the way. There's a blue glint that means it's a parry and can be a perfect parry later, but everything else you can generally block it.
So this was basically a pretty slow fight. You saw me being really cautious about some of the attacks there, but I'd rather take it deathless than too fast because, going too fast basically means you die.
You know nothing.
The fastest way to take
Also,
that fight in
just to interrupt really quickly here. So this is the cutscene that you will start seeing during Masako's questline over and over. You corner one of the conspirators against her and her clan. The conspirator talks mad shit about Lady Masako and or her clan, and then Masako,
Men of vision must rise to face it.
in just a second,
And those in the
Masako do what Masako do.
must be removed.
They were children.
she will do that. And that is why the community, or rather I just learned, started calling Lady Masako Lady Massacre.
Yeah, once
I mean,
Aeshmah
that name
said
is
Lady
so cool.
Massacre, I loved it.
Right?
All the time afterwards.
There has to be something we can use.
You will see this happening over and over again during a quest line.
I'll deal with
Yeah,
it.
and you won't see it in this, so there's no spoilers to it. She even turns on Jin and tries to kill Jin later. So
Spoilers!
it's definitely a good name for it.
A symbol.
That's not spoilers. It's not in the run.
Fair enough.
So in the courtyard fight that Aeshmah took prior to going up the ladder, there is a opportunity to farm headshots with your
list of
bow and
names.
arrow.
And a clan symbol.
You come in with 8 arrows, so you can farm 8 headshots in a row to make the fight faster. We've only had one runner, Tokitama, who was skillful enough to pull it off. And it was just always a place where no matter what we did, we couldn't do it as fast as Toki did it because he could get 8 headshots in a row. So if you're really good at your bow and arrow and can do 8 headshots in the courtyard, it's the fastest way to take the fight, but you've got to be insanely good.
Yeah, the problem is on lethal with that
I-
strat is if you mess it up and you get hit, you die and you have to reset. So it's you know, at least something to get right.
Until that time,
Yeah.
I have work to do.
It's a tough one. I don't think many people opt for it. I think Toki was the only one who opted for it. But it's pretty cool to watch, for sure.
Well, that was a nice 30-second time save over my PB. 2.5 minutes ahead by now. Okay. Also,
It's actually really fun to watch these runs on Aeshmah's channel because even on a bad run, and even not necessarily on him, but everyone in the community, even a bad run, you can have some spots that you will just slaughter your time and save so much.
yeah, like the last run I did where I got my PB, I went into the second to last quest with 20 minutes ahead of my PB, and then I just lost 10 minutes on one of the duels there. It was brutal. So that's how that doesn't happen.
In the future, if you ever see this run and somebody opts to have an incentive where you can have Kurosawa mode featured, I would definitely go for that one to troll the runner. As Wicked and Aeshmah were mentioning earlier, there are red glints when you need to sidestep, and white glints when you can parry. If you play in Kurosawa mode, you're playing the entire game in black and white, and the glint colors are removed. So if you have a runner maybe who hasn't played on Kurosawa mode before, they basically lose their ability to see if they should sidestep or parry, and hilarity ensues, I assure you.
That's actually really funny because I haven't played on Kurosawa mode yet. So I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense that all the color is gone, of course, but I haven't thought about the, you know, attack indications.
I've done a couple runs on that mode. John did way too many.
Yeah, my first 50 runs of the game and my casual playthrough were all in Kurosawa mode.
Really?
And I didn't know that red glint, white glint existed until I did my 51st run.
Oh my god.
And I was like, oh my god, this is awesome. You can sidestep when it's red.
Okay, I didn't do that. That is
I
funny.
even made fun of Aeshmah a couple times. He has a spot later on where he's like, okay, I need to make sure I'm lined up with this green bush to make sure I'm on the right path. I'm like, John doesn't know what green is.
I mean, it's the only green or kinda green bush in a sea of yellow bushes, so you know, it's kind of a nice visual indicator. If you can see it. Also, Rip Komatsu guy, we can't teleport to him anymore. We have to ride along this section now.
Yeah, I think it's about a 3-minute, 50-second ride. I timed it out once, but I did the ride a little sketchy, so I took 30 seconds off it. I'm sure even more optimally it can be like a 330 ride, but it's a lot. It's probably the longest run potentially in the game. There is one really long ride coming up later in Act 2. But yeah, without Komatsu Banner Guy, rip that manip with patching.
So basically what we are
it's really
talking about
tough,
here is if you have or if you had, because it has been patched out, had a save file where you had unlocked the guy in Komatsu Forge who you can turn the Sashimono banners into, he was a fast travel option. And if you were to load up a save file before starting a speedrun, which had that dude unlocked as a fast travel option, you could fast travel him when starting a new game. So what we did here is we would finish the Tale of Lady Masako and then open our map and instantly teleport to Komatsu Forge, which is like half across the map, saving us most of this riding section right here. And that was, like John just said, about a 3-minute or 30-second time save, something like that. But it has been patched out since we don't know when. One of the last patches, I think it was. So now we have to just, do this section normally.
So another optional thing you can do when learning the run is when you pass the Susu banner strike that Aeshmah just passed, you can dismount your horse and do the bamboo strike. It will give you one additional resolve point, one of the green dots.
Oh, I will do that.
Dots in the bottom. Oh, you do it in a different spot now? Ooh.
I will do it after this quest because I will have to teleport to Tsutsu Bamboo Strike anyway. And since I'm off my horse at that point, it's, I think, more optimal to do it then, because here I would have to interrupt my riding, whereas later I will stop that there anyway. So, yeah.
Oh, that's really smart. I didn't think of that. Also, for the longest time, I didn't know resolve bubbles were yellow. They were all gray and black and white.
That town's a fortress.
If the Mongols took it, we'll need an army to penetrate the walls.
So this is Kenji. He's quite the character. Casual playthrough. He's full of shenanigans.
Oh, I love Kenji. He's basically, the comic relief of the run. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, I think Kenji's my favorite character.
He gets bullied a lot by everybody else. But he has a good heart. Like, if you follow his side quest stories, they are so funny. Like, he gets into so much trouble because of his own shenanigans. But it's so funny to watch that unfold.
And they did a good job with him too. Like, he knows what needs to be done. He's like, can we just have a drink first, maybe, please? Yeah. I don't want to.
You've been doing business with the enemy.
Yeah, but and Jin are just way too serious.
You're not pushing the NPCs, Aeshmah. I mean, what you can do here is if you stand behind the cart, you can push Kenji after he's done talking and save a second.
Stop pushing me, John. You're pushing me now. I'm not an NPC to push.
How bad is the occupation in Hazumo Bay?
So what I will do here is I will try and stay ahead of my allies as far as I can to trigger the next cutscene early. So I will just try and skirt around the area where, the game tells me to go back. Because if I stay too long out of bounds, so to speak, the allies, Kenji and Yuna here, will stand still and have to go back and get them. So I don't want that to happen. But, just trying to stay around them.
In here where the NPCs decide they can't move because you are not standing in a certain spot, and that has caused several long second delays on lots of my runs because I get a little bit ahead of them.
All right, now is the longest cutscene break in the game for runners. Once you enter the cart here, until you get out of the cart is the longest cutscene
in Act 1
in the game where you can't do inputs.
In Act 1.
Game. I'm pretty sure it's the game.
Nah, I'm pretty sure that the ending cutscene at the end of Act 1 is longer. I'm pretty sure about them.
Really?
But an interesting thing to note, this card ride is the only break you get during a New Game Plus ride, because you can skip all the cutscenes there.
Yes, this is the only NG plus track. So you're doing the traditional Trojan horse method here, except instead of a Trojan horse, you're inside a sake barrel.
Oh, by the way, on speedrun.com, there are fully documented instructions on how to perform the route, but be aware that they're missing about 6 to 8 weeks of the most recent
Which,
optimizations.
which reminds me, like, you know, obviously every runner has its own, you know, attempt at this run. And if I were to look at the three of us, right, like John wrote that document he was just alluding to. So he's the guy who comes into a stage play and has all the script memorized for all the actors, and he would definitely yell at you if anybody is off script. Whereas I would say I'm like the guy who reads the script, thinks this is way too much information and just wings it as he sees fit. And then there is Wicked, who basically takes the horn of Matt, smashes it against his head, and destroys the stage with an axe.
I'll do my best. Stay safe.
I think that kind of summarizes us for you, doesn't it?
I didn't get Viking for nothing.
Once we're done, we'll be at the crossroads behind town.
This game actually, for the first time ever, caused me rage yesterday.
Also, guys, don't assassinate that guy. Yes, I know the prompt is really juicy there, but don't do it. It will mess up your...
Oh, it's nice. It's very nice.
Prisoners like their horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
But as you were saying, sorry I was interrupting you.
Oh no, I was just saying that this game caused me rage for the first time ever yesterday. I have not raged on this game, and I rage a lot when I speedrun, so it finally broke the mold for me, and I have an axe, and that may come out when I rage.
What happened?
Yeah, you were right, by the way. The cutscene at the end of Act 1's 50 seconds longer. I was wrong. And also, you're right, because every time I go to watch Aeshmah run this game, I will have a consternation in his chat and be like, "You're off the script! What are you doing? That's not on the script, Aeshmah."
Taka's probably fine. He wouldn't try to run.
All these juicy assassination prompts, and I'm not allowed to take any of them. Ah, sadness. Because you are supposed to go quiet there. I found a new
cutscene skip for... Yeah.
Here?
Are you going to show that off today?
Which one are you talking about?
Marketplace one?
Yeah, the marketplace.
Oh yeah, of course.
I thought you took it... Yeah, you took it different than I've ever seen done before.
Is it really different? But we will definitely well, it's not the first time we will see it during this run, but it's the first stealth section, I guess, where we'll use the time-honored technique of the Japanese roly-poly ghost, as you may have seen earlier during the Tale of Sensei Ishikawa. Where, you know, Mongols are dumb.
Tale of Tumbleweed.
Oh, the Tumbleweed Samurai, exactly.
Yes.
It's roly-poly samurai. You're both wrong.
The roly-poly samurai,
roly-poly
okay.
Samurai.
So everybody is still calling that a different name then. But at least I'm glad that we don't just call it roll skip anymore, because that was boring.
That's how it's documented.
I'm sticking with Tumbleweed Samurai.
Documented as roll skip, dang it.
I'm starting to like Tumbleweed Samurai as well. But anyway, what's gonna happen here is we are supposed to follow this slaver to find Taka, and he goes through this market full of Mongols. And as we've seen earlier, as long as you start rolling, well, you haven't been detected by any of the Mongols yet. So, you know, no white lines of indication that they are about to spot you or whatever. And you just keep on rolling, they will never see you. So everybody can do this. There's basically no trick to it. Just start rolling while you haven't been detected yet and just hammer down that circle button. And stuff like this happens.
Yeah, you roll out super early.
And then we roll around here until that line of dialogue comes up, and then we just reload the checkpoint and magic happens. Because now the slaver will be right in front of us where we roll to, so he doesn't have to, you know, go through all of that market there back by the big bonfire. And that saves a couple seconds.
It's definitely beneficial for PS4 Pro. I am not 100% convinced on the standard PS4 yet, just because of load times, but I still do it anyways, just for in case.
So you definitely roll out super early, but you roll back and forth at the end until the dialogue pops up. So I don't know if it's a time shift or a time save, but it's definitely looks a lot better.
It's probably more a time shift, I think.
So Purple Bowtie is asking how the guard didn't hear you when you landed on the roof. So in the traditional sense of all video games, if it's above you, it doesn't exist. So yeah, he didn't exist when he landed on that.
Yeah, their hearing is basically on, like, you know, an XY coordinate space and not XYZ. So they tend to not hear things that are above or below them, in a way. Also, shoutouts to Emerald Alley, who just popped up in stream. She is our lovely moderator on the leaderboards for this game. You know, started the community and all of that. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, much appreciated, Emerald, for watching. It must be more than 100 hours of our runs between the three of us on commentary here today.
They found the slaver.
They'll kill us. We need to hide.
No, keep moving.
We can climb those crates.
Where are we going?
So we've rescued Taka. Now it's time to run away, and this is going to be another chance to see the beauty of Tumbleweed Samurai.
Not exactly, actually. You
don't do Tumbleweed Samurai at these guys?
Nope. You just stick to the left.
No.
And they don't see you. Well, they see you a little bit, but not enough to care.
So I'm gonna blow both of your guys' minds. You can be detected by these guys here and just keep running it, and it doesn't affect anything.
Really?
Really?
We're just gonna argue strats.
I didn't see nothing. Yeah. Oh, that Mongol was probably thinking. Yeah, I didn't see anything. I want to have nothing to do with that.
It was in my
the
two last runs of the game. I learned that, so I'm not surprised anybody else hasn't learned about it. But yeah, I got fully detected by those guys, and they started chasing after me, and I just ran up here, and the cutscene proceeded like normal, twice in a row for 2 runs. So I take that line just completely straight now.
Okay, then.
Because,
Interesting.
you know, running in a straight line is faster, right?
Yeah, definitely is. So this is another one of these long walkie-talkie sections where the game slows down all of your movements so your characters can have this conversation. However, for some reason your jump isn't slowed down, so during all of these sections we will just, how did you call it, monkey jump? To wherever we need to go.
Monkey jump.
You've been quiet.
Yeah. I like to go ook ook eek eek when I'm jumping to make it more fun.
You know, go ahead.
You do
I don't mind.
jumping.
But I'm not gonna say it.
I have no shame.
So yeah, the logic behind this is your jump is a lot faster than the horse trot. You do still have to wait until the dialogue ends, but with the jump, the dialogue ends when you're actually at the top of the rocks rather than somewhere down below and you just have a quiet ride to the rest. So it does save quite a bit of time.
Yeah, there are a few sections where you can't even jump, but, you know, then we just swing our sword.
Thank you. Taka, Kenji, get some rest. We can't stay here long.
So has the order of the events changed? You do Tale of Ryuzo before Hammer and Forge now, or
yes.
After
food and rest.
Okay.
So it's Blood on the Grass, Ryuzo, Hammer and Forge, Iron Hook, Shadow.
Your brother wasn't the only prisoner in Azuma.
Classic, the classic ordering. Okay,
Yeah.
because for a while we changed up the ordering quite a bunch in New Game.
Yeah, I saw that, but I think it's safer in this order for lethal. So, like I said, if somebody wants to prove me wrong and do the quest in a different order, go ahead and do so.
Yeah, that is one of the areas where optimization can potentially still be found, is just by changing up the order of the stories here.
Yeah, there's also quite a bit of time lost in, obviously, riding across all of Tsushima on the horse, so anywhere we can find a shorter distance to ride or something that we can tag for a quick travel later is big help. Like he hit that bamboo strike earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now that we lost the Komatsu banner guy warp, there's going to be a reckoning for the order in which we do tails eventually once somebody proves there's a faster order. Until then,
So,
I don't think we're
I
going
can
to
see
see
that.
a switch.
So we haven't talked about techniques yet. You'll notice that again, as you gain renown, is just what we're going to call it.
Resolve.
You get extra.
Oh no, you're
resolve.
yeah. So, sorry, no, renown. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I was just thinking resolve because I was doing the bamboo strike.
So he did get a resolve.
The
That
gray
resolve
resolve
cube
bubbles.
helps him out quite a bit. That gives him more abilities to use. But as you get more technique points, you get to apply those to new techniques. The first one that he unlocked was the revive, which, obvious reasons, on lethal, you want to be able to revive. That'll save you a lot more time than dying. Sometimes you'll take the death, sometimes you'll take a quick reload just because you know the fight's going to be long, but if you can just revive, you're good. But now he's unlocked the next two moves in water stance, and that is a 5-shot straight, just almost uninterruptible attack that becomes heavily used moving forward.
Yeah, in lethal and hard difficulties, you'll often have to break an enemy's defense before you are able to land attacks on them. So taking Flurry of Strikes, the tier 2 water stand skill, is the most pragmatic and arguably efficient way of going about doing that. You can do some cute things like a sidestep and then a stab to get quicker kills on shieldmen and other enemies that you have to break defense on before you attack, but at the end of the day, they're just cute little things you can do when the opportunity arises, and there are no guarantees in that strategy. The Flurry of Strikes gives you a guaranteed way to break stances, so it has a lot of utility.
Ryuzo out of nowhere.
Yes, Rizzo. The Straw Hat Ronin.
Ryuzo, you look like a scarecrow.
You've looked better too.
I think this fight is really another place where there's a divergence in strategies.
Looking for your leader.
Depending on perhaps difficulty level and how good you are with the bow.
You were there too.
There is an environmental thing you can do with the bee's nest here to quick kill a bunch of enemies, but setting up that archery shot is dangerous on lethal and maybe more situational. But on lower difficulties, most of the time save here in the upcoming fight is if you can shoot a bee's nest with an arrow. And just thought worth noting that.
Even if you can name your price.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna go for that.
Once we free our home, Lord Shimura will pay you. Anything you want.
But yeah, this fight will probably be a little bit sketchy because I don't have any kunais, so it's sword and arrows. So let's see how this goes.
I look out for them. Someone has to.
As always, I believe in
having kunai here is majorly valuable.
Do we have a deal?
I mean, it basically always is, isn't it? Kunais are just that good.
Hold your ground.
They will save your life and ruin everybody else's.
I believe this fight also introduces the heavy brutes with the large shields.
Yep, it does.
New enemy type that you'll be seeing here soon, and those particularly are where kunai come into play.
quick heal up there if you saw that. We haven't really talked too much on resolve, but a heal uses up one resolve. Early in the game, it does a lot more healing because of your small health bar, but later on in the game, it's Oh, no death. He revives. This is scary.
Yep. Not a
So
lot of
Aeshmah
people.
got a very nice hit on the beast nest. I have to
Yeah,
say.
not a lot of people got hit by the beast nest, actually. They were all too scattered out. So this is now not so great. Ah, shot his friend. Okay. Can heal up a little bit just so that I'm kinda aware of the shots here. So I'm basically just winging it now, because there is no way for me to make this any more safe.
On the fly strats.
Yeah. Because normally when you shoot at Hornet's Nest, like John said, up on the ridge there, normally the enemies are more clustered when they come into the fight. So basically all of these reinforcements get hit by the Hornets, or at least most of all. Whereas this time I think I only hit 3 or 4 of the dudes there, so I had to fight the rest of them normally, which not only loses you time, but makes the fight really intense. But we got through it. That plus.
You got a giant brute with a shield and a shieldman and an archer, which I think has tons of value. All the same.
I mean, the commander at least got stung by the Hornets, so he was down to low health. But still, that could have gone really, really wrong really quickly. But it didn't. Just was a bit slow.
They needed a new sword. Seemed like fun. Why didn't you tell me you were at Komoda? You were busy with the other samurai lords.
Oh, and thanks, Ali, for adding that to the leaderboards. Yeah, that is definitely needed at this point, I think.
I'll bet.
Yeah, I don't think the top time for at least New Game Easy Act 1 can be topped on the new patch without Komatsu Banner Guy. It is a very significant time difference. It's definitely needed.
Samurai! Samurai! Was this your
Another thing Aeshmah's doing here is he remains on the horse for this cutscene and talks to the Japanese citizen who lost his horse and his rights to the Mongols. It was like 3 months before we figured out you could stay on the horse and save some time here. We would always dismount. So it's always cool to see that.
I meant what I said before. Help free Lord Shimura, and he'll grant you anything in his power. What's he got the power to give? He can declare the Straw Hats a samurai clan.
We just didn't know.
So I've made the mistake here. When you're talking to Ryuzo, he gives you an option. Says, "What can Lord Shimura offer?" And you have to reply with, either the O button or the X button. I've made the mistake a couple times of trying to buffer that input too soon and jumped off my horse. So you have to wait until the option comes up, or else you're gonna go flying. Cost yourself 10 seconds or so.
That's brutal, yeah.
I've done that one. Another thing you can go for is Ryuzo on his horse can push you. The best I've ever gotten was 6 times. But a more typical is like maybe twice if you're lucky. Unlike the Masako push, he doesn't stop riding his horse. So it's
I was
kind of a
standing
freebie to
in
go
the
for.
exact spot for the cutscene to trigger. Look at me go.
Nice.
Pixel perfect.
We have a plan.
All right, what run is valid now? We can go, boys. I stood in the right spot.
So have you guys had Ryuzo get stuck here and not run up to the second part of the camp before?
I've had that once. Only once, though.
Did you know that when he gets stuck, you can just keep going and you can go through the crack and the cutscene will proceed?
But what I did have was during my last run that both Ryuzo and Jin went through these rocks at the same time. I don't know how, but they were inside each other. It was weird.
That's how you got up that hill properly. If you can get there before Ryuzo does, you did good.
You're not as handsome as me, but
true.
Yeah, if you want to go through the rocks before Ryuzo, as if he gets ahead of you, you'll lose a couple seconds waiting for him to go through the rocks. And since this game most of the time saver losses within the battles, but if you're able to save times in the non-combat sections, you'll just consistently be ahead of other runners because you basically have a free time save, right?
Yeah, so it's
Also
really a
wanna point
nice balance, I guess, between consistency and just, you know, winging it a bunch, because you can do all outside the fightings consistently, but the fights themselves are just where the RNG heavily comes in from time to time. Also, a thing to note here is that I will generally save one technique point. I will never use that one, just because I own the digital deluxe version of the game that gives you an extra point, and if I were to spend my last technique point here, the run would actually be invalid. So, you know, just if anybody's asking why I don't spend that one technique point.
So fun thing to note, if Ryuzo gets stuck in the camp and you run up here and trigger this cutscene, he yells like he's really, really far away. It's hilarious. Like, it'll be super quiet and he's yelling, and yet he's standing right next to you.
That's just the kind of person that Ryuzo is.
So this is another good little writing section. There's a lot of them in Act 1 that once you get Act 1 down, you know exactly where you're going and you don't have to pull up the map. It's very helpful. This one is basically going to take us right along the coastline and past a messed up fort, unless he's changed his route recently. But once again, there's the potential for Mongols to be in the way and just ruin your day.
Yeah, this ride route was used in the first couple of weeks the game was out, before Komatsu Banner Guy manip was found. Usually you would just teleport to Komatsu Banner Guy, right? Now this ride route's back.
Good. You're here. You ready to steal some food for us?
Yes, exactly. This game was made by the studio that made Infamous and Sly Cooper.
Is this everyone?
What a long way they've come, huh?
The men who can fight worth a damn.
Interesting thing to note is also there is a trophy in the game for kinda dressing up like Sly Cooper himself, you know, with the color scheme, by equipping a certain piece of armor with a certain dye and stuff like that, which is a nice homage.
Yeah, I got that one.
To stuff like
I
that.
had to look up exactly how to do that because I was like, I know it's a thing, I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it's
Oh, Infamous
interesting
is
fact
awesome,
about
don't get me
Sucker
wrong.
Punch. Sucker Punch Productions, I believe they advertise themselves as a company that only works on one game project at a time, and they just hyper focus on the one game at a time. So no wonder they were able to pull out some awards this year at the Game of the Year awards. For Ghost of Tsushima. Very beautiful game. I think they won graphics design and player's choice this year for this title.
Art direction, I think it was. Again, I think it was art direction, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So you've been tasked with climbing to the top of this lighthouse, and they make it seem like it's going to be this really hard job to sneak in here and get to the top of the lighthouse. But thanks to Tumbleweed Samurai, and sometimes you can even just run straight in, it's pretty trivial. Just climb straight up.
Need to signal the others. They'll see me light the brazier.
Oh god, this fight.
Well, thankfully, right before this fight, he actually already unlocked black powder bombs, which are super helpful in these fights. It's very helpful in New Game Plus, but they're very helpful little tools to knock some enemies around.
Only they
You'll
would bunch
hear
up
us
more.
refer to black powder bombs as BPBs to shorten it up, because when you're speed running, you talk fast. So if you hear us say BPBs,
And oh no, wait, I survived that? No, I didn't. I was just gonna say, how did I survive that? Yeah, the guys weren't really bunching up at the front of the gate, so I couldn't get a good throw in with the bomb, and then that guy just came and murdered me. This is starting to look better already.
There are 3 BPB pickups in this area. There are 9 spots where ghost tools can spawn on this map. 5 of them are potential
Oh, come on.
BPB
That was so
spawn
dumb.
points, and 3 of them are guaranteed to have BPBs. So part of the fun of this map is BPB pickup variants. Once you learn the 5 spawn points, you learn a route where you run around the camp killing Mongols, checking the spots as you go, and you're just basically always trying to be throwing BPBs and sword fighting guys that aren't cooperating with your speedrun plans.
Yeah, the Mongols aren't always participating in our goal of going fast. They want to slow us down, which isn't very nice, but we do the best. We try to drain as much sleepy juice from them as we can.
One of the more annoying BPB pickups that can happen is underneath the house. Or the hut that you see on the right, just as you're getting out of the tower. There's a cheeky little spot where you can wedge yourself between a barrel and the house to check for that pickup, in case you can't find your 3rd set of BPBs. But again, you have to kind of figure out the right place to stand to check that spot without having to crawl under the house.
But yeah, I mean, you definitely saw how quick these fights can turn sour here, as I just was able to clear it on my 3rd try, so, you know. Stuff like that just can and will happen.
I didn't see any in the tower. Did you find anything?
Just a stack of Mongol papers on a dead officer.
Let me see.
You read Mongolian?
If it's in Chinese, I can make out some of it.
Also, Ali, I wasn't trying to throw shade or anything at Infamous. It's just that I think that this game has, you know, planted Sucker Punch like squarely in the memory of gamers now. Whereas Infamous, while the games were good, I don't think they had quite of the impact that Ghost of Tsushima had.
We'll never get out to them.
So that was just kind of what I was trying to get at.
You're crazy.
I've never played an Infamous game, but playing this makes me want to play them. I don't think I will, but it makes me want to.
Oh, they're good.
Let's see what we're up against.
I mean, they're different, definitely. Because
Yeah,
they are more
you've
superpower games.
You've seen my shelves, and
You could steal one.
you know the collections that I have. I can't get another game.
You always can get another game. It's just a matter of having time to actually play it.
I want my men far away from the enemy's line.
So, update on the story, in
Mike,
case, once again, you're not watching the cutscenes or reading along with us. So, this is Ryuzo. He's a Straw Hat Ronin. He's the leader of the Straw Hat Ronin, a good old friend of yours. And his big issue is his men are starving. So, the merchant from way back when told us that his food got stolen and taken to this lighthouse. You get to the lighthouse, there's no food here. So you find some orders that basically the food is being taken offshore. So now you have to plan an assault on a heavy guarded area and figure out a way to get onto the boats to get the food. So it's just one problem after another with Ryuzo.
If you kill all Mongols in stealth, there won't be a fight at all. Wait, the fight that we just did won't happen if we stealth kill them all beforehand? I mean, it kind of makes sense, but I didn't know that. It's just a question is, would that be faster?
I don't know if you can make it through that whole thing to stealth kill all of them. Or are you talking about like before you even light the...
I just read that in chat, and I think they were talking about the fight I just did.
I think so. I think so, but I don't know because I cleared that lighthouse in casual before I did that mission, and it still triggered all that.
You don't have to go up the lighthouse.
Yes, the fight will happen. So there's a checkpointing system in this game. Essentially, when you get out of the lighthouse and enter the courtyard, it essentially is triggering a cutscene restart in the background. every time you progress the story in this game, it's essentially performing the same procedure as restarting from checkpoint. So every time a cutscene ends and you start the next part of the game, in the background, it did the same thing as what would happen as if you hit start and restart from checkpoint. So
Well, I
if you
think
cleared the camp prior to going up and down, when you get down, it does the checkpoint restart in the background, and you'll do the fight anyway.
well, I think they're saying you don't have to go up. That might be something worth testing if that's actually a thing. If you can kill everyone and not go up the lighthouse, that may be a time save. So that appreciate that little bit of knowledge. We'll have to try that out.
I mean, you would definitely have to time that because, you know, even though you would skip the fight, you would still have to kill all of them in stealth, which would be slow, I think. So I can't exactly see it being faster than what we redo yet, but I'm definitely open to it.
I don't see it in New Game Plus and it being any faster thanks to Terror, but I think in New Game it might be because that was a pretty lengthy fight, plus you died a couple times, so there is potential for time save and safety, so that's not bad.
If you don't have to go up the lighthouse and down again, then you don't trigger the cutscene, then there won't be a cutscene restart. So I could see it potentially working from that perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying there's even a Ryuzo has different dialogue acknowledging you did it all yourself. I'm gonna have to try that out. So yeah, thanks for that knowledge.
See, we can still learn stuff. It's not like we have figured the whole game out yet. Come on, let me.
So we had to cross the bridges, cross the boats rather. We find out that there's basically different Mongol camps, different things, whatnot. Then we come back to show these supply routes to Ryuzo, he's not having a good time against this brute.
I would have had that Mongol if you hadn't shown up.
So I
And
actually
then
have some shade to throw at Sucker Punch about this
That's
game.
where all our food went.
So what makes Ghost of Tsushima the way it is in my mind, it's essentially a very safe Ubisoft type title. Explore, collect, upgrade, quest, right? That Ubisoft formula we all know and love. I think Sucker Punch followed that formula a bit too much with this game. I didn't really see any big departures from your typical Ubisoft formula game. But what they did differently was they made it really beautiful and they made it about samurais, and I think that's what really set it apart. But yeah, if I had any shade to throw at Sucker Punch with this amazing game they made, is that it just follows the Ubisoft formula a bit too much for me.
Also, I think when it comes to stealth, I definitely are on Leah's side here in the chat, because she has told me on multiple occasions that she basically is the type of guy who, you know, just stabs people in their sleep. So I believe her when she says she found something in stealth.
Don't let them see you.
Right? Casual play of this, I called this one Assassin's Creed Japan a lot, so I very much agree with you, John.
Well, even though I died 2 times, it's what's still 20 seconds faster than what I did during my PB. Just saying, just saying.
We're on world record pace here.
Not exactly.
Probably not.
No.
We're on PB pace then. I'm trying to be positive for you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. While I do hold a great many world records in this game, this category is not one of them.
Yeah, with New Game Plus out now, New Game has essentially become like Hundo Light. Like, because the cutscenes are so long, it's like doing a 100% on light mode, essentially.
I mean, by the time we go, you can do an Act 1 any % run on New Game, or you can clear the whole game on New Game Plus. That is how much of a difference it makes.
It's true.
It's impressive. It's fun. It's great for a run like this, and a marathon like this, but it is a hard run to get a lot of runs. You go I've had so many times where I've been late chapter 1, 3.5 hours in, and I just tank on something and it frustrates the heckers out of me.
Yeah, like I did on Wednesday when I practiced this run, went into the second to last quest with a 20-minute time save and lost 10 minutes.
It's really cool to see you use the battle horse strat to run into this fight. I call it battle horse because I take it a bit more aggressively and I ride up the horse right before it forces the dismount and jump off the horse.
I wanted to dismount, I just misjudged the distance there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I call it battle horse. And I usually yell battle horse really loud when I'm doing it.
Then why didn't you do it this time?
It's a lot of fun.
What happened here?
Because I have a 7 to 9 second delay between what I'm seeing and when I can commentate, so I'm trying to be mindful of that.
While it comes up in chat right now, actually, since we are doing this run during the really long-a-thon, I have actually been thinking about doing a platinum trophy percent run of this game, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't. You need your sanity. Don't do it.
Now that I know that this marathon exists, I'm kind of inclined to try it, but I don't know, man. It would take so... Actually, what I was thinking about, I don't know if you guys would agree, was if you do a fresh save file, right? You would do the speedrun that we do here, and then start again a New Game Plus, because then you could skip all of the cutscenes. I mean, you would take about a 3-hour time loss, because you would have to do the main story again, but I think that would even out with having to do all the side quests where you could then skip the cutscenes.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I don't know, man. For Platinum, because you would get some things during the original Plus beat that would kind of throw off your earnings, wouldn't it?
Can you get more arrows?
I don't know. You would have to test that out, but who's going to speedrun this game twice, you know, for the platinum, just to try that out? That guy would have.
I know. I don't want to do it. And to think of what would be 100%. Oh my goodness, that's not a single run, man. That's gonna have to be segmented for sure.
I don't know. Somebody's going to do a 45-hour Smash Brothers brawl, I think, run during this marathon.
You know, I think really long-a-thon should accept you doing that next time around. Nudge, nudge.
I'm not gonna submit anything like that. If maybe a co-op, I would co-op it with you.
How would you co-op it though?
You needed something. A new tool
to save
Don't ask. Just know.
I mean, you would have to transfer the
I don't
save
plan on
somehow.
it.
With no one seeing.
This town has a forge,
and
you're a blacksmith.
Best.
I think we'll have to go and take notes.
I might be able to make something.
It would be a multi-continent co-op run. That sounds good.
Oh, Aeshmah and I have done Legends together online, and I didn't really have a problem with latency. I think the latency is really good for.
Oh yeah, it is.
Large geographic difference play here.
She always is.
It definitely is.
Speaking of geographic distance, it is 3 a.m. where I live, and I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
Alright, you do that. I mean, it's about 9 a.m. here. The sun is finally up, so I do have a bit of natural light in here. So my body is starting to wake up. Maybe that's why I'm slowly starting to do better. He says while assassinating a dude in cold blood.
Using the tried and true tumbleweed techniques. I love it. It is the best technique of all samurai. I know that you won't find it in the samurai books. You won't find it in any of the teachings or any other samurai movies. But it is the best samurai technique ever.
And it's so simple. Like, everybody can do it, right?
This way. Stay close and follow my orders. Hide.
Oh, come on. What? I totally
So the goal
assassinated
right
you.
now, so that way we can get everything caught up here. The goal right now is we've gotten to Komatsu Forge, and instead of running and hiding, we came up with the brilliant idea of, okay, we'll make our stand here. So we are going to light Komatsu Forge. We are going to bring the Mongols to us. But before we do that, we've got to first rescue Taka's assistant. Then we've got to rescue his wife. And then we got to rescue some people for Yuna, because while you were gone for 30 seconds, she decided to run off and try to save somebody else. So you got to go save her. So we're on a fetch quest, side quest thing.
Yep. I think casually this was one of my least favorite quests because it's a whole lot of back and forth between the town and the forge itself.
We're going to the forge. Stay close.
But I've, started to grow to like it somewhat because it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Seven Samurai movie, which I think they were trying to go for here during this quest. A little bit at least.
Yeah, this was definitely more of a spaghetti samurai movie-esque section of the game.
Totally.
Yeah. And it's also, from a speedrun perspective, it's one of my least favorite acts because it has the most variance for time. There's a 5-wave battle coming up, and you can easily go plus or minus 3 minutes. And when you're already, 2 hours into a run, and then you can either PB or go way into the red based off of one fight, it can be really frustrating.
Yep. So fun fact, we are now bound to found Yuna, as Wicked just explained. She's right over there. However, we don't have to talk to her. We can just pass her by and go straight for the hostages over there. Okay.
I believe you discovered that, didn't you, Aeshmah?
No, I saw that in another runner's run. But I was like, what? You could do that? I'm gonna do that. And I did it.
Yeah, it saves
at least
quite a bit of time.
I discovered Archer Skip.
What is Archer Skip?
So beforehand, we would fight you can actually skip that archer you just killed too, by the way. So there are 2 archers circling the house that are not actually part of the encounter. So
yes
if you can
and
get
no.
into the house without killing those 2 archers, you can proceed the cutscene. I've gotten double
yes and no. I think it's more dependent on proximity. Like if the archer is too close to the house, he's kind of part of the encounter then. But if he isn't, then not. At least that is what I have started to believe. Because every time I was a little bit too slow and I only killed the, melee dudes and not the archers, sometimes I would still have to go and kill the archer because it was close to the house. So I don't know.
It could be cycle-based. You're right. It
Maybe.
could be depending on how close or far they're pathed away. So depending on what cycle you're on of this archer,
At least how I did it, I was trying Archer Skip like you just explained, and then sometimes I just had to go and still kill that Archer because I couldn't rescue the hostages, and then I just thought, well, maybe it is based on proximity from the Archer to the house or something. So,
makes sense. I haven't tested that. I think I'm probably a bit more consistent about what cycle I'm on going into it because I've done it 100 times and it's always the same result. That I'm probably just on a different cycle than you are in terms of archer proximity.
Probably. Anyway, here's the big fight. We're making our stand at the forge now. So 5 waves of happiness.
This battle is gross to say the least. There is a lot of RNG as to where the enemies move to, which ones go inside the forge, which ones go behind the forge, and as John has said on several other times, this is definitely a fight that you can lose a significant amount of time on.
So far, Aeshmah's wave 1 going exceptionally well here as we start wave 2.
So real quickly here, you can see the red little skull and crossbones. If you see that, you have to go kill that baddie. If you don't, he will kill the person that has the defender shield over their head. and you lose your progress here. It's not fun.
Oh, finding a predator hide is very nice here. So you are not guaranteed to find predator hides here. The odds a dog drops a predator hide is somewhere around a third of the time. But it certainly makes it easier to hit your predator hide quota when they drop them here.
Yeah, and predator hides are used to upgrade your tools, which obviously having more ghosty tools is definitely better. Discussing with Aeshmah some of the benefits of having like more smoke bombs and stuff like that. There's a mission later that really relies on a smoke bomb, and so having two just makes it even that much more gooder. Yeah, doggos. Poor doggos. Doggos get stabby. They're no different than the baddies.
In New Game Plus, you can pet the doggos. People
Yes.
love the fact that you can pet the doggos in New Game Plus. It becomes like their entire social media feed.
Let it be known that I love dogs. I have 2 dogs of my own. I love them to bits. But these little Mongolian shitty ankle biters can go straight to hell for all I care.
I mean, that was pretty well said, but so angrily.
Okay, that was a pretty clean fight. All things
I
considered.
agree with Aeshmah.
Yeah.
I love dogs, but the dogs in this game are like heckin' incarnate, man. It's just they are the worst.
I mean, you will see them later in a message in fire, and it's hell. It's literal hell. I cheer every time they get hit by the wacha there.
In a samurai fight like that.
That is one of my favorite things when you're running up towards the Hwacha and you hear the dogs whimper behind you because they got hit with arrows. It's like, ah!
Yep.
It's a little bit of relief.
It
So,
may
a
make
dog
us sound like
attack,
sadists,
the dog bites
but
The Mongols.
It costs
There's
about
one
3 to
time you're
5
gonna
seconds
die.
and the doggo bites you.
If you're running on normal or easy, I think dogs are the only thing that kill you in any significant degree.
Fire up your
They
forge.
are the bane of
Get
runners.
back to making strong komatsu weapons. That's how we fight back. That's how we'll save Lord Shimura.
I think
So
in-
Yuna was
in
basically
Legends
playing hype
running-
man there.
Vengeful spirit?
I think for the
Go ahead.
people running Ghost of Tsushima Legends,
lemons.
the class that were I said
Lemon percent.
It is 3 in the morning. My brain is shutting down. And for
Oh,
people
goat
running
split.
Ghost of Tsushima Legends, the class that can summon the dog is the one that's the fastest, isn't it? Because the dogs are so OP.
I think Assassin is the fastest. But I don't know yet. I haven't actually run any of Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Might start doing it soon though. I don't know. Also, gold split, guys. Woohoo!
Hype! So, Yuna has played our hype man. She's basically just started printing us as this vengeful spirit that is back from the dead to rid the land of these Mongols. And now you've got Khotun talking to Lord Shimura about how he thinks that you're becoming a little bit of a bad boy. You're going against the code, and that's not good.
What you hate. Unless you join my empire's fight for peace.
Interesting. So, Emerald Ailey was saying there's 2 serious Legends teams. One runs Hunter with the dogs, and one runs Assassin.
Before his cowardice goes
So it
too
seems to
far,
be some divergent thought there.
before I bring you his head.
Oh, it's the same team.
Yeah, they
Okay.
changed classes.
Same team.
Finishes what he's working on.
I mean, I'd be down for some Legends co-op. It's just, you know, the time difference between all of us is a little bit of a pain. Also, where is my horse? Why isn't my horse here? My horse is always here. What?
I can't co-op Legends. I don't have a PlayStation Plus.
I have had the horse not spawn after Taylor Ryuzo, in Hammer and
Spreading more of their
Forge,
stories?
and
Just telling
there
them
was
what they
another
want
one
to
in the
hear.
full run.
Some of them are calling
Seems
me.
like the horse has had enough of my
Cultivate
shit or
an
something.
idea in their heads.
These people.
He
He heard what you did to the dogs and he got upset.
They should believe in the samurai.
To them, you're both.
Yeah, it could be true.
It just seems to be like a
They only need to put their
5%
faith in folk
like
tales.
chance. I think it's like 1 out of 20 runs I'll have the horse randomly not
Tucker's sweating
spawn
over the
in a
job
couple
you gave
different
him.
places.
He doesn't want to let you down.
Let's see how it's coming
Interesting.
along.
You were looking for warriors to help save your uncle. Any luck?
It's a feature.
Sensei Ishikawa and Lady Masako are the still
Mhm.
alive.
Well, let's
They're
just
dealing
call it a
with their own
feature.
struggles, but when it's time, they've agreed to help.
An
A
archer,
feature is
a
just
noblewoman.
basically a bug that's
Sure that's
dressed in a
enough?
suit.
That's why I hired the Straw Hat Ronin. Turns out their new leader is an old friend of
Well, I'll take that as an explanation, as well as any other. Also,
So-
why did I do that?
We're about ready to start, well, after he gets done with the swordsmith,
Hey,
we're
Tucker.
about ready to start a mission called the Iron Hook. Now, the whole entire reason to get the Iron Hook was so that way we could sneak into Castle Canada. However, you'll see we actually use the Iron Hook far more in the Iron Hook mission than we will in the entirety of the rescuing Lord Shimura mission.
Swing over things.
It'll hold my weight.
Facts.
I tested it myself. I call it a
I think the first time I saw that, and it's like, we need an iron hook for this. We need something to get up these walls. The first time I saw it, I was like, you could have just used a ladder, bro.
Also, I find this conversation kind of funny because, you know, Jin asks Taka if he has tested the iron hook, you know, if it will hold his weight. And Taka says yes, he has done it himself. But I don't think he accounted for the fact that Jin is like carrying around multiple sets of armor and swords and weapons and whatnot. So I don't know, Taka, if you really did your math there.
I've been looking all over for you.
But I think
Well,
it works.
talking about accuracy, I mean, did they really have a grappling hook at this time period? How realistic is this anyway?
Well, you know, Taka
You
is
also
the
gotta-
best blacksmith of the island. Of course he can do that. I mean, you know,
You
it's
also
just
got to
the
think about
best.
the fact he's
Either
carrying
on.
around probably 5 or 6 of them because he doesn't go back and unhook the grappling hook, but yet he can still use it later down the road. So he's got to be carrying a lot of them.
Yeah, in this run, the grappling hook is a less than essential tool, as it's used, I think, twice, maybe
You said
3
they're in
times
cages
in the
near
course
Fort
of
the
a
other
run.
day. Where
Another
is it?
tool that falls in
cages
this
are actually
category
inside
is
the
the
fort.
plasma grenade.
At the top of
And
a
yes,
cliff.
it is a plasma grenade, as it is a grenade that
still have a
sticks
few
on an
men from
enemy
Fort
and
captured.
explodes.
They're waiting for us at a
Totally
crossroads.
accurate.
We'll
Okay,
give
so you
some
mean the
souls.
sticky bomb, right?
Grappling hooks,
Lead the way.
plasma grenades.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I was really confused for a second there what you were going to say.
I don't think I've ever heard it
Because
referred
the
to as a
grenade is
plasma
like,
grenade.
what?
All your men captured. Remember?
For a
It's like,
second,
then
I
the
thought
next
you-
thing he's going to talk about is the
Grenade.
laser gun.
The one thing Mongols
I thought you
survived.
meant
Lightsabers.
the firecrackers or something, but no.
Too many guards for your best
The
men.
wind chimes. Don't forget the wind chimes.
Oh, and the
Oh
wind
god,
chimes.
don't get me started on the wind
Make
chimes.
sure the men are alive.
I heard them singing last
The most useless thing
I'm
ever.
surprised the Mongols allowed
At least in a speedrun.
night.
Well, then again, I've never used them in my casual run
Okay.
anyway, so...
pleasant than mercenary work.
Toki Tama elected to use wind chimes on the courtyard fight after you rescue Shimura the first
We
time.
never talked about
Okay.
During the, where they're all grouped up running through the fence. That is the only time I've ever seen them used.
Wait, do we have wind chimes there already? Don't you have to...
I'm sorry.
It was new game
Specifically...
plus.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
I got swept up in the excitement.
Wait, did he have the poison upgrade for them? I mean, with the poison
I
upgrade, I
think
could
he
see them being useful, maybe.
Thought of it like that.
But otherwise,
You know,
no.
something I want to start trying out is hallucinogen darts in New Game Plus. I think that may play a part in some rounds. I don't know which ones, but some.
If you do, let me know, because I've been thinking about how I can implement the lethal darts in any way, shape, or form, and then I actually tried it out, and as soon as I hit the guy with the poison dart, I got another Shimura flashback, and I was like, nope, not worth it.
Afraid I'll get more famous
Oh, well
than
then yeah, that just stops everything. I'm not doing it now.
Well, it's just a question, does the same happen with the hallucination dart or not, because I haven't tested that.
So purple, we're the tumbleweed samurai, we're the skippy samurai. Yeah, I would imagine seeing Jin just skipping or rolling through your town would be quite an odd event. Yeah, but I'll keep you posted on that. I don't know when or how I'll try it, but if it cuts a
if you do,
flashback,
let me know. Let me know.
Running off. After all I did to keep them
I mean, you know,
alive.
Jin is just so happy for his life and everything that is happening that he is skipping through the village, you know? He's just such a positive character.
He wasn't always so positive. I think it wasn't until like the third week the game was out did we even realize that skipping was faster than riding the horse. It just made the guy. I miss just riding the horse around. Why can't we do that, guys? Can we all just have a gentleman's agreement to stop all this skipping and just ride the horse around again?
It's just.
But then we'd also need. But then we'd also need a gentleman's agreement that whenever, you know, we see something beautiful, we'd have to stop and take a screenshot. You know, because you have to enjoy the scenery and stuff.
Screenshot with the horse.
It's the
so
only
you
way
and the horse side by side.
Retweet you.
Yeah. So you get like, I don't know, a 2-minute break for every quest to take a nice screenshot or something.
You gotta use the photo mode and put filters on it and make it pretty.
Yeah.
It's essential.
There's only one road into the fort, and it'll be
I mean, I don't know how much time I spent in photo mode during my casual playthrough. It was a lot.
I'll climb up.
I think in Legends, if you use photo mode, it stops the in-game timer. So maybe in Legends speedruns,
Once they're with me, I'll
you
set
can
off one
use
of the
the
alarms.
photo mode
That just signals right in.
to stop the in-game timer and take a break. Maybe.
I knew you'd have a plan.
Where's my horse? Okay, I'm on the horse. Alright.
Stay hidden until you see my
Screenshot horse percent run. Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, you know, the community sets the rules, right? If you want to do that, we can do that. Don't know if anybody will like watching that, but an option.
Can't jump that gap.
All right, grappling hook time.
We are trying to save our uncle. We must hurry. Wait, stop. Take a picture of this flower.
Put it on Twitter for that retweet. This is essential.
I took so many photos during the duels and stuff, and I was like always imagining the guys like, nope, gotta wait around, gotta take a picture. Camera's not right. We're doing a movie fight here. Whoop.
Should be able to swing myself across.
So we are climbing our way into the backside of Fort Mitatake. I know I pronounced that wrong, but that's the closest I'm going to get. And like I said, we use the iron hook here so much. It's definitely needed for this part, but there's a couple spots where you can go off to one side and kind of save a couple seconds, but I'm not good at that. I don't know if Aeshmah's good at it. John can do it though. John knows all the little hook skips.
Oh yeah. Gotta have the hook skips. Something worth mentioning too. I think we mentioned earlier how there's a couple moments in the games that are just really classic Kurosawa film moments.
I missed that shot? What the
In
hell?
every Kurosawa film, there's always a scene where a lone samurai infiltrates a fort to free all of his friends. So we're checking that box right now. We're going to go through this fort, letting a bunch of our friends out of cages in a very classic Kurosawa film fashion.
So he had to do a quick little reload there because he missed the lantern on top of the outpost there, and you gotta get that kill.
I've never missed that shot. Never. Guess that never happened before?
That's the marathon saying it's never happened before.
That's a marathon bingo. Get your marathon bingo cards checked off. We just had something happen in a marathon that's never happened before.
Well, it's just tradition, right?
So he's getting to do a chain assassination here to get both of these guys out. That's awesome. That's wonderful. Yay for that. When he goes and rescues his friend, accurate, you go to the cage on the right, not the one on the left, as I have done so many times. I have let that bear out of its cage. Whoops. It's good to get the hides from, but if you just open that cage, he comes out and just ruins your face.
My best recommendation for you, Wicked, is just get your first 50 runs done as quickly as possible, and then that won't happen anymore.
Can I do it with color, though? Because I don't know if I want to do it like...
You have to earn color. You have to get at least a top 3 time before you have earned color.
Okay, I guess that flash bomb just killed me because I was down anyway. Oh god, this is going to be sketch now because of this checkpoint reload.
I'm not even joking, Wicked. That was the reason why I was playing in black and white. So I felt like I didn't earn the privilege to see it in color yet.
Oh,
because I wanted to earn it.
Hey, you can't slaughter yet. Remember, that's just a critical strike.
This isn't going well. Oh. Watch that backswing. Oh god.
It's kind of funny hearing you yell before seeing you.
What happened? Oh. I totally didn't see that guy. Just rushing in from the right there. Holy crap.
Oh, are you getting the 7 to 9 second delay too, Wicked? Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there's definitely going to be a delay versus live chat in Discord and the screen showing what the screen's showing. But yes, it's just kind of amusing. Eventually, you'll clear through this. So I have noticed when you do a reload checkpoint in big fights like this, it does reduce the number of enemies you have to fight based on how many you actually kill. And there are times where you would normally have, say, 15 enemies. When you do a reload checkpoint, if you're close to the end of it, you'll only have like 5 or 10. So
it doesn't always, though. Like, I think it really depends on the fight. Like, if there's like an in-fight checkpoint or something. I think.
You may be accurate, yes. And of course, your Straw Hat people, they're helping you so much.
Okay, I think we got all of them.
So somebody had a question
Yep.
about checkpoints in this fight. You know I have the answer. So this courtyard is divided into 3 encounters. The next checkpoint will advance after you kill all the Mongols in the encounter. So if, let's say, you left a Mongol at the beginning of the fort, and you're already all the way down into encounter group 3 here by the gate, and then you die, because there's an encounter group 1 enemy still up, you will be checkpointed back to the beginning of the fort. Similarly, if you left a guy alive in encounter group 2 and died in the 3rd encounter, you'll be reset to checkpoint 2. On and on.
So you just saw pick up a black powder bomb. Very important for this part right here. Sorry to cut you off, John. I just had to point this out. This fight becomes relatively trivial with this bomb.
Yes, we called it. Well, I called it bomb strats, and then Aeshmah renamed my strat because he renamed roll skips to roly poly samurai, and then he renamed bomb strats to Michael Bay strats. Because you go in, bombs blazing everywhere. Apparently, he did not like any of my names I documented, and we now call them different things.
And so New Game Plus with certain builds becomes dynamite throw. That is literally everything you do. And so I don't know who came up with the meme, but Aeshmah posted it both in the Ghost of Tsushima Discord as well as my Discord. It's like, you can't just throw around dynamites in martial arts. It works.
Yeah, it was well into, I want to say, the 2nd month where I came up with bomb strats. So it was I was trading record back and forth with Tokitama, and because he was so good at archery headshots, there was just this time difference that I could not surmount. It was just impossible. There was no way for me to do sword play as fast as he was getting headshots. So I had a realization
Thank you, Jin.
that bombs are better than arrows. And so I started throwing bombs everywhere, and I got the record back. And ever since then, well, we have Michael Bay strats, as Aeshmah has renamed it, but I would call them bomb strats.
On your horses. I need to
Yay, lost a solid minute here. Nice. But that's just how this run goes sometimes. Still out of PB though. Also, yeah, you can definitely grapple or swing over to that guy in the first tower. However, you would have to go through the stealth assassination animation to kill him, which is of course slower than just, you know, shooting the lantern above his head and taking him out that way.
Yeah, regardless of how many people you've murdered over and over again, you're still very sad about it. It can definitely upset you. There's the we're still trying to make sure we don't do the death from above, because then we'll have a flashback of just exactly how upsetting it really is.
Yeah, that too.
So Legia mentioned that you can swing into the first tower and assassinate him.
Welcome back.
I at one time considered it, but it affects the pathing cycle the enemies are on after you do it. So I went back to doing you shoot the lantern, you swing down, and then you assassinate over, you know, and you go down and do what Aeshmah did. But there was a point where I had considered the swing into the fort and assassinate him, but by the time the little extra time that it adds doing that made everybody else get slightly off cycle, and then my fastest assassinations didn't work anymore because everyone would just be looking at me staring because they had enough time to walk forward and turn around. So it was more of a timing thing than anything.
But we fight for the same.
Also, more smack talking from Khotun here. Still trying to intimidate Lord Shimura.
I won my legacy with duty and honor. Brought order to my home. And justice for my people.
Also, we are coming up on the last quest for Act 1.
Neither is your nephew.
Act 1, hi.
But his name is bound to your legacy.
Officially, the part of the run where I only know the strats from the first 3 weeks the game was out. Act 2 and 3. So everything will be new to me. And you'll probably hear me say that wasn't in the script a whole lot.
Your ancestral castle lies to the north, yes?
The basic gist of how this run works. Don't die. Now, it's we went ahead about that at the start of the run. It's basically, we haven't found any useful glitches and stuff so far. We have found a few of them, but none of them, you know, are bound to save us any time. So it really is just about playing as good as you can and doing things as fast as you can. And that is basically the gist of it. I mean, you know, apart from the tumbleweed samurai thing that I will show off in another minute or two once more. But yeah, we have, like John always has, a general strategy for everything, like he has documented in his new runner's guide, that you should definitely give a read, just so you kind of know what's going to happen. But strategies have also evolved quite a bit, so it is a little bit out of date, but it's still a very good starting point. So if you just go over to speedrun.com and have a look at the resources, you will find John's guide, and that basically sets you up to do everything there.
Yep, and there are 2 versions. There's a beginner's guide where I documented where you can pick up extra crafting materials to give you an extra level in armor and weapon upgrades. Actually, 2 extra levels, excuse me, to make Khotun Khan and Lord Shimura easier. So if you're like really new to the game and you're going right for lethal without much practice and you're not feeling confident, you can use the beginner's guide to get 2 extra armor and sword upgrades for you know, 10 minutes or whatever collecting
Mongols
extra
are likely holding
resources.
Lord Shimura in
I
Or
was
you can just use the regular guide that
executed.
you take the normal amount of
We
upgrades
can
with.
storm the front
I was
gate.
just thinking about if we
That's
should do a
supplies.
guide for New Game Plus, but then I just immediately thought, well, there was only one sentence in there, and it would be throw bombs. So I don't know if that would be helpful.
New Game Plus strat. Blow things up.
Be Michael
So,
Bay. Channel
what
your inner
I have-
Michael Bay.
We can do this.
What I have found
Sneak in,
works
catch the
best
enemy
for
while they're
this
sleeping.
right before the Khotun Khan fight is the gift altar up in Jogaku Temple. You get that gift altar, you can generally upgrade your sword quite a few times, and that's the first time that I find you really need it, is the
You sure
the
this will
Khotun
work?
Khan fight. That's
Oh yeah.
probably where the game really gets the hardest.
Looks like you can climb up here.
Yeah.
It's
and
got a
that's-
very
that's where
steep curve.
beginner's route and the normal route diverges. Is the only real difference is we still upgrade the armor and weapon after you go to the gift altar. The difference is with the beginner's guide, you do gift altar and then an extra 2 levels on sword and armor for both. With the extra stuff you picked up before the gift altar. But you're absolutely right. That gift altar is very potent. You pick up enough weapon and armor upgrades to make it worth your time to pick up those gifts and upgrade your weapon and armor for sure.
So,
The alarm.
as you saw there, that was
Take down the guards.
what we needed the Iron Hook for. The whole reason of rescuing Taka, relighting the Great Forge at Komatsu, was for those two little two jumps. That was it. That's all we needed it
I'll
for.
handle it.
So once again, Tumbleweed Samurai saves the day, comes through,
Forgetting
and
someone?
clears the way for everyone else to come
You're
through.
with me.
I mean, I don't want to pat myself too much on the back here, but Lethal is, you know, a step up in difficulty in speedrunning, definitely. Because while it may look easy if I do it right, I think you've seen at enough opportunities how quickly it can all come crashing down if I do just one mistake during any of the fights here. So do not take Lethal lightly in the slightest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
this
I-
game,
and
that
I'll
is
mention
what a lot of this game is.
So I'm a beginner and normal difficulty runner, and I do the lethal runs every blue moon just for fun. And typically the difference is on the last 2 boss fights in the game, because the difficulty is so much higher, I will literally spend an extra 2 hours downing those 2 bosses, an hour each, roughly, because they are not anything you mess around with. You're going to see Aeshmah take
With pleasure.
these
Be
last
safe,
2
Jin.
bosses in the game, maybe taking 5-10 deaths. That is exceptionally fast, because if you're a normal or easy runner and you go do those lethal fights, you will die over and over again for at least an hour before you're able to get it. They are really tough fights.
Yeah, my first hard run, even on New Game Plus, my first just hard run, I rage quit and I was like, I'm done. I could not beat the 1v1 Putin just because these fights they can turn so fast on you, and then once you get beaten, you're trying to recover and you just get murdered. It's rough. So if you noticed, as we stormed the fort here, we were supposed to have, you know, a lot of help. We were supposed to have Ryuzo and his wonderful Straw Hat Ronin. That is one of the reasons we went and recruited them. They're not here. So we still have to do this fight by ourselves. It's
I don't know.
kind of sad. We don't have a lot of support.
The bridge. I'll find another way over.
Now, I think it's worth adding on to what Wicked mentioned earlier about the difficulty spike. Aeshmah makes it look easy. This is not an easy thing you're seeing, folks. Aeshmah has a ton of skill. He is executing very well. He's on top of his game here. You're seeing something that most people, 99% of people, cannot execute at this level of gameplay. It is truly a really nice gift for you all here to witness this. This is really exceptional gameplay from Aeshmah.
So that guy right there that he just killed right before he opened up the gate, that is the That is the sneaky death from above guy that has taught me so many times. I don't even think about it. It pops up the trigger to assassinate him, and yeah, that happens.
What the hell was that, Jin?
Also want to point out, Yuna went a little meta there. She asked Jin, she says, "The Khan threw you off of this bridge?" And he's like, "Yeah. Just how did you survive?" I don't know. I just don't know. So the game's basically just like, we don't know how he lived. He just lived. Deal with
I'm
it.
the main protagonist.
Right. I lived because I have to, or else the game would have been over.
Plot armor. Okay, you are coming too. Are your friends over there coming as well? It's getting kind of close. Yeah, okay, the big guy. Ah, okay. Well, guess I gotta fight all of you guys now.
So when this area is separated into 3 different encounter areas, sometimes an enemy will bleed between the areas. The first area is by the gate. While you're fighting enemies by the gate, you can throw bombs. You can be as loud as you want. Enemies in the second encounter area in the courtyard he was just in will not hear it and run down there. Once you're in the second area in the courtyard, typically all these enemies in counter area 3 here up on the ledge don't really mind what you're doing in the courtyard. For some reason, inexplicably, encounter area 3 enemies got triggered by what you were doing in counter area 2, but typically you clean up encounter area 2, then you sneak around encounter area 3 assassinating everybody. Is really quick, really fast when it works, but yeah, for some reason encounter group 3 got triggered and ran down to encounter area 2, unfortunately. Not sure why that happened.
Look, we found Ryuzo. He is here after all.
The Khan put a bounty on the ghost. Anyone can claim it.
A really nasty duel, by the way, if you're coming from easy or normal up to your first time on hard or lethal. This will be one of those fights where you will die 20 to 30 times before you can win. We'll see how it goes.
Thanks for the encouragement.
And casual playthrough even too, because this is the first duel in the game, and you're not really ready for it. It is a strong 1v1 contest that you're just not prepared for.
Well, thank you for the good lucks in chat. Oh, let's hope he doesn't do the pokey pokey.
I need to protect mine.
I thought he does the hokey pokey.
I wish.
You put your left arm in and he chops it off, and that's it.
Well, save that for the musical, right? Oh, Ghost of Tsushima musical?
Do you ledge abuse Ryuzo here a lot?
Oh, there you go. That was a quick one.
I'm just gonna assume that was a death. yes, it was. He did the pokey pokey.
It was, yep. So one of the ways this fight at least works on lower difficulties is if you bully Ryuzo to the edge of the screen, you can usually get like 5 or 6 free hits on him because the elevation of the floor changed, and Ryuzo really does not like it when he is at a different elevation than Jin. So sometimes when he gets pushed up on the ledge, you'll see runners start swinging the up to down slashes to break his armor more. That is because of the ledge abuse. Also, runners will typically try to stand a very specific distance away from Ryuzo, so he does the stab move more, which is easy to parry and then counterattack with. So typically we try to stand just a certain distance away from him.
Angry!
And get more stabs. As you can see, when he does his slashes with the red lights, they are really annoying. We much prefer him to do the stabs and to get the counters than him doing his slash moves.
I'll make it quick.
So, if you only watch New Game Plus run, you would not be far off to think that this is your main bad guy. You see him more often than you do Khotun, unfortunately.
That's true.
Stop! Before it's too late! You've changed. So have you.
Watching your fight, it's scary.
Got you now.
I hope you like this music with the duel, because if you're playing on Lethal, you will hear this duel music forever.
He said the round ends. I appreciate that note.
It's not too late.
Okay.
So Ryuzo, and we're like, hey, you need to come back. Like, come back. And he's like, no, I don't want
It
to.
was the third try or the fourth? I think it was the fourth.
I believe it was the third, wasn't it?
Ah, okay. I'll take third.
That was the third, yeah.
I'll take third.
Exceptional.
Now, obviously, you want to get that fight on the first try, but, you know, one hit and you're dead, so I'll take it.
I think the deathless Ryuzo's a pipe dream. That's
Come on, really? Oh, I've done it.
Hard.
Where is he? Oh, God. Alright, okay. Have your way then. Fucking archers.
And them little snipe shots, they're a little not fun.
Oh, come on, dudes. What?
Yeah, as we mentioned, while all the way back on the beach on the beginning of the run, two enemies can try to attack you at the same time, and when that happens on Lethal, it is a recipe for death.
Yeah, they do a good job of switching back and forth. You'll have left side, right side, front. You'll be in a lot of trouble. Lethal is hard. Lethal's just hard. That's all I can say.
Hard is hard. Lethal is
Hard is technically harder than lethal, because in lethal you do lethal damage to the enemies, and in hard you just do normal.
Yeah.
But in lethal they do move a little faster, so it's like a trade-off.
What?
Like, would you prefer to have to do more damage, or would you prefer them move a little faster, right?
So I don't know how, but I have skipped the standoff there. Sometimes, and other times I haven't. I don't know what triggers it, but I have skipped that standoff.
Yeah, it happened to me too.
Oh yeah, I skip it more often than I actually get it. I don't know what I'm doing differently, but for after a certain patch, I think it was 116. Yeah, after patch 116, 80% of the time it would not give me standoffs anymore. I'm guessing it has to do with double chain assassinations at the steps in front of the doors just being super fast and gnarly and not something the programmers anticipated, and doing that somehow bugs the fight. Because as it turns out, the 20% of the times I did get the standoff were mostly all times I failed the double chain assassination.
Interesting.
So I think the two have something to do with each other.
I also want to point out how fun the game takes the fact that you stab a guy through a door as its own assassination name. The Soji assassination. That's the act of stabbing a dude through a door.
True.
You can't use the assassination in the courtyard before you get into the building.
Left some guards here.
Which I found really interesting. You haven't unlocked it in the courtyard, but then you magically unlock it one set of doors later.
That's true. Alright, the two last fights for Act 1.
So you've rescued Lord Shimura. Now
finally. 3 hours into the run. About time that he showed up.
Yeah.
GG, this was just an Act 1 step, right?
Yeah, this two-phase courtyard fight is the end of the Act 1 run, and it's also another major source of variance in time. Basically, the entire Shadow of the Samurai Act is about ghost tool management. If you're able to come into the courtyard here with 2 black powder bombs and 3 kunai, you can be up to 3 to 4 minutes faster than if you come into here with no ghost tools or only 1 BPB or only 1 kunai.
You mean like I am now?
So basically, yeah, Aeshmah's in this. He's going to have to sword play this next fight because he doesn't have a lot of tools. So that's going to be a lot of time loss if this was a world record attempt. For a marathon, very normal. I think it's really hard to manage your ghost tools such that you get here with 2 BPBs and 3 kunai. But in the rare circumstances you can, you're just gonna save a boatload of time. So that makes the Shadow of the Samurai really interesting. Is that it's one of the tales in the game that you really have to maximize your ghost tool effectiveness compared to other acts.
Or just die.
I mean, that is an effective strat too. Well, maybe not effective, but it's a common strat.
You mean it's the commoner strat?
Yes, it's the most likely strat, let's be honest.
It's the honorable strategy because you're doing swordplay.
Right,
Unlike
your
us
uncle.
runners with no honor.
If you died honorably, then, you know, ninja'd your way through the game.
Alright, okay, yeah, and in a
now you're
moment is the
like
end screen
samurai.
of this quest coming up, and that is where you would be done if you were doing an Act 1 any percent run.
Led us to victory, my lord.
Yep, 3 hours being the magic number for me between when I like get out of work and when I do resets and then get a run done. I can basically do a 3-hour run with resets before it's bedtime for me after work, which is why I got into Act 1 so heavy.
Alright, that was actually a gold split. We are now 3 minutes ahead of my PB, and that is why I will go to the bathroom and take a quick break. So I will see you guys in a minute.
And that was a really super high level Act 1 lethal. Probably, I think, the best I've seen.
I'm gonna pull it up right now and see if that takes the cake. I don't know. Let me see. That was a really good run. I mean, like you said, he still PB'd. He died 3 times, twice to Ryuzo and once immediately afterwards. I mean, he slowed down, but he still got a minute faster with that. So it's quite amazing what you can do with this.
Oh yeah, for those who are getting excited, it's great to be ahead, but essentially all the time save you have up to the end of Act 2 is just basically giving you a more safety buffer for the boss fights in Act 3, as Act 3 bosses essentially are plus or minus 20 minutes of time save or time loss. So if you're able to save 5 or 10 minutes up through Act 2, and then you have a normal Act 3, you're just making it more likely that you haven't lost all 10 minutes to the final bosses.
So
it's
Ali's
basically
pointed
just
out,
making you more likely to PB.
Ali's pointed out in chat, so we still want to say it just for fun. That was world record Act 1 any percent lethal. He just beat his own time by quite a bit. So definite GGs and hypes for Aeshmah there. That's really good. So Khotun Khan, he's moved forward. He's left Castle Canada and moved on to Castle Shimura. He's at Castle Shimura and he wants the people to let him in, but they're not, you know, they're not doing it right away. So we've got to get some encouragement. And this is where, in my opinion, Ryuzo just goes beyond redeemable. He kills his own people, you know, burns them alive in the name of he says it's because he needs food for his men, and the Khan is supposed to get him food. But I mean, he's definitely gone way beyond redeemable here. So,
Oh no, I missed barbecue season.
You did. Don't worry, there's VODs.
Just
By
to
the way,
just to highlight
on the world record, by the way.
Yeah. So to highlight how exceptional this 304.55 Act 1 any percent time is, you know, I'm going to use myself as the example. You know, I've run this 120 times Act 1. And my best hard time, not even on lethal, is a 3:18, 15 minutes slower than what Aeshmah just did. That is how exceptional his swordplay and his fighting and his ghost tool usage was on this run. It was world-class gameplay.
But you gotta remember, right, that you deal basically less damage on hard, so hard is actually going to be the slowest difficulty to get through the game. Just saying.
Do you still want to leave Tsushima?
Yeah, you gotta put that in perspective.
Absolutely valid point. Yep, but it doesn't make it any less incredible.
Yeah, I take all the praise I can get, so go on.
Good luck with your uncle.
Also, just for
That's all I
reference,
had to
I
say,
think the first run I did was like just shy of 9 hours. You know, the first speed run I did. So, if you're thinking about doing this for the first time, you know, you'll be in for a long time until you can get the time down, I guess.
Mount their heads on the battlements of my castle. But I can't do this without you.
But once you get it right, it's really amazing to run.
Yeah, this game is really good. It really is. And if you don't have 7.5, 8, 9, 10 hours to run a full game, just beat it and then come back and do New Game Plus runs, and you can get those runs down in, you know, less than 5 hours.
Yeah,
I have
exactly.
to say that.
For you.
Speaking of New Game
Would you
Plus,
prefer to watch the cutscenes? Act 1 any percent. New game. By the way, also 3 hours. Come
True.
take my new game time.
True. Also, talking about New Game Plus, I'm going to make an announcement during the next quest once we see Norio, so stick around for that.
We must save our home together.
I'm excited.
Norio, champ.
What about Yuna? She saved my life and helped free you. All she wants in return is safe passage to the mainland.
I don't know about you guys, but I am already glued to this run because this swordplay that Aeshmah doing is so good.
Thank you.
Now, Ali, I think you know what's coming up. I'm just waiting for Norio to appear on screen.
Yes, Lord Shimura.
Well, I don't know it, so I'm excited.
Ah, you would know it if you read the Discord.
Well, now you're making me do things.
No,
So
I
here
asked
we are using our pelts on ghost tool upgrades. You notice Aeshmah killing the bears and picking up pelts off of the dogs. So
not
basically,
yet. Not yet. I don't have enough hides for the capacity upgrade yet.
Passage to the mainland. After
Ah,
us retake this
right.
castle.
Oh, is this
Manager
about
pelt
the
upgrades
next time?
better.
Is everyone's
Yeah. But shh.
Prove you
Okay,
are
Shush,
yes,
Lord
yes.
shush.
Okay.
Shimura.
Shush.
We will reward you. I promise.
Lord Sakai, it's time.
I mean, you know, the leaf. Just
Yeah,
coming
compare
back
the
to
difficult
the.
parts of the.
Just coming back to the difficulty argument for a second here, what I like about this lethal run is, and you know, once again, without trying to pat myself too much on the back here, it kind of demands perfection, right? Because if you get hit once, you're dead. You have to restart, and that just looks sloppy. So the more you can get through it without dying, the better it is. And it just kind of ties into this whole samurai thing for me, because, you know, they've been known to strive for perfection and whatnot. So it's, yeah, kind of cool, I guess.
I've seen what Mongols do to
But then again, none of the lethal runs on the leaderboards have been deathless, completely deathless so far. So, you know, maybe you could be the first guy to do that, whoever you are, dear viewer.
kept you alive.
Just pick up the game and speedrun.
I think Ghost of Tsushima has the best swordplay battle mechanic of any game I've ever
He
played.
thought you'd turn against
It
your
is
own
the
people?
most responsive, the most realistic. It feels like a simulation.
Tell me
It's,
about
it's
this
just
woman who
once you
saved
get
your life.
used to playing the game
Nina
and
is
doing
brave,
the sword
loyal,
play, it really
good in
does
the
feel
fight.
like an extension
Ishikawa said
of
she's
yourself
Definitely.
as you play.
She can be a little rough.
And I think the
Yeah,
really
it
cool
is.
thing is, even if you play it on harder difficulties, and yes, the enemies do get a bit more tanky, they don't feel, you know, bullet spawned. Like, it doesn't take you 2 or 3 minutes to hack down one guy. These are really quick. It's just lots of enemies.
Long ago, chaos ruled this island. It was the samurai who brought order.
Because, you know, you've probably played other games where if you crank up the difficulty, like, enemies just take longer and longer and longer to defeat. And it's not exactly the case here.
Time you return home,
At least if you play on lethal.
reclaim the armor of Clan Sakai.
Yeah. Let's pretend hard doesn't exist because no one runs hard.
Where's my horse?
Everyone
It
just
kind
goes
of-
right to lethal.
It kind of reminds me of when you turn up the battle speed in Final Fantasy VI, and you think that's going to make the game much more challenging, but really all it does is speed you up and slow them down. So it has the counter of effect of what you would expect.
Wood,
Yeah.
bodies.
Well, to be fair, if in a Final Fantasy game every hit you land was guaranteed to be lethal, I'm pretty sure you'd go faster too. As in lethal, every damage you do to an enemy is considered lethal damage.
I'll see it done.
That is why it's also called lethal.
What have they done?
Well, they burn stuff, obviously, Shimura. My god, open your eyes. I hate this fight. He shot the horse! And he stabbed me from the back. Where are all of these spear dudes coming from? Stabbing me from every which direction. Like, what the hell, guys? I think that's been the 4th time I've been stabbed from a spear dude in the back. In this run. What the hell just happened? Can you come over here? Did he just shoot his own horse? I think he just shot his own horse.
I want to announce no animals were harmed during the making of this game, even if he shoots his own horse.
Mongols! I saw them in Castle Kaneda.
They're the Khan's wolves, sent north to ravage our people. The Mongols have taken our lighthouse. We will relight the flame.
GG clearing the swamp, by the way, or the rice paddies, excuse me, as rice paddies is a notorious trolley fight. Because
It is.
all the enemies ride in on their horses, and for some reason, when you add enemies and horses, the
You won't
AI
have a good
variant
time.
cranked up to 11. Yeah. I don't know why it is that mounted enemies just have crazy variance in their AI versus normal enemies, but it might be one of those features we were talking about that are just
I want to point out that was a good fort approach. You want to kill one archer, and then as everyone is coming out the door, throw a black powder bomb and kill all of them as you can, get through there. So that was very well done. And he got the leader with the barrels down the road. That's pretty good too. If you can kill the leader with exploding barrels on that shot, you save yourself a lot of time.
He's still off script. He didn't pull every enemy to
God.
the barrels and blow it up like the script.
What? You're off script! Get back on script!
No,
See,
dog,
that's
dog,
what
dog,
happened.
bad dog, bad dog, bad dog. Oh, get the dog away from me. Everything but the dog. Shimura, can you kill that dog, please? I can fight everybody but that dog. Oh, I kinda also didn't hit that guy.
So
Oh,
for
God,
those of
this
you
is
who haven't played
gonna
the game
be
before, the
sketch.
dogs are basically tier 3 spearmen. So dog attacks act a lot like a spear attack. It's when they
Oh,
lunge
God,
at you.
don't kill me, don't kill
And
me.
they're also a lot like spearmen in the fact that you have to sidestep the attack before you can attack back. Except the dogs just do it from a larger distance and faster. So I like to call the dogs the tier 3 spearmen, as you have to dodge their lunge attack and then counter attack, just like a spearman, but at double speed and twice the distance. It is super hard to manage. Also, if you were paying really close attention, you'll have noticed that the enemy armor color has changed. There is a enemy tiering system. Yellow enemies have the most aggressive AI and the most armor and health. And then blue is the second tier, and then green is the lowest tier. Yep.
You're ready to fight for our
So the enemies, now that we're in Act 2, have gone up from Tier 1 enemies to Tier 2 enemies. You'll notice at the end of the... Go ahead.
I know you were nervous at a few of those times, but that was very good for it. Very good for it.
At least I didn't die. Wait, did I die? No, I didn't die. I didn't die.
It's a good run.
I'm glad you came, you know.
I was going to mention, you also see some Tier 2 enemies at the end of the Shadow of the Samurai in Act 1. Those are actually where you see them first in the run. But now that we're in Act 2, almost every enemy is going to be a Tier 2 version.
But yeah, Mongols, color-coded for your convenience. You know.
Little did you know, ancient Mongols,
has plenty of warriors.
they came in different colors.
Their walls have
Yeah.
I put down the Yarikawa rebellion.
It's like just like when you get those little army men figures that you buy at the store.
I grew up there.
These same thing.
Is that where you learn to steal?
Yuna has great admiration for you.
It's just the same with the Power Rangers. Is there a Tier 5 Power Ranger here?
I mean, it's harder to sort them by power alone, is it? Because all of them have a different color. I mean, who would be the bottom Power Ranger?
The nerdy one.
Possible to say they're also amazing.
I think blue was the nerdy one. I mean, actually, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe it would fit.
No, it wasn't until I became an adult that I learned that that is actually a Japanese show that was then adapted to America with like in scenes. I didn't know that. It's so cool.
I mean, I guess we will all never forget the obligatory Asian girl as the yellow Power Ranger and the obligatory black guy as the black Power Ranger, I suppose. Once again, you know?
You are technically accurate, sir. You are correct. That is how Power Rangers work.
Yeah. I'm just, you know, a little bit concerned about the red guy then.
I hope the Khan sees this.
Or the green guy. Or the white guy.
Oh, the green guy, he's got to be a Martian, right? Green skin.
So, a reoccurring theme throughout the game, we'll see it, I think, twice in the run, is lighting these lighthouses. And casual play, there's a bunch of them scattered throughout. It's supposed to be a symbol of hope for your people. But we want to go fast, so we don't want to give too much hope to our people, so we're not going to light any of them.
Exactly. We're not giving the people hope. You want to go fast.
I'll find him.
This is where it really feels like you're playing Assassin's Creed as well, when you're climbing up the lighthouses to light them, because they're just like the eagle observation points in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, but if
it just gave me that heavy vibe.
But if that was Assassin's Creed, you would scale the lighthouse from the outside, you know. So.
And then when you get to the top, you just jump off into a haystack.
Exactly. Anyway, so guys, I got a little bit of an announcement to make here, because now we have Norio on the screen. Because if you like this speedrun, there will be another speedrunning marathon, No Holidays Allowed, which starts on Monday. And I will be running Ghost of Tsushima yet again during that marathon, however, that time in the New Game Plus Lethal category, which will only be about a 3.5-hour run instead of this 7-hour monster. Now, that run will happen on the 20th, so tomorrow in about a week. And the poggers thing about that one is that I will have both Daisuke Tsuji and Earl-T. Kim, the voice actors for both the characters on screen right now, as commentators for my run, like the actual voice actors of these characters. And that is going to be pretty cool, I hope. So if if you want to check that out, you can do that next Sunday and watch that run during No Holidays Allowed 2020. I think it will be streamed on Twitch in the Speedruns live channel. So go ahead and check that out.
There were only 3 of us left when they took my brother.
Very cool.
That is super cool that they agreed to do that for you. And
yeah.
Not only did they agree to do it for you, they're super excited and stoked about it. They've done some interviews where they've mentioned it, and they seem like they're really excited to be on there. So that's freaking awesome.
Oh, they are. I mean, I still can't believe that they actually answered my message about that. That is still kind of wild to me. But I guess it's happening now.
I promised it holds double that.
I feel cheated because, you know, I tweeted Sucker Punch like 50 times trying to get a response like that, and then like you did it 5 times and they
Yeah, I think you just gotta have to talk to Ellie about that, because she was contacting Sucker Punch like 1 billion times to get one of them on one of her runs during SGDQ like 2 years back, and she has never gotten any response out of that.
Monks of Cedar Temple can help. They're all within a day's ride.
All these people warming them up for you, and then you just kind of come in and knock them over, Aeshmah. Gee.
That's what it is. You're the one that was like, God, just do it. Get them off our backs, man.
I mean,
these damn speedrunners keep coming in and calling us out, making us do stuff.
I mean, to be fair, I was feeling a little bit weird when we guys were talking about this one, and you've been telling me how many years you've basically already been streaming and speedrunning and whatnot, and I only started this year in April or so. So, that feels weird.
2.5 years here with no response from developers.
Gotta spread the love, man.
So now that we've hyped up,
I'm happy for you.
Voice actor's going to be in the game and doing commentary. We don't care about Norio. He starts talking to us and telling us the story, and we just ran away. See you later. Bye, Norio.
I mean, you know, we basically ended our friendship with Ryuzo during the last quest, so Norio is now our best friend. However, we don't exactly care much about him now, do we?
No, but he is a nice guy, though. When you casual play, he's awesome.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love Norio. He's probably one of my most loved support characters. He's a really cool dude. It's such a shame that we don't get to see more of him during this run. Because, you know, all of his stuff is optional, so...
I've done his quest 3 times, and I can say I've completely forgot his storyline. Very impressionable man.
What? How can you?
You stop that shenanigans right now. I know his storyline.
You get out of here, John. I don't want you as a commentator anymore. Well, Norio
I started playing Act 1 over and over again, and I forgot all of Act 2, and that's where Norio is.
Oh, right. That's true. That's true. He doesn't show up until Act 2, right.
He does have at least a good valid defense. So one thing that that Aeshmah's got to make sure, he doesn't want to open his menu right now, because if he does, he's got to sit through a 10-second thing where basically the Khan has started attacking farms throughout Tsushima. So when you open up your menu, it goes to the map, and these farms start popping up. So please save them, and that costs you quite a bit of time.
Which basically also means that I have to do this writing section blind in a way, because I can't open the map to check where I am if I get lost. So, fingers crossed.
45-degree hut from the fishing.
Yeah, that just...
It's in the script, Aeshmah. I'm looking at the script right now. It says 45-degree angle from the fishing hut.
But I told you before. I took one look at that, memorized what I could, and then I was like, screw it, I'm just reading it.
Why do I document anything?
So that people can ignore it in good conscience. I mean, that is basically what documentation is for, right?
Right, I know. And honestly, after like my 5th run, I didn't look at it again either. But I'm just looking at it now for commentary, because we're in the part of the run I don't remember.
By the way, that green bush is coming up that Wicked was alluding to earlier. Like way back at the start of Act 1 or something. Because you see, all of these bushes are yellow and brown. Over here to my left is that one kinda green bush, like this right here. And I use that as an indication that I'm going in the right direction.
It's green. It's green. He says it's green, it's green.
I mean, it's more green than all of the others. So it's green to me.
And I just remember all, like, the 7 runs of the full game where it was in black and white, and I never got any of this.
I mean, that's just fun, yeah. Yeah, imagine if somebody else wrote the notes and John didn't know that. And like, which green bush? I don't see any green bushes.
Oh, by the way, if you use my notes, I took screen captures of all the tricky ride route spots, so you have lines to follow and screen caps to follow. They're all in black and white. So, you know, the line might be drawn by the green bush.
That
but
is
it's
why.
in a black and white picture. Yeah.
Because when I was taking a look at those notes, I was wondering, why the hell aren't they in color? Was he trying to save up on bandwidth while uploading, or what the hell is going on here? I can't make out any of this.
So,
no,
let's go ahead and
it was
jump off
because
the
I was
story
in
here.
Kurosawa mode.
Because we haven't done that
Go
in a
ahead,
while.
go ahead, Wicked.
After we took back the lighthouse, there was a discussion of we need more people. We got to get more people to stop the Khan, to go to Castle Shimura. And so Yuna, she says, why don't you recruit the people of Yarikawa? And Yarikawa is, if you remember from the flashback way at the beginning of the game, they held a rebellion against the Shimura clan. And so they don't really have the bestest of memories. But you, as the ghost, you're going to be that conduit between the two of them that are going to soothe everything over. So you want to go to Yuna's hometown, Yarikawa, and recruit them. And when you get there, you find it's under siege, and so you've got to be super amazing samurai ninja man and save the day so you can recruit them.
By the way, John, do you remember any of this here?
They're clear. This way.
Yeah, it's pretty much burned into my head because the routing exercise took like, I'd say 9 days to complete, and I did every section of the game at least 20 to 30 times, mining optimal ride routes, mining optimal movement and strategies. So, I mean, all of the places you're running and the things you're doing is burned into my brain permanently. But the actual story and what people say and all that stuff, I forgot. Yeah.
Fair enough.
But the actual places you run around, I remember, like the black of my hand and everything. It looks exactly like I remember.
A little bit of optimization coming up. We're going to take another survey in just a second here. And if you go ahead and click the first bubble really fast while they are still talking, you immediately skip that dialogue that they would have when you survey that.
Let's hope the Mongols haven't found it.
Good information to have.
Cool.
So it saves a couple seconds, I think.
Once we reach the water.
Yeah, now that he's surveyed everything, we're going to see the great return of the Tumbleweed Samurai.
Oh, yeah.
Because what is the best way to get through an encampment of Mongols? I mean, should you sneak? Should you run up and attack them all? No.
Stay close, Taka. Count on it.
You kids have it so good. I remember before Roly Poly Samurai, and we would have to stealth through here. It was
so
miserable.
painful.
So we don't talk about the pre-Tumbleweed times, okay?
Back in my day, we had to actually use the mechanics of the game.
Know how to roll.
Now, this might be a strange story to tell, but I remember in my childhood there was a cartoon series. I think it was called like the $6 billion family or something, and it was about this family which had like, it was a ethnically diverse family, and everybody has like his specialties. So there was this black kid who was really strong, and there was this girl who was really fast, and of course they had this one Asian guy who was like the karate master or something. And I can clearly remember that in one episode of that show, like all the other kids were making fun of him Because, you know, he was the ancient guy, he was trying to be invisible, and they were like just pretending that he was invisible, like going around the room and pretend to not see him, and he believed them, and he just then strolled right into the enemy's stronghold or something and just take a look around. And it just so happens that he went around that in a way that none of the baddies could see him, because, you know, he was behind stuff or something. And I always have to remember that when I do the Tumbleweed Samurai.
That was the name of Lord Yarikawa's youngest son.
That's a good story. For me,
childhood memories.
I'm always playing Limp Bizkit's Keep Rolling in my head. I know that's not the best for this game, but that's what I just keep rolling. That's
yeah, but you know, they don't see you rolling, they don't hate him. Oh, yes, Bionic 6 chat remembers that cartoon series as well. Exactly. Yeah, I gotta go back and watch that someday.
All I can remember is how it's called roll skip in the script, guys. Why are you not calling it roll skip?
I've been given permission by the director to ad-lib when I feel necessary.
I'm like the director of a movie who has a beautifully written script, but all the actors refuse to follow it and they ad-lib everything. This is how it feels.
Yep. Definitely does.
But we appreciate your script nonetheless. We just don't want to use it.
It's a very well written script. No doubt about that.
My beautiful script. It's stepped on.
If they're going to survive, Yarikawa needs to let go.
Have you read the script? I've not read it? Maybe?
I want to check on the swordsmith.
I'm just not getting paid enough to follow the script, is all I'm saying here.
There you go. I'm not an Aeshmah sub, so I'm irrelevant. That's how it works.
I get paid to speed, not read.
Exactly, yes.
As he punished my once great family
for inciting rebellion.
I'm just pressing buttons over here.
That was years ago.
After these cutscenes and after this is completed, this is really the only spot that New Game versus New Game Plus varies in route direction. In New Game Plus, from here you go on and you do the next mission, which is the Cowards of Yarikawa, and then you go, I think after that, that's when you actually go and get Sakai armor. But in New Game, you want to go and get the Sakai armor first, because that gives you extra hit points, extra damage, and also increases your standoff streak. So right after this mission, we're going to take a sidestep and go pick up that Sakai armor.
And to be honest, I just want to get rid of this funky looking hat that Jin has been wearing for the past hour or so.
That is the finest hat ever.
Oh,
it's
God.
a great hat. His friend Ryuzo gave him that hat.
It has so many holes in it. Why the hell don't they fix that?
Why doesn't he just turn it around? Like, the front of it's got no coverage whatsoever, but the back is fully covered.
That too.
It's not doing what it's supposed to.
I don't understand. And there are so many people running around with these hats. Makes me angry.
How did it go?
I want to point out, if you look at Jin's feet, they're nice and dirty. His outfit's dirty. I think that's one of the finer things they put in this game. There's dirt on your feet. There's dirt on your horse's feet. When you roll in the mud, you get muddy. Small details. Small details. I love it.
Yeah. After you've done a lot of roll skip, you will be covered in mud from head to toe.
What's roll skip? I don't know these words.
I know, right? After you've tumbleweed samurai'd enough, you will literally be coated in mud from head to toe. It's a wonderful touch. I don't remember, guys. Does swimming in the water remove the mud from your outfit?
No, you actually stand underneath the waterfall and you're still muddy.
Right.
Oh.
To be fair, during my casual playthrough in the beginning, I had no idea why the hell I was all muddy all the time during any battles, and then I don't know, I sometimes noticed that it was because I was rolling around all the time. I had no idea at the beginning, and I thought that was so cool. Like, they paid attention to that.
There's another little thing here that we haven't I don't think we've seen yet. We might see it on this ride. When you ride through the white flowers, Jin will sometimes lean over and run his hand through the flowers.
I'm always wondering if that's a time loss, because I think the horse slows down just a bit when he does that, and I get really angry. We'll see.
He's not following the script.
Nonetheless.
You're not supposed to lean down and touch the flowers.
So one thing we're going to do on our way up to get the Sakai armor, we're going to take a small detour, and I say very small because it's basically along the way, and we're going to make sure we hit Lord Shimura's camp, because that will set us up for fast travel later. Oh, look, there he goes, touching that grass.
This is also it's a deviously difficult horse ride to go up to Shimura's camp. You can practice this horse ride a ton, and because you see a bunch of paths crossing this way and that way, and you're going through a field of flowers that looks exactly the same, and you're bobbing and weaving through all this bamboo and everything. It is a deviously difficult horse ride to remember how to do. You will get lost here a lot on this horse ride.
To be honest, the way that I remember how to get through there nowadays is just that I know that I want to go in a straight line. So I just, at every bamboo, tree or whatever I come across, I just go once left, once right, once left, once right. And that kind of bobs and weaves me in a straight line through that, so I know where I'm going. That's the only way that I can do that.
Very clever. I like that.
It's a bit
think
like skiing.
I eventually took a 30-second time loss just to follow a path that was in the ground, because I would stop getting lost in the bamboo and I would just follow the path. And I'm like, I would rather just lose 30 seconds than memorize all these bamboo patches.
I mean, all of these bamboo patches look the same, right? So there really is no good visual indication of where you're going.
I still set a marker. I set a marker where I think it should be, and I just follow that.
I mean, that's fair. Also, wait. No, there's the bridge. I was going too far, right?
This is a great pun. I love this pun. You could say we got bamboozled. I think that's clever.
Well, I got through the bamboo forest just fine, so I'm not so sure if I got bamboozled. I could go for some sake, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn how to brew some sake. We were having a discussion last night, me and Aeshmah. We were talking about doing some sake percent runs. That could be very interesting.
So yeah, I were talking about if we could do a race of this game, and every time we wouldn't get a gold split during any of our splits, we would have to take a sip of sake and see if you could actually finish the run.
Thanks to last night's
I don't
stream,
drink alcohol, so can I just put down the controller and do 10 jumping jacks? that would be a time loss.
Yeah, but your time loss wouldn't increase like ours would.
I guess that's true.
I mean, I think our skill would just go down, 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 and then at a certain point in the game, it would start rising again because you were just so over it, so pumped full of alcohol that you would start improving.
I don't know about that. So last night I like to judge my drinking by the number of horns I've consumed. I was 3.5 horns deep by the time I got to Khan 1v1 in hard mode, and I couldn't beat him. I just couldn't do it. I played this morning before I started work, and I beat him on my 3rd try. So yeah, I can confirm my skill level definitely dropped the more horns I got through.
But if I'm doing a bunch of jumping jacks, my arms and hands will get really tired because I'm terribly out of shape.
Right.
So I won't be able to handle the controller very well. I mean, I'm a very thin guy, but I am terribly out of shape.
Well, the things Corona will do to you. I mean, I can't say I've not put on a few pounds ever since Corona started, just because I'm not getting around as much anymore.
I'm gonna blame Corona too, but really, it's not chunky.
Glad you're not alone.
I mean, not that I was very athletic before Corona, but you know,
The Mongols
busy
captured
just
the
sitting
Khotun
around
Khan.
all day, every day now is certainly, you know, a thing.
Others survived. And they're helping you?
A few.
But then again, Ghost of Tsushima speedruns.
Good. She's been
How
Yeah,
come
what
you
were we talking
aren't
about?
pushing grandma? You should
Because
be pushing her for time save.
I'm not a grandma pusher. I don't push my
So the
grandmas.
Kunai we're trying to look for here, Aeshmah brought out yesterday. It's like, is that the same path that she wants when you're a child? Did they utilize the same sprite and same pattern so they saved on resources?
Oh
I
yeah,
think
right.
it maybe.
Lord Sakai, you're back.
I wish I could stay. But I hear you're taking good care of Yuriko.
You know, I never
Brought
noticed that before.
backwards, my lord.
Good
Yeah,
eye.
because you know she escorts you from the same spot in the flashback as she does here until you know you leave your estate. So I was wondering if that was the same exact AI pathing, just to make matters easier for the programmers or whatever. I mean, of course, they would have to account for the fact that she needed to go outside of the manor. So there's that. But still.
Have you seen these modern game developers? They're like Unity engines and things they use have so many pre-built like utilities and scripts in them. There's a lot less programming these days. I'm so jealous because when I learned game design, 10 years ago, it would take 3 days to program the simplest thing, and now they can just like drop in an easy plugin and then bam, you have water effects. I'm like, that would have taken me 5 days to do. I'm so good.
Yep.
We used to meditate here.
I mean, I think that is one of the facts why, what's it called? John Carmack still gets so much respect from everybody, the guy who programmed Doom and stuff. Because I think he's still programming his own engines, or ID Software is still programming their own engines for their games. What the hell am I doing here?
So, we paid our respects to Daddy. We wrote a little haiku, cute little haiku. Now we get to go back and pick up the Sakai armor. This will be the armor that I'm pretty sure you wear pretty much the rest of the game.
Yep.
Until you get the ghost armor.
Yep. No, I don't even switch to the ghost armor. It's Sakai all the way from here.
Oh yes, because you're not worried about the Terror build.
Yep.
Once again, cutting through the door because opening doors is for noobs.
It's too slow.
Exactly.
Oh, just break down all the doors.
I mean, it's our
Gotta
own
take the
home.
frame.
We are allowed to break our own home down, right?
Guys, I just thought of something. In Ghost of Tsushima, we destroy the frames of the doors. No more saving the frames. We destroy the frames of the doors.
God, that is so dumb.
I want to give you like a point for that, but I want to take it away immediately afterwards. Just so you know. But you're
wait.
even.
Embrace my weirdness. Embrace the weirdness.
I mean, do we really destroy the frames? Because, the frames is the thing on the outside holding the thing together, but we're only destroying, the inside, the tapestry stuff there. So do we really destroy the frames?
God,
Daddy.
I guess
You
we're
see
not
Dead Daddy?
destroying the frames. I lost my point.
But then again, we are saving
Now you're
the
negative
frames. We are saving the frames, so then again, saving the frames from
Save
destruction.
the frames, break the doors.
Yeah,
it could
save
still
the
work.
frames,
Could still
break
work.
The doors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Save the frames squared.
Meanwhile, while we've been talking, did you see how serious and scary Jin looked?
But they are not square doors. They are rectangles.
No, I'm defeated again.
For a moment, I thought.
My intellectual wit has been defeated twice. Should
I
I
mean,
retire for the night?
what time is it? 4:30 or something at your time?
Yeah, it's 4:35 right now. I
Yeah.
have not slept in like 22 hours. Yeah. I'm getting pretty delirious.
I mean, that's kind of to be expected at this point, I guess.
It's for charity. Sure, what the heck.
Come the fuck on, dude. You're just getting Kunai to death now.
Yuriko.
Fuck you.
Lord Sakai.
Jesus.
So that should have been a third hit, but instead he just kind of hung out in the background and said, no, never mind.
The Yarikawa
Yeah.
rebellion was
For
20 years
shame.
ago. Those men
I
were
mean, sometimes you can be lucky in that guy just gets terrified and leaves, so you don't even have to fight him at all. But, you know, other times he just sticks around, and then that can happen.
Catch my breath.
by the lake.
Well, you know, in the script it says take the standoff.
I did.
So why wasn't? Oh, you did take the standoff.
Yeah,
Did I miss
but
it?
you can only take down
I
2 guys during the standoff, but there are 3.
You've been making poisons.
Oh yes, because it's not
Right,
upgraded
because
yet.
this is new game.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
the things that change with new game.
Can you do it?
Perhaps
Remember
I
New
should have
Game,
watched a new
guys?
game run. I keep referencing pluses.
Yeah, so for those of you not in the know, you know, the 3 of us are doing 90% of the runs, as Aeshmah mentioned earlier, and we're all doing New Game Plus, so this is kind of like a retro stream now, and we're like, oh yeah, remember when we used to do this, guys?
Back in the day.
So when I knew I was going to run on this marathon, I actually went back and watched the current World Record run of this category, and I actually had to take notes because I totally did not remember how to do most of this stuff. I mean, we have to spend our technique points during this run. How wild is that?
They must be consumed.
Weird.
How will you poison the
I
ingredients?
appreciate your vulnerability in admitting that.
I mean, I've had 3 streams to practice this run since then, so I think I'm kind of good, but, you know, that was kind of interesting to go back to.
Been there and confused for all of them.
You'll remain the man I know.
So, touching up on the script again, because that's the part that I like to play, apparently. We've came back home. We've got Yuriko here. She's basically, she let slip earlier. Well, not really let slip. She mentioned that she makes poisons to keep rats and whatnot out of the rice, out of the food storage. So you come up with this great idea. You say, hey, can we make it strong enough to kill a man? And she's not necessarily happy about that, but you tell her it's for the good of the island. So this sets in motion the events that will basically bring you to be an outcast.
I mean, as Chad just mentioned, you just have to shoot the poison dart in a way that it lands inside the mouth of your enemy, right? To have them ingested. It's a very advanced technique, but...
it requires really good aim.
Yeah. And an opportune moment. Like your enemy opening his mouth.
And blow darts can pierce armor, by the way. So these are like some super sci-fi advanced future blow darts.
No, Jin is just really powerful.
I mean, I think in all the cutscenes and stuff, you see him specifically aiming at the neck, so that they don't have to penetrate the armor.
Yeah, but in the game,
cutscene thing.
Shoot them in the armor. You know this.
Yeah.
You can't use cutscene logic. I'm just
I
going
got a
with
theory.
Gale Force wind coming out of his blowhole.
I think Wind Daddy goes into Jin's chest and goes out with the blow dart to make it a superhuman super blow dart. Because Wind Daddy is helping.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah.
Your father is the wind at your back and in your lungs. Yes, I'm cool with
Now
that.
you're getting it.
So every time Jin fires a blow dart, he is getting about 2 inches of daddy. I see now.
Oh. Really, really long-a-thon after dark.
Oh! Can you take that one back, please? Please.
I said it. It's out on the internet now. No giving back.
Somebody clip it.
Excuse me, young master.
We are never getting invited back, are we?
I was just here. He's the one that made the comment. We just laughed at it.
He loved you in his way.
How community? I thought we were all in this together.
And dots.
Well, as soon as shit hits the fan, it's everybody for himself.
I'm like the ghost. Like, hey, honor, honor. Nope, never mind. I'm out. Here, you're on.
Take your honor, leave.
I have a small camp where I gather plants and herbs for ointments and poison.
You know, every time I see this dual circle, I get flashbacks at the end of the run, and I believe in my heart of hearts we're 7 hours in.
Nope, not
Then
yet.
I'm reminded we're not.
Run yet? Listen, there's
Also,
that's major spoilers.
John, just a question. How much time do you save by pushing Grandma?
Like, 2-3 seconds.
Don't push, Grandma. Don't go to the dark side. Don't do it.
Come on, here we go.
So
your favorite
interesting
here,
fact
John pushes
about
Grandma to
push.
save time.
You were the shogun himself.
For some reason, Grandma's path in this cutscene is more solidified than other NPCs, so you can push Yuna and Ishikawa farther when you push them than Grandma. For some reason, you can't push Grandma as far as you can push Ishikawa and.
Be pushing old lady
I
around.
don't know why.
You've been really going in depth with that, haven't you?
I've analyzed this game far more than anybody should.
Grandma should be the most brittle. She should.
You don't have to. I just thought I was being a good speedrunner.
I mean, probably. I mean,
Aren't you supposed to test these things?
If it hadn't been
He's
for your work,
Victory of the grandma shoves.
if it hadn't been for your work, I don't think we would be where we are now. So much appreciated, John. I just didn't know
this
that
is
you.
the game of the year.
I just didn't know that
There's
you would
no
go
way
to
I'm
the
not
lengths
going in on
to,
it.
you know, push grandmas around to get the best optimal time.
You sleep out here?
Save the frames, push Grandma.
How'd you get that gold split? Well, Granny had to go.
I will get them for you.
So, I have learned in New Game Plus, if you make the mistake and accidentally pick up a poison dart before doing this mission, you will actually not be able to pick up one of these flowers. You have to shoot a dart out.
Really?
Because you're full. Yeah. I don't know why I did that. Or maybe I was just being dumb, but I couldn't pick it up.
We extract the seeds.
Interesting.
Make a paste and dip the
I think it might have been user error, but I'm going to say it was a game issue until someone proves me wrong.
I can't say that I've had that happen to me yet.
Well, all I know is now I don't pick up any poison darts on the way there. I don't know why I ever did. I think just like out of habit, you're right where you see it, you pick it up.
Yeah, I did that too. It was really all down to
I'd
habit.
like to add, my piece of the poison dart puzzle was turning the circle around. Before I did my route and got everyone following it, people took the flowers around from the right and followed a counterclockwise circle, and I prefer to go clockwise, so I documented it going clockwise, and then everyone started doing it clockwise, so that's my contribution. I made a counterclockwise circle go clockwise.
I forget sometimes too.
I think it's just faster because if you pick it in this way, then you and run back to Yuriko, you're immediately facing her, because otherwise you would be at her back, so you would have to circle around her to initiate this conversation.
That might have been something to do with it. I don't remember. It was like 6 months ago. But I do remember everyone was running around the wrong way, so I made it go the right way.
Were they not following the script?
Try to remember.
They did for the first few weeks after I published it. Then everyone went hog wild.
I just do what I want.
Bunch of rebels.
I saved 1 second over my PB here. God gamer.
So we got our armor, we got our poison. Now we're ready to move on. Is it message and fire next, or do you do the cowards?
Coward. Also, I'm just trying what kind of techniques I get here. I think it's these two, and then when I get... Yeah, that sounds about right. There.
So gaining though.
What? You take Surging Strike and Downpour instead of Flurry of Stabs? What is this?
I'm wild like that.
You are going wild. Whoa.
I'm off script, like I said.
No. Well, no, it's not even documented in the script. I think you and I were doing the full act at the same time briefly, and back then it was Flurry of Stab Strats, and then I just haven't touched base with you since.
Might be.
So it's kind of a different thing.
If I stayed in Yarikawa,
yes, this is Reddit Tsushima gone wild now.
I can learn.
The ghost does whatever the hell the ghost wants to do.
Fine, but be careful.
Yeah.
Listen to your sister.
I mean, there is a lot of room for that, because I'm not going to claim anything that we did 4 months ago or today or 2 weeks ago or when the game came out was the optimal way of doing things. I think there's a lot of room for personalization, and you're adding your own flair to it and whatnot.
I think the getting around the place stuff has been pretty much optimized at this point, you know, getting from one quest to the next. But the quests themselves, like all the fights, there's definitely still room for improvement there.
Absolutely. That's where it's where it's at. That's the end.
For example, not dying is a great plus. You know, that makes it go fast.
I'll be honest, I haven't died in one of my new game pluses until yesterday. So, I mean, I guess I must be doing something really good.
Yeah.
Or just playing something very easy. I'm not going to confirm either of those.
I've still died to dogs. I can't handle the dogs.
I finally decided to step up my difficulties. I was super proud of myself yesterday. I stepped up the difficulties.
Hey, competition!
No, not
Are you on hard now?
just another person. Yeah, I played hard yesterday, and then I completed a medium, and then I started a hard, but I couldn't beat Khotun Khan at the end, so I rage quit.
Typical. Do you know how many people say they're going to do lethal and quit at Khotun Khan? Like 90% of people.
Like, truth be told, even I am not looking forward to that fight. And I've done it a bunch of times now.
You know, we have been hyping up the Khotun Khan and Lotus Shimura fights at the end of the game for a while now, and let me just say, we are not overhyping it yet. We need to hype these up even more.
Spoilers!
They are extraordinary fights.
Yeah, spoilers, John! Khotun Khan is the only enemy we know about. You just silence yourself, sir.
Oops.
I actually think the
Not bad.
Khotun Khan, the 1v1, is the hardest fight in the game.
Also, another bit of optimization here, once this cutscene ends and you get to another server, if you hold down your right analog stick while this cutscene plays and just hammer the X button, you will immediately survey the first point here, and once again, since they are still in a conversation, you skip the extra conversation that survey point would give you.
As long as you're not the Shimura.
So just hold down right on the analog stick.
Sephiroth?
Yeah, that was really quick.
I might say I highly recommend. Go ahead.
The final battle's against Sephiroth.
I highly recommend fighting Ryuzo to One-Winged Angel. For some reason, the rhythm of that fight and One-Winged Angel go like perfectly in sync. So like it's really cool to be listening to One-Winged Angel and like you press inputs and do the fight at the same rhythm as that song.
Yeah, I remember getting
I
into
don't
your
know how
stream
that came
when you
about.
just put that on. I was so confused why that song was playing while we were fighting Ryuzo. I was like, what the hell's going on?
The Mongols are headed this way.
Yeah, so
Get inside one of
it's
the
because I have a
I'm staying up
smart
here.
home speaker that I
fight
don't
too.
say the name of so everyone
Jin,
doesn't turn
Tell
on.
him.
And I
Tucker can
said
decide for
the
himself.
name
Then
One-Winged
you can watch out
Angel,
for
or
him.
what it thought I said. I didn't say that, but that's what it thought it said, so it played. It was just kind of random.
Are you scared?
And then once it did, it just stuck.
I mean, it's kind of cool. It's fitting in a way. Especially if you're doing, you know, Act 1 any % runs and the run basically ends after that, more or less.
By the way, I threw it out in chat. We're 4 hours into the run, I feel it's time for a shameless plug. I threw up in chat the runner. If you have not followed Aeshmah yet, I don't know why you haven't. If you enjoy this content, please do so. Amazing runner, great guy, and this is what he does. It's fun.
Oh, hey.
I mean, yeah.
Thank you for the shout out.
Why wouldn't you follow the guy with the best Ghost of Tsushima swordplay ever? It is always fantastic to watch his swordplay.
But truth be told, I think this run would go way more poorly if you guys wouldn't just commentate over my fight sections so I can actually concentrate on them.
So speaking of that, let me go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
He shot the barrel on the right. You might have been wondering why he did that. Well, he shot the barrel on the right because it aggroes the enemies so they charge in faster. And then he shoots the barrel on the left and really just starts this fight. So that's just a quick little strat to get things going along. But then he just kind of tries to keep them bunched up. If he goes too far out there and chases those enemies that are down there, he'll leave the tail area and he'll start having issues. So go off script, come up here and kill something else. And this is a three-way fight, if I'm not mistaken, too. You've got the ones that come through the main gate, and then you've got these guys that come through what is effectively the left side when you start the run, and then you've got another main gate force. And there's 2 generals in this fight that you gotta beat.
Mongol's gone wild. Oh, come on, dude.
Oh, this is all one encounter group. So if you die in the middle, you start not the beginning, but right after the barrel sequence, I believe, if you end up dying. It's one of the longer encounter groups in the game.
And they are all over the place. Okay, where's the last guy? He's shooting arrows. Oh, it's right over there. Fuck. He's beating Taka. Leave Taka alone. No touching my Taka.
Nah. All right. He's got the wind stance. Wind stance is good against spears. That is the last stance we need. The brute stance is good, but the wind stance is the one that you need to beat Khotun Khan.
Lord Sakai. Good work, Daikoku.
And it makes just short work of all of these spear dudes now. Because I have the upgrades.
But you didn't mention you're the ghost. Will we have your help breaking the siege?
And in a casual run, you can kick people off of high places.
Right.
First time I did that, I kicked a guy off of a lighthouse, and I was so proud of myself.
Go with Daikoku. I need a moment.
I remember kicking a guy off of the high cliffs at the end of the game. Oh, that was good. That's like a 400-meter drop.
Guys are so ruthless.
You did everything perfectly.
Don't act like you haven't done it.
I mean, I did it for the trophy, of course.
I know you want.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it is a trophy.
Figured it would have been, because usually those sort of things are, but I thought it was funny when I kicked a dude, he went flying. It's like,
You don't know my brother.
You can't always be the one to defend him.
I'll decide what's best for Taka. You look after your own family. I need to go back.
I need to make another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
You do that.
I'll see you there.
alrighty, so there's a little internal conflict going on here. Yuna, she's like, I will protect my brother. And Jin's like, let him be an adult. And Yuna's like, I hate you. And then they stare at each other. And they say, oh, fine, I'll see you back at Yarikawa. That's the fight that they have. Pretty good fight, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Controversy.
You know, you gotta have a little bit of drama now and then.
Right.
Keep things interesting.
The next fight, the next thing that we're gonna do here, I'm pretty sure you're doing the ghost, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the next fight here is the siege of Yarikawa and the defending of such a thing. And this allows you to go into ghost stance. When you complete this one, you get the ghost stance. So it's pretty useful in a duel. or not duel, but against generals in casual fights or
Showed
group
them
fights.
Yurikawa won't surrender.
It's a pretty helpful thing.
No, they won't pay
New
me.
Game Plus, not so much, but New Game,
Will they
do you
attack
still
tonight?
use it quite a bit?
Unlikely. They'll give us a sleepless night.
Uh,
They'll attack tomorrow. When
good
we're exhausted.
question.
Get some rest while you can.
I like it myself. I know that I like it because it's a guaranteed hit. It's non-interrupted, and you can kill a general with one hit. So hooray with that.
I almost forgot. Yuna is in the keep. She wants you to
I can't actually remember at the moment. It's strange. But I will definitely go ahead and upgrade my stuff here.
You have my thanks.
Don't forget to do that. Because interestingly enough, upgrading the Sakai armor once increases the damage that you deal, which is pretty useful.
How can I help you?
Also critically important to get this smoke bomb upgrade here.
Yes, indeed. So this is what I was talking about earlier when we were mentioning getting the pelts. You use, well, they're hides. You use hides to upgrade your tools, and you want to have 2 smoke bombs for the middle portion of this upcoming fight, because it just saves significant amount of times.
Indeed. Also tending to upgrade my katana here, just because, you know, it deals a little bit of damage.
I mean, if you can, you might as well.
Yeah. You know, sharper sword, more damage, go fast. Something like that.
Pro strats. Make your short stuff sharper. Good stuff.
Alright, this is another somewhat longer cutscene here.
You're awake too.
Jin and Yuna having a bonding moment.
Yes. Yes. They snuggle by the sake.
The samurai. A chance to a bunch of farmers have.
Look at that helmet. Yeah. It's a very fantastic helmet.
Also, for all of those Sakai armor lovers out there, we won't be upgrading the armor any further, so this is the best it will get.
I think you need this more than me.
You don't go for the full-on antler horns?
Nope. You just don't have the resources for that.
Even after the gift altar?
That's a good question.
I honestly don't remember. I haven't done this in a while. I can't remember.
We might have enough for that. The problem is that the armor in Jogaku Temple is so out of the way that I wouldn't get back to where Yuna initiates the quest in time, so I would definitely lose time if I would do that. So, yeah. And I don't even know if it matters on lethal, because the next upgrade increases your health or makes it so that you take less damage. I can't remember, one of the two. And I don't even think that matters on lethal because you still die in one hit, so nah.
It's true. That's very true, yeah. Lethal is kind of irrelevant how many hit points you got, because we just take them all.
So may I add, the armor and upgrade route was crafted on easy difficulty, and I have no idea what you guys need. So whatever we put together during week 1 is probably not geared towards what you're doing here in lethal, because we all thought that everyone was going to be running easy. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think my armor weapon upgrade route might not apply to what you guys do in lethal.
Yeah, I think the lethal runners have definitely applied their own spin and all of that. Because just before you came back, I upgraded my armor once and my katana once here in Yarikawa.
What?
Because I have the resources to do that.
That's incredible. I never thought of doing it here.
Because both the armor and the swordsmith are kind of close to where you start the quest anyway, so it doesn't take long to get to them. And you have the resources at that point, so you might as well do it here because you have another duel and stuff coming up. Spoilers.
That was really smart.
Now I have no idea if the katana upgrade actually helps during the duel, because I don't think I've noticed that I need less strikes to defeat the enemy, but you know, might help against the odd enemy or so.
I believe the
Tuck up,
first
gather
is
everyone who can fight and get them to the keep.
20%
Everyone,
attack
take shelter
damage
in the keep,
increase,
quickly.
which on duels is not actually all that much. It's just a tiny little bar tick more.
They'll breach the gate.
Stand your ground.
Oh, that sounds about
You
right.
don't deal a lot of damage during duels. But if you go with the beginner's guide and do the extra upgrades, you will notice it because it's quite a substantial tick more. But you've got to go 2 tiers higher to really notice it.
Yeah, spear guys.
But,
They
I
are
mean,
not as
You do get more.
lethal anymore. Ah. Oh shit. Yeah, I just saw that guy swing his axe. And I was like, oh. Wait, didn't that kunai go through? Oh, there's another spear dude. I thought you were a sword dude.
Did you just perfect parry a spear swipe and do a circle under it? That's pretty high tech.
No, I just did the spear stance. Twin stance. Attack.
Oh, right.
The upgrade.
It looks the same. I remember now.
Okay, he's not attacking me.
Also shares the same. It shares the same animation as a perfect sidestep for some reason. They used it for 3 different
come
things.
on, do this.
Are all 2-sword yellow also grenadiers? I think they are.
Keep them out of the city! Archers! Hold them back!
You know what's funny? I don't think I ever noticed the armor color or the difference. I mean, I noticed the color, but I didn't know the differences. Now I noticed. And I'm like, hey, totally fine.
Well, if you trained in Kurosawa mode, you would have noticed right away.
What was that? Yeah, we're not all as hardcore as you, John, you know, training in black and white.
I believe in Khan. I'm sorry.
Who's still left? You are. Should be just about done here now. Oh, okay, alright. Yeah, no, they are polite Mongols.
They're falling back.
They attack in single file.
Damage to them. What are they up to?
Trying to lure
Most
us out?
appropriate and battle-hardened technique. Single file.
Hold them off as
Yeah, you got really nice
all know-
RNG there, where you never had 2 enemies attacking you at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Except for the axe swing.
So I think
Two
this is
enemies
another
attacking
technique
at the
coming
same time
up
only happens
that
on the
most people will be a little bit surprised by how we do this part of the game
siege weapons.
with the siege weapons.
The only reason you need the upgrade for smoke bombs.
This was an Anzu strat, if I do recall.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
She came out with it, yeah, out of nowhere. And then immediately everybody did it.
So what is supposed to
after
happen here? You are not allowed to interact with these things until you've cleared the combat area, so you killed all the enemies. However, if you drop a smoke bomb, that gets you out of combat, and then you can just interact with it, and that is how we dismantle these siege weapons.
They broke through the walls.
And all of them
And
are
then
confused why the hell these siege weapons are broken, and we're just standing here and leave.
Can still drive them out.
Yeah, it ends combat completely.
Yeah.
Because it puts it on to the next checkpoint. So the dozen enemies you'd normally have to fight there, that's no problem anymore.
Also, it would be slow to do that.
Oh, it's so painful. Just like to get your way back to here, you can either sneak or you can fight. But of course, we don't want to do either of those things.
You are not supposed to see me.
I prefer the taking the 3 rope swings, landing by the cart on the left-hand side, getting the guaranteed smoke powder bomb underneath the cart, and then rolling in myself.
Yeah, you can definitely grab another smoke
you don't
bomb
have a
there for
smoke right
safety,
now.
but not exactly that.
If you do that right and you get all the way up to the door, they don't see you, you're good. You just wait for them to stop talking and you walk right through.
Because normally you are supposed to kill all the enemies inside Yarikawa here. However, as you just saw, if you can just sneak up to the gate, you can just open that. Because otherwise, again, the interaction would be blocked by you being in combat.
Tumbleweed strats, the bestest strats.
Or you could use another smoke bomb if you have. What do I?
Hey Aeshmah, do you need silence time for Temugi?
I
Aeshmah,
don't think he's actually not that tough.
Okay. I don't know. I don't do lethal. He's really easy on easy.
You just do this, and you do it again, and that is phase 1. Then you wait for him to ignite his sword, and you do it again, and again, and that is phase 2. And wonder what will happen in phase 3. We actually have to dodge him a bit. That's...
Oh no, not dodge.
And then I just have to find an opportunity to do it again. And guess what? I do it once more and he's done.
If you attempt to use Flurry of Strikes on Temuki while he is lighting the sword, he will cancel your Flurry of Strikes and then attempt to reignite his sword again. If you're a new runner and you don't know, you may just end up sitting there proccing Flurry of Strikes again and again and again, and you'll be like stuck in a loop until you stop and let him light the sword.
Oh yeah, this is the best part of Yarikawa. My chat always gets hyped about this part. You know, with the music and the Mongols just fleeing before you.
They run in fear at your mere presence.
It's a really
and now this
part.
Actually playing, you may think that you've got to kill some of these guys or make your way out. There are a few stragglers that aren't running scared from you that try to stop you. You don't have to. You just have to hit a trigger point. And you run right along with the Mongols. That's kind of fun.
However, you have to take care. Some of these Mongols will actually try and fight you, so you can't die while running out there.
It's not completely.
So
pay a little attention.
For like 6 weeks, I kept telling people you don't have to kill people in this cutscene while you're running down the hill, and people just kept doing it. So I had to put it in like gigantic caps and black. You don't have to kill people here, and I still think people are doing it, but I'm glad you know it. It was just so hard to get people to stop killing everybody during the slaughter sequence.
Yeah, you only have to enter ghost stance and kill the first 3 people, and then you're just good to run to the end.
Who saved Yarikawa?
Yeah, so people just like to kill guys in the slaughter sequence too much. They like, screw speed. We're gonna have fun.
Just stay here and wait for the Mongols to try again.
You say you are not soldiers. You are warriors.
Well, it's a very emotional moment here. You know, our characters rallying all the peasants behind them to try and fight the Mongol army together. And we are just talking all over it. Mostly the ghosts.
Mostly because I think...
True.
I think Wiccan and I don't have game audio on right now, so we're just staring at the game with no audio, and we're talking in the silence.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Stuff and...
I know what's going on. I know full well the words that are being spoken here. This is definitely the part where you become the ghost, both in getting the ghost stance and in uniting all the people behind you. This is the big moment where you are essentially their new leader.
Yep.
Did they patch out using ghost stance on boss fights?
Yes, they did. I just confirmed that during my last run on Wednesday. Because I thought on New Game Plus it was because when you skip a cutscene, you essentially load the checkpoint that is after the cutscene. And as you may know, if you reload a checkpoint, you lose your ghost stance, right? So I thought, okay, that is why we can't use ghost stance during the duels on New Game Plus. However, on Wednesday, I went into a duel with my full ghost stance on a new game run, basically, you know, my practice run on Wednesday, and I couldn't activate it. I just couldn't. it wouldn't let me. So they definitely patched out that you can use ghost stance in the duels. Can't do that anymore.
Bad news for us runners. Great news for you guys, the audience, as that means you get to see more of Aeshmah's exceptional swordplay for the boss fights.
Oh geez, let it be known. The next few duels are going to be something. I don't know what they're going to be, but they're going to be something.
It's done. Yarikawa will join our fight, but I have other duties before we can retake Lord Shimura's castle.
All right. So the next mission should be the message in fire. Yes, that's the next one you're going to.
Yep.
So this message in fire mission, the idea behind it, once you get up there, you're supposed to once again take back a fort, and they want you to clean the fort out, kill all the Mongols, and do all the things. And you're going to see we don't have time for that. We just don't want to do it. But we've got a while before we get to that. We've got to go recruit a pirate. It's not Johnny Depp.
Sadly. Oh my god, I could just imagine it now if this game was on PC, somebody patching, you know, Captain Jack Sparrow into that scene.
I download that mod.
Don't get
Captain Jack Sparrow, I would do it.
Wait.
I don't know if you get DMCA'd for singing the song, but
No, I gotta go over there. Oh my god. I got confused there for a second of where I need to go, but it's here.
Follow the coastline. What are you doing, bro?
Follow the what?
Coastline.
The ghost line?
Right. Coast. You know.
Oh, the
water.
Makes sense. Like I said, I'm winging it. I've read the notes. I know the script. I don't care. I do what I want. I'm the ghost.
This is how a disappointed parent must feel when their child rebels. Because I'm watching you and I'm like...
I told you to go to the left! What are you doing?
Well, all I can say to that, Dad, is to do it yourself and do it better.
Ooh. I'm sorry.
We'll turn this speedrun right around.
Eat myself out.
You know, I didn't know these were spider lilies in black and white. And now I'm seeing them in red. I'm like, look at all these spider lilies.
I thought they were poppies. I don't know. I thought they were poppies. I'm like, that's a poppy. I don't care what anyone says.
So I guess you didn't enjoy photo mode quite as much then if you were only playing a black and white.
Well, I took some photos.
I mean, not saying that it doesn't look good in black and white, just, you know, it's really, really beautiful in color too. Bear!
Predator hides!
So bears are super aggressive. You don't want to be anywhere near them. They are kind of jerks. And if you get lucky like he did there, it stands on his back feet and you have the time to get away. But if it chases you, it will ruin your day. Especially
they are relentless.
How many times have you had a bad predator hide route and you had to shoot a bear from a horse?
And the speedrun?
Or boars from a horse? Yeah.
None.
Really? Wow, lucky.
Yeah, because
I have really bad luck with predator hides.
You get the one bear either in Tail of User or the Iron Hook, you know, the one that is caged. And then you get the other here in the Coward of Yarikawa when Taka gets attacked by the bear, and that definitely gives you enough to get the smoke bomb capacity upgrade before Ghost of Yarikawa.
Oh, so you don't take the other upgrades anymore. Okay.
Nope.
I gotcha. I take too many upgrades. That's why. Because it used to be you needed 16 predator hides, and we got more upgrades than that. And I was like,
why did you use the other 6 for?
And you wonder why people don't follow your script anymore, John.
Oh, no, that's already old news. Yeah.
But what other upgrade did you get?
That was a really fast
Kunai
up the ladder.
Anyone who draws a weapon answers
We used to
my
take
name.
triple kunai
Your
and
safety
kunai
is assured,
capacity
so long
upgrades
as you abide
Okay.
by that
because
same
we
rule.
thought it was zippy fast.
Oh, I
It
will
still might be.
I will be getting the Kunai upgrades, definitely. I just don't get any capacity upgrades with them, sadly. I mean, I would really like to have that extra Kunai, don't get me wrong.
Interesting.
I just don't see a way of making that work.
Having his third bottle of sake.
You know,
Enjoy your
without
visit.
relying on RNG.
Thank you.
Come
This
see
is
me
why I'm
again
looking at the
sometime.
leaderboard time and I
I
see
think
the
we
new
can
time
manage.
magically saving 15 minutes. I'm like, what happened? Maybe Predator Heights might be a part of that.
Yeah, might definitely be.
We must all be someone. Who must you be?
Lord Sakai.
Aye, the samurai are all
So here's
dead.
Goro.
I'm
He's drinking
alive.
because
But my
why not?
patience is
I mean,
dwindling.
any good pirate has to be drinking,
Lord
right?
Shimura asks that you repay your debt to him
He's alive? What does he want?
to deliver a message to the mainland.
I charged a lot for that trip, even before the Mongol blockade.
You owe my master a debt.
I remember leaving off on this cutscene wondering if there was a more optimal way to do the handoff when he goes in his house and gets you something. So I'm interested to see what you do.
Nothing.
You can actually go in too soon. I have discovered that if you go into his house too soon,
Oh, yeah.
he
I mean-
will stop outside and just hang out for a while.
I mean, you can definitely just go ahead into his house. However, he won't enter his house until you get out. So, you know. You have to be outside for him to get in.
Fascinating.
So,
I actually went in before him my last run. You just have to wait until he triggers the "Hey, I'm coming in" thing.
oh, really?
Like, you should be able to go in right now.
At his camp
Okay.
on the Akashima coast.
Well, but you still
Well,
have to wait for
I
him
said that as I
to...
was seeing it on my screen.
I mean, you just have to wait for him to take out the map anyway, which takes time. So, you know, there's really no hurry to make this optimally, I think.
Right.
You know what I'm
John,
gonna ask? Can you push
you
him?
need to come in here and start pushing it.
Yeah, right? I mean, you know I'm gonna ask, can you push him to make him go faster?
I'm not pushing NPCs. I'm not an NPC pusher.
We'll be back.
Stop pushing me, John.
So for some reason, there's a little tiny camp, a survivor camp that Lord Shimura's at, and for some reason Goro just happens to have a boat nearby, and he just happens to have a map of said boat nearby. I haven't quite understood how that all plays out. He's just like, here's a map of where my boat is. Like I don't quite understand why. Plot armor, I'm sure, but it's
Convenience.
always weird to me.
Convenient.
Because then the story could happen.
Yeah. But I think if I actually remember correctly, Jin is talking about where Lord Shimura's camp is, and Goro just mentions that he has a boat nearby. So I guess that is why he's peeking out this specific map. But, you know, might just be plot conveniency.
I just have PTSD from this mission because of the mini game and missing a raft.
I have, I have PTSD
Right.
from this mission because of all the fucking dogs that will be on my tail very, very shortly.
Oh,
Yes, but
that,
you
that
get your
too.
revenge on those
Yeah,
dogs,
the
really.
watches.
Yeah.
This is a really brutal mission. Let's just leave it at that. And you know,
You will
nothing
see.
like being 4.5 hours into a run and having a brutal mission in front of you.
Lord Sakai, you are destined
I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Nothing quite as brutal as going into Eternal Blue Sky with a 20-minute lead and losing 10 minutes to you know who.
In Umugi Cove.
You know, at some point, you have to get over
Amen.
that, friend. You did good still on that run. Don't beat yourself up. Yeah, that was my encouragement. But yeah, you suck.
It was just so dumb. I just, yeah.
but few know the sea.
But you know, maybe this one. I mean, I'm already about 3.5 minutes ahead at the moment, so
Precisely.
they're doing good.
To be honest, you are kind of overdue for a PB, so I won't be surprised when you PB tonight.
I mean, I had a BB on Wednesday just.
You
It was just not as PB as it could have PB'd.
Yeah, that was the run I was talking about. I was 20 minutes ahead of my previous time when I got to Eternal Blue Sky. I lost 10 minutes, but I still saved 10 minutes in the end, so, you know.
Oh, when you messaged me, I thought that meant you lost 30 minutes and you were
Oh,
minus 10
no,
afterwards.
oh my god.
I was so... Oh.
But at that point,
Oh,
I
you
was...
only lost 10 minutes.
Yeah. I didn't lose half an hour. Oh my god, no.
Always tell when you want to ask me something.
No, only I can lose half an hour there.
I
I'll lose an hour and a half on that.
Don't jinx it.
lost a half an hour there last night on the hard run. That's where I just raged
Don't
out.
jinx it, guys. Don't jinx it. We're not there yet.
I was 35 minutes.
The Mongols have many
yeah, that song is carved in my brain from resetting there so many times.
Do not fear death, Kotaro. Live with courage. And never forget the people you fight to protect.
After a while, it becomes more like a mantra than a song. It's like a meditation, really.
Settle your debt.
I'll do my best. But I fear the Mongols will sink me before I leave the coastline. There are too many eyes.
I saw you starting to bunny hop, and I was gonna say something, but I'm glad you didn't.
Thank you for agreeing to settle.
Honest to goodness, I just noticed that sometime during this week that you don't have the bunny hop all the way. So it's kind of new to me.
It's in the script, Aeshmah. It's in the script.
Yeah, but I think this is another one that you still have some sentences that need to finish before you get there.
Yeah, you have to wait for the whole conversation to play out anyway, so, you know.
Now the Mongols have it.
Imagine their surprise.
It just looks funny when all of them just zoom to you right over, because they are so far behind that they try to catch up.
The Mongol ship crews will look to it instead of the water. Goro.
Racing, rubber banding.
Yeah.
Sail when you hear the fight.
Good old Fort Mitodake.
You will be killed. Your only concern is delivering.
I hate it with a passion.
I bet these strats have changed a lot.
Horses might give us away.
No, not really.
Really?
To be honest, every time you
I
say
always
you
thought there was
think
something-
that the strats have changed, I have to remember what the hell were the strats? What is he talking about? I just do stuff.
We shot the hornet's nest, and then we just sword fought our way to the gate.
Let's look on the same.
We'll catch them off guard.
Let's pray
Okay.
that holds true in the fort.
It's maybe a little bit more explodey than that, but generally it's the same thing.
Ooh.
Only until we see the enemy.
Hints.
That's basically the motto for this run. Any of the new runs, it's just a little bit more explodey than it used to be.
I mean, we're basically like Michael Bay asking, could you add more explosions to that?
We can all thank Tokitama for being so good at archery and forcing me to use bombs to beat him, because I have no honor. Ah, this will get him. There's no way he'll shoot faster than I can throw bombs.
Shimura said for Tsushima, right? Because I was kind of confused that the Mongol would shout that out.
Yeah, that would be a little bit
Yes, he did.
Who's shooting me, and when you are, stop that.
Imagine you're Tokitama and you've just spent 100 hours perfecting headshot archery, and then some scrub like me who plays on easy comes around and throws bombs and decimates your time. That's gotta be brutal.
No, it's gotta be lethal.
Ooh, but I'm...
Aeshmah getting his own puns in here, man. Look at these archers just hanging out.
Nice ghost dance here. I never thought of using one here. It's very nice.
It is quite the benefit, and if you notice, he picks out the big guy and the guy with the shields, because those are the ones that are going to be the most defensive people. Archers are pretty easy to take down, no problem.
Nope.
Yeah,
And you can generally easily stab the guys with the swords.
Major value.
Once again, everybody in chat, I want you to take a look at the right over here, and you see all these lovely ponies. These are beautiful ponies. F's in chat for the ponies, please. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. It's so sad. You had to look at them, didn't you?
Okay, here starts the running. And the dogs, oh god, they're already on me.
So yeah, as we were saying earlier, the idea here is to clear out all of the Mongols in here and the dogs and
Get
everything.
off me, you goddamn mutt.
We don't
Go
wanna
away. Ah. Fucking dog.
Yes, this is doggo percent right now.
This is where the PTSD comes from, right here.
Oh, yeah.
This little path is the bane of our existence.
Oh, it gets better. We're not done with the doggos yet. There are more.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. So if you listen real close when it gets to the end of the path, after you pick up the dogs, you can hear them getting shot with a hwacha, and it's so gratifying.
Ah! Go away! Gotcha.
Oh, the 5-on-1 dog. Wow. I have never seen such bad dog RNG in my life.
And puppy rolls.
Because usually after dogs lunge at you and you get far enough ahead of them, they stop chasing you.
Yeah, no, they don't. On lethal, they don't.
Time.
Oh, you fucker.
Oh, I keep remembering I only play on easy and I'm a scrub.
Jesus Christ.
Not enough. The Mongols have seen them, and their attack ships are faster.
All right, so we did it. Well, I say we this whole time. I'm trying to feel like I'm part of this run too. But really, Aeshmah did it. Totally cleared out the fort, obviously. So there's no other threat left whatsoever. Nobody can possibly climb the tower. So he's gonna man the hwachas and clear a route for Goro to get out.
Uncle.
Minigame time.
Wonderful pronunciation of hwacha. I'm glad you pronounced it right. I prefer to say hwacha like a whip cracking, but that's just me. Okay, honesty time, guys. How many times have you forgot to shoot one of the little boats? I think I've missed a boat like
often
8
enough.
times.
Often
I think
enough.
the archers are the ones that get me. That's
Like
the
this
last-
one right down there, you know, the one on the right. That's the one that I kind of tend to forget about sometimes.
So I want to point out
that's
that
the one.
when you mount the horse right away, the Uncle Lord Shimura, he's like, we're not supposed to use the enemy's weapon. This mission completely relies on you using the enemy's weapons, so no frickin' clue what Lord Shimura planned to do other than this. Like, what was he gonna do from up here? Just watch?
Yeah, that's the samurai way to do.
I believe you can blind shot these 3 boats that come out, like right after they spawn.
Yes, you can.
You can.
The Shogun's help. We did it.
I knew we
He's just strafe shooting.
You continue to prove the Mongols are not unstoppable.
You taught me to fight. I couldn't disappoint you.
And you never have.
So this is a nice sentimental part here. Lord Shimura, he gives us some very sweet, kind
My
words.
message to the Shogun included an announcement. I wish to formally adopt you as my son.
Aww.
Uncle.
He wants to be our daddy.
In my heart,
He wants to
you have
be,
always been the
he
heir
wants
to
to
my
be
legacy.
your father. He wants to adopt you, a grown-ass man. He wants to adopt you.
Official.
Not as good as Wind Daddy. I'm a Wind Daddy boy.
As their leader,
Wind Daddy is true daddy.
you will
At-
become their honorable.
At least Wind Daddy tells me where to go.
Right?
What
Wind
does
Daddy
Thor
never
ever do to me?
disappointed in us.
I hope I can serve them as well as you have.
Also, Wind Daddy sticks with you through everything.
We must finish up.
Samurai Daddy doesn't.
And he makes your darts OP. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can pierce armors. Yeah.
You just gotta take in 2
Wind
or
Daddy
3 inches of him every time you do it.
Exactly. Get out of here, Shimura. I got Wind Daddy.
As father and son, the Shogun himself will celebrate our victory. We will meet again soon. Until then, travel safely.
When Daddy is...
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So,
did we see any
by
golden
exactly
birds?
4 minutes now. Just keeping you informed.
Nice.
So if you notice, he does fast travel back to Lord Shimura's camp. That is why we tagged the camp. He tagged the camp on his way up to Omi Village. It was specifically for this and one other fast travel back, but this one obviously is the first one. It's the one that we opened it up. So that one little stop by the camp saves what, a good 2-3 minutes on the run, doesn't it?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you have to go all the way over here.
Closer to 5. Yeah, it's like 5 minutes. It is no joke.
I mean, you could fast travel to Yarikawa because you definitely have that, so I don't think it's just as much time. But still, you have to get from Yarikawa over to here, so yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
it's mostly bobbing and weaving through the bamboo that costs so much time, because you will get lost. Yeah. If you're wondering, the counterpart to Wind Daddy is Bird Mommy.
Oh, yeah!
Your mom is now the birds in the trees. So if you see a golden bird, that is your bird mommy.
It's a silly explanation, but I love that they put it in there, because they give a reason why you see these things, like the wind guides you and the birds guide you. That's your father and your mother.
We must resolve a new problem. My scouts
But what I think is really sweet is that Daisuke Tsuji, the voice actor for Jin Sakai, he also started streaming his first playthrough of the game here on Twitch, and he unironically referred to the wind and the bird every time as daddy and mommy, which is kind of funny to watch.
Excellent. Our lore checks out. Hashtag confirmed.
Exactly.
Do what you must.
I mean, yeah, it all makes sense now.
I mean, I think we can thank the developers of the game that this isn't a JRPG, because otherwise we would have RPG Jerkbird Mom, I guess.
Oh yes, RPG. Every JRPG, RPG. I mean, it is a JRPG, but it's not a JRPG.
Exactly.
Ooh, figure that out.
It's an action RPG.
No, it's the Japanese roly-poly ghost. You can abbreviate that to JRPG. That is why I thought of that in the first place, because I'm funny like that.
Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed.
I can't. Please understand.
I think we're pretty much done with Tumbleweed. We've only got two more spots of Tumbleweed. Gathering Storm and...
Part of the Jito, yes.
Part of the Jito, Gathering Storm.
No. Fate of Tsushima, my friend.
Yeah, Fate of Tsushima. I was getting there. I said 3.
He's got you.
I said 3.
Oh, we're a great community, folks. So this is all friendship banter. This is just how our friendship works. it works
insults.
for us. Oh,
thank you.
I mean, you can't be my friend if I can't insult you, right?
Right? You're not really friends unless you can insult each other. I've been telling people this forever.
My lord, listen to your sister, Taka.
So there's a really important plot point coming up right here, because as you may have gathered, we found out that Ryuzo is holed up in a fort near here, and Jin wants to go ahead and take care of business before we reclaim Castle Shimura. Where the hell's my horse? There's my horse. What are you doing over there? And neither Yuna nor Taka want to join him on this endeavor, so Jin goes at it alone. However, in just a moment here, Taka will actually catch up with us to create a diversion, so we don't have to fight as many Mongols in that fort that we are traveling to. But yeah, I guess we'll see how events unfold there.
Taka's a nice guy. I was about ready to get to that. I appreciate you.
I was first, just like I got the world record before you.
That's the no, I got the easy world record before you.
That's technically true. That's technically true.
That's the only thing I'm here for is lore.
I was the first, period.
That's
you
true.
were. Yes.
Yeah, and probably nobody will ever take that Act 1 any % record from you.
Well, now that's literally impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's been patched out. The only way to beat me is to be patched out.
Let us scout the fort.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a full reset. What's gonna happen?
Mongols. As if straw hats aren't bad.
So yeah, there are a lot of enemies in this fort, right? We definitely cannot ever hope to defeat all of these Mongols on our own. Never fucking ever.
But
You said we can save our home if we stand together.
and that was his plan too. He goes up there. There's like 3 dozen samurai or Mongols just hanging out in the fort. I'm gonna take them.
Thank God we have Taka to create a distraction for us, so we don't have to fight all of them. Thank God indeed.
Right back to camp as fast as you can.
I won't let you down.
Earlier we were talking about the community around Ghost of Tsushima. I just wanted to plug, if you're interested in learning the run or hanging out with other Ghost of Tsushima fans, there is a Ghost of Tsushima speedrunning Discord that you can join from the speedrun.com page under the resources tab, something like that. Or if you're learning the run and you literally have any question, I know I am more than willing to be badgered with questions at 8 hours at a time. So feel free to literally bombard me with questions until you are exhausted and fall asleep. So yeah, plug in John Shepard 104. Ask me all your speedrun questions.
Yeah, definitely go ahead and do that. John is very knowledgeable about that. And while he was talking, you just saw there, well, you know, we didn't actually need Taka's distraction. We just, well, ran straight through the camp, dropped a smoke bomb at the end and opened the door. So, well, thank you, Taka, for nothing.
And look who it is. Look who's hanging out here. It's dirty old Ryuzo.
Lord Sakai! Lord Sakai! Please, wake up!
Also, I would probably, wait, after this button press, take another quick bathroom break here. It's actually my favorite cutscene coming up, but for a wholly different reason than you might think. And I will get to that when I'm back. Just gotta mesh a button here real quick.
Try to get loose.
What a clickbait, also cliffhanger.
Right. See you in a minute.
Stay tuned for the one reason Aeshmah loves this cutscene you will not believe. Click on the follow button and then come back and you'll learn why.
So this cutscene actually made me want to make Arig. It's their fermented milk that they do. I make mead. I love making mead. It's a lot of fun. I want to try different fermentations of things. And so Arig, which is a fermented milk, I've seen this cutscene. No, I want to try that. I can't guarantee I'll enjoy it, but I kind of want to try it.
I am samurai.
No, you are more than.
So, how was it? Was it good?
I haven't done it yet. I've been too busy actually playing the game.
Sorry.
We will never.
You might have said that, but I just might be exhausted from lack of sleep. I'm sorry.
Your uncle.
So, things are happening. Don't want to talk too much over this scene because this is also kind of a important, powerful scene. You don't need Keanu to make a game good. I mean, it helps, but this game is already really good.
And I know what it's like to live in their shadow.
Sorry, but that game Keanu Reeves was advertising is actually really bad on PS4 and console, and it was a complete and utter failure, and I would rate it a 5 out of 10. And you can flame me on Twitter and Reddit for it. I'm willing to stand by that game, 5 out of 10.
Not us.
Yeah, it's quite buggy.
Came back right at the right time. So yeah, this exasperated sigh that Khotun Khan just did, I just love that. You know, like the frustration that he expresses with that. I just really love that.
And the character animation with it too, like they got the perfect eye roll, shoulders back. Like, are you freaking kidding me?
I love that scene. I mean, the whole performance of Khotun Khan in this scene is just top notch, man. I like that so much. Such a ruthless bastard.
Aeshmah, do you have a ghost dance queued up?
Nope.
For this?
Nope.
Oh my god, you're gonna do all the Ronins without a ghost dance?
Basically, until I get one.
Madman.
So Taka wants to prove he can fight. Spoiler: Taka can't fight.
Yeah. It's got a little headache here, I think.
Your friend died for you.
So we were talking about enemies having 1 through 3, 1, 2, and 3 level tiers depending on the color of their army. Well, there's a secret 4th tier that you will be shocked to learn about. It is the Ronin. They are the faster, buffer, hit harder, smarter. They're like the tier 4 enemies, and yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of them coming up. And Aeshmah doesn't have a ghost dance to just cheese through them, so it's really gonna push him to the limit here. I'm really excited to see this fight.
I hate the straw hats. I hate them so much.
Rightfully so, by the way.
Dead Taka, and his head just on the ground. Details, man. Details.
Kill them all.
Alright, Ellie, you can look again.
Alright, I'm gonna be quiet to let him concentrate on straw hats.
Straw hats are hard. They really are. I think they're one of the tougher enemies just because of how.
Oh, they are. They definitely are.
And blocking.
Eh.
It's got a sneak down really well.
Ghost sends now, dudes.
Well done. That was.
Oh, I got both of them with one strike. What?
Whoa!
I've never seen that.
Another marathon on that floor. Beautiful.
That was all of them.
Expertly handled. That was the best Ronin fight I've ever seen here.
To be honest, that was the best Ronin fight I've ever done.
Yeah, that's really good.
I know he's here.
I've
Really
never
good.
seen such successful sneaking in my life.
Where is he?
Me neither. Like, that was really fucking clean. Holy crap. That was the best that I've done this segment in, like, ever.
No.
Shuna, wait.
You got phase 2 coming up.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Why didn't he listen?
Not out of the woods just yet. It's still going on.
Yeah, there's some brutes in phase 2 mixed in with the Ronin. It's a deadly combination.
Hey, you know, it's Taka.
I think phase 2 boils down to how well Aeshmah is going to be able to use the exploding barrels to his advantage. I'm just calling it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Very environmentally savvy fight for sure.
He tried to make you proud.
Now, I don't know if you can get it in New Game, but can you get them clustered at the gate like you can in New Game Plus?
Not exactly. I mean, you can try, but you probably don't have enough black powder bombs to make use of that then anyway.
But he wanted to help.
So this game has all the feels. All the feels. Taka's dead. He was a good person. He helped out. He wanted to prove himself. He's dead now. Sad times.
I'm not leaving him.
Yeah, I think both the play on history that they did about the Mongol invasion of Japan, as well as the writing that they did for the story, makes this the best writing in a video game of 2020.
I agree. I did some research on the actual Mongol invasion of Japan after this
Why
game
would
came
you
out.
throw kunai at the dog, Jin?
Well, that's because the dog needs to get a stabby pokey in his face.
Oh, okay. Wave 2? Oh, they're coming. Wow. I hit one guy with that. Perfect. But I got good stance.
That was a very nice barrel. One shot.
I have seen this segment done 100 times, and this is incredible. This has got to be the biggest gold split ever.
Not done yet. See? Fucking dog.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
that's one enemy.
Yeah, that sucked.
Okay, we got phase 3 now, so let's just reload the checkpoint to have more barrels to use.
Pro strat.
Because if you reload the checkpoint here, the barrels respawn.
You know how that came about? The reload from checkpoint came about because I'm really bad at this. And I needed more barrels. And I feel bad.
You know what, just might as well.
Esperas says that the actual Mongol invasion of Tsushima Island did not have reloading barrels.
Okay.
So,
That's the last of them.
can
That
confirm.
was pretty good. I am really happy with that split.
That was a very good run. That was
I've
a good fight.
never done this
Except for the
this
dog
smooth.
bite.
I need to bury my brother.
I mean, one dog bite in that whole fight, and that was untoppable, essentially.
Yeah, so that's probably a split I'm never going to top. Well, except for that one dog bite. Maybe.
Yeah, just do that exact thing Aeshmah did without getting bit by a dog for your next gold split. Good luck. Have fun.
Yes, yes, indeed.
I swore I'd give him a good life. Keep him safe.
I mean, if we are talking about historical accuracy, as far as I know, the only things that are historically accurate is that, yes, the Mongol did invade Tsushima, and it basically ends there. I mean, there was no clan Sakai. Khotun Khan definitely wasn't on Tsushima. He wasn't leading that invasion.
No,
And,
like Khan that actually led the invasion.
I believe that the tsunami that destroyed the fleet at the end of the game actually occurred before they ever landed in real history.
Yeah, so when they went to
But, I
Hakata
mean,
and actually landed on the mainland, they got hit with a tsunami, and then they came back 3 years later and got hit with another tsunami, and that's when they just said, "All right, we're done. We're not trying again."
yeah, something like that.
Was Taka brave? At the end.
He was always brave.
but it's fantastic to see that Sucker Punch took the real life event and twisted it into this fantastic story. It's like a what if they actually landed and then they just went hog wild on it, and they did a great job. And
Exactly.
as somebody who really likes history, I can really appreciate that.
Okay, though that was an 18-second gold split. Take it.
Very good.
GG.
Very good.
But yeah, I think it's, you know, it's fair enough. I mean, it is a piece of fiction, this game, right? So that they took some liberties here and there with the story, I think that is fair enough. So I don't begrudge them of that in any way, shape, or form. upgrade am I
That's
missing?
totally historically accurate with timely historical plasma grenades and the grappling hook, yeah, and black powder bombs. And very historically accurate.
The black powder bombs and the hwacha were actually legit. Those were legit that were incorporated by the Mongol army.
I didn't know that.
The Chinese were using black powder at this time, and the Mongols adapted it when they conquered China.
Then we'll ride to meet your uncle together.
See, now staying up all night was worth it because I learned something. So thank you for sharing.
I'll see you again.
Yeah, they had the Chinese. They had this item called, I want to call it beehive, if I'm thinking about it correctly. But they were hexagonal arrow launchers, and you could stack them together, and they would look like a beehive. But it was the arrows would have little explosive packets on them and shoot via rocket. It was pretty cool.
I couldn't.
I'm sorry. Taka should be here.
He believed in you.
I mean, just following up on the chat right now. Yeah, I mean, they definitely took some liberties with the whole samurai honor code thing. You know, that whole Bushido thing that they were living by and whatnot. And they weren't as honorable as portrayed in this game. It's just, you know, the romanticization of the samurai in the West. So, yeah. They were basically as much dickheads as, you know, medieval lords in Europe and stuff like that.
Fun fact, the popular TV movie series Star Wars, the Jedis in the movie series of Star Wars are based on the samurai code.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think we've had this discussion in my chat at one point where we likened the Ghost of Tsushima characters to their Star Wars counterpart, just to have it the other way around. And it was lining up pretty well, actually.
We'd better not keep the Khan waiting.
I remember that, and I was like mind blown about how well you could plug in Star Wars characters into this game.
Yeah, it's pretty well.
I plugged Tom Cruise into this game myself. I could see him running off.
To be honest, I really liked the Last Samurai movie with him. I love that movie.
They needed something to believe in after the samurai were defeated.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cultures and a lot of games, movies that do romanticize the samurai ideal and whatnot, and they make it totally different than what it really was. There's a mission in this game where you behead some people, and they make it seem like it's this really big deal. Like, oh my God, you beheaded these people. How could you do that? The samurai were headhunters. They were a headhunter clan. In fact, it even got to a point where they would collect so many heads that instead of collecting heads, they would collect noses. And when they collected noses, they had to cut from the nose around the lips, so that way, if it was a male, they'd see the hairs from the mustache or lack thereof. And then they would present their heads after the battle as their trophies.
Yuna helped me escape. But her brother...
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know, when you say it like that, I think I like my video game Samurai better.
Yeah, I like these more vanilla samurai.
Yeah. And if you ever look at, now this would have been 600 years later, but if you ever look at like the Nobunaga times of Japan, where they were brutal.
Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, Godzilla probably caused those tsunamis to repel the Mongols so they couldn't invade Tsushima.
Hashtag confirmed.
There you go. There you go. That's where all the stories come from.
I want to destroy these islands. You filthy Mongols, stay out of that. Stomp, stomp.
Hey, we talked about that.
Samurai pride themselves on their honor code, but it also makes them rigid.
All right, so story.
Easy to break.
What we may or may not have, yeah, we did talk about it. After the Message and Fire mission, Lord Shimura says that he wants to adopt you, make you his son. We've got the Shogun's help now. Other samurais have arrived, and he says to the Shogun, has agreed to
We will take the Khan's
agreed to make you his son. So you are, after this mission, after this part, you're supposed to be basically the Lord Shimura's son. And we're gonna break his heart. We're gonna say no. We want Wind Daddy.
Spoilers!
Wind Daddy.
Alright, lots of battles coming up here as we try to retake Castle Shimura. Lots of fighting and stuff.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Ghost Dance, these fights would be almost unmanageable, as when you have a lot of enemies grouped up in lethal, it is really hard to juggle all the enemies attacking you. So,
Like that?
Like that, exactly. So, you know, we're going to see Aeshmah try to build up some Ghost Dances and get some free chain kills here to make this a little more manageable in an ideal situation.
Auto aim, please.
Yeah, we've talked about this. This is something in the game that's very hard when you're doing a sword fight. Your character does not lock on to an enemy. And I had made mention, like, I wish that would be a feature, and Aeshmah said it's actually intended to not be a feature. And it makes it very hard for the battles, because you start swinging, and then you're doing the last 3 moves, and you're not even facing an enemy.
It was a bit unfortunate there. I was trying to help Norio get up again because he was downed, but there was still an archer around who just shot me. Oh, come on.
Rude. What a rude dude.
So we've talked about how he wants to get into Ghost Dance and the implications of that, but we've not talked about how to actually get into Ghost Dance. You have to kill, I believe, 8 enemies in a row without getting hit to Ghost. 7? Is it 7? 7 enemies in a row without getting hit to get into Ghost Dance. And if you get hit once, that's it. You lose it all. There's a charm that you can get in New Game Plus that only takes away 1, which would be helpful if we needed that build.
That would be super helpful here, but, you know, New Game Plus.
Yeah. No go on this one. So he's got to try to get the 7 kills. There's people that are generally easier to kill to kind of bring that up, but
Where did that guy come from?
Well, he came from over there.
Normally, if you're playing casually on lethal, it is not die in 1 hit. It's because this is a speedrun setting and we have not done all the shrines and things to upgrade our health. So yeah, this is more like an artifact of speedrunning where 1 hit equals death. Usually you can have a much bigger health bar in a casual.
Come on now. And this is how I lose time in this game.
Yeah, death's common at all times.
You know, just wanted to show off the actual difficulty of this run. Because it's been going well so far.
Right?
Yeah, I've said it a couple of times. Aeshmah's swordplay this game up to this point has been stellar and like beyond immaculate. And this episode here just really shows you how well he's been playing. I know he makes it look easy, but it is not easy.
So this area here, this fight region, is the only time you actually really have to fight in this conquest. Once you take this first area, the rest of it's just run and try not to die. You then get to mount a Hwacha, which you get to use on all the enemies very effectively. So that first part is the only part that's really, really tough and difficult. He still has to avoid archers here, because a good snipe will ruin his day. But the hard part for this...
come on.
Well, as I say that, this is over.
The fucker! He shot me through the window.
I have never seen someone get shot through the window before. What? Oh, there's another first for your speedrun marathon bingo cards. Where has that happened outside of marathon? Yeah.
So we're showing Daddy Shimura that we are not samurai material. We use poison and then we behead one of the generals, and we call them all cowards. And yeah, Lord Shimura is not happy with us. He says, "Hey, you know that's not how we do the things." Yeah, that's gonna be how we do the things, though. Spoiler.
Bad Jin Sakai, bad. He's acting more like...
Also, I really like that even though we killed that leader in a cutscene, we still get the credit to what the next stands from him. That is really thoughtful programming there.
I'm coming with you.
Stay close. Hold your position.
I didn't want to do that game, but okay.
So now he's got to mount the Hwacha, and this is kind of a shooting gallery here. It's pretty nice. You just kill everything you see.
Yeah, what's really fun is these archers have a penchant for knocking you off the ladder.
Yep.
So sometimes you can just get stuck in like a semi-infinite loop of getting on the ladder to go up and getting knocked off, and it just don't stop, and they can ruin your time.
Like that one Chumbawamba song, you know. You get knocked down, pick it up again, nothing again to down, I get knocked down, knock it up again. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was something in the 90s or so, I think.
Yeah.
Remember the 90s?
I think so.
90s? That was a long time ago, man.
Don't get me started.
Listen, I'm an old man. I went through all the 90s. Most of the 80s.
Also, if it wasn't apparent up until now, yes, all three of us are a little bit older, I guess.
Ain't no spring chickens.
Which
is why these overnight runs they're more impressive, I feel, because we're old. We don't have the stamina of you young whippersnappers. So trying to stay up all night for a video game is
I think none of us are in their 20s anymore, right? All got the big fat 3 in front of it.
Nope.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, we're old enough to potentially remember the first speedruns.
Even old people can speedrun this game, guys. 3 world records for all the 20-year-olds among us.
Back in the 90s, there were some speedruns. They were mostly like filmed on VHS tape on an arcade cabinet machine. Because back in the day, then, really the only games speedrun were the arcade games that you would find at the Quarter Arcade. Which is weird because we had games like Final Fantasy VII out, but no one thought, you know, maybe we could speedrun Final Fantasy VII. That took like a good 7-8 years to come around.
Speedrunning was a thing, but it wasn't a popular thing. Nerds weren't a thing back in the day. We weren't accepted, so we didn't have this sort of culture. It's really great, kind of getting way off topic of the run, but like, this sort of thing never existed when we were young. There was no video game culture. There was either nerds or jocks.
Yeah, it was basically like the only speedruns were like who could get to level 99 in Pac-Man the fastest. That was the only one I remember in the 90s, and it was on the VHS tape. And Millie Mitchell, yep.
Look at
We
that.
had Justin.tv and
Break through that gate! Lord Sakai! We will fire on them from above!
Yuna! We need your bow!
we remember when memes were a picture of a cat or a baby with like a line of sentence at the bottom.
Yeah. So
Oh
this
yeah,
is
the wizard movie with the power glove. It's so bad.
this is kind of a powerful moment right here.
Yeah.
This is a point where Jin is seeing that his method is better. But you know, Lord Shimura is very stubborn. And again, F's in chat for the horses.
Horses! Also, it doesn't matter if you shoot the horses here or not. They will just explode on themselves. There's nothing else you can do about this.
Sent them to die. For nothing.
We must
That was the first time I saw that. It was like, holy cow! They just lit a bunch of horses on fire and blew them up. That's rough.
I cried. I will admit I cried when the horses blew up. It was too much for me to handle the first time. But you know, after seeing enough, I kind of don't do that
You've been
anymore.
desensitized.
There is another way.
John just doesn't care anymore.
I don't care anymore. I've seen him blow up 100 times.
John is now just dead inside to all of this.
I know. The first time I bawled my eyes out for like 10 minutes. Now it's nothing.
There's still a lot more fields coming up, though.
Oh yeah. Oh, split. Horse genocide simulator. I don't know if I would go that far.
I mean, there's some pretty sad horse deaths in this game.
The Mongols are on the defensive.
I mean, there's been 2 in the last 20 minutes.
Sent our men to die.
Oh, no, now you reminded me of the horse death coming up. Oh, that one made me cry.
Spoilers!
Find a way past the bridge.
I didn't
Spoilers!
spoil
Don't
it.
talk about future things.
An act of terror.
We don't know what's happening yet. We've
Alright.
never seen this before.
I believe this is the first Ghost of Tsushima speedrun demo in a speedrun marathon.
It is.
Yeah.
Fight with honor.
All y'all don't know about this stuff.
Nobody knows this game.
Suffer.
If you've not played this game, you should play this game. If you can't afford to go buy this game so you can play this game, there's a lot of runs out there that has a full play. Watch them. It's so good.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like to pay full price of games, but I will say this is one of the games where I recommend it's worth it at full price. It's a fantastic experience.
Do keep in mind, though, that all 3 of us might be a little bit biased toward the game, just a little bit.
Just a touch.
Just slightly. I've got like 2,600 hours of playtime in this. Just slightly biased.
2,600 hours.
This game has your horse murder capita requirement filled.
How much wolfsbane can you find in the next?
Watching the speedrun changed me from not wanting to play at all to wanting to play a whole lot. Well, yeah, that's just really good. That is why we are here.
Yay!
That is exactly the behavior that we want to encourage you.
Watch the Khan choke on his own blood.
Your uncle's going to find out.
Let's see. I played this game 300 hours a month for what has it been? 5 months, so 1,500. Yeah, it wasn't quite 26, more like 15.
Let's do it, man. 1,500 hours. Holy crap! Jesus.
It's a good video game.
It
is
on you, sir. So, what's happening right now? This is another turning point. Well, I can't really say a turning point. This is just a continuation down the path of
Ghost armor hype.
Yay! Becoming
Oh, that's a good armor.
Uncle doesn't want you to be. Basically, Uncle is saying that we're going to repair the bridge and they're going to attack again. And you, being Sneaky Ninja Ghost Man, you want to sneak in and poison them and, you know, just murder them in their sleep. So you basically sneak out. That's what you're doing. You're going to sneak in there and you're going to find a way to poison everybody and save the day, really.
I have to admit, I was so sad when we initially routed the speedrun and the ghost armor didn't get used at all. And I was so glad when we then routed New Game Plus and we use it all the time because it looks so good when it's upgraded.
You also get really good buffs with ghost armor that do have some utility.
Yep.
Yeah, in New Game Plus, ghost armor is the primary armor. It has a terror benefit, and when you get all the charms because of New Game Plus, you make a terror build with the ghost armor. It is very powerful armor.
It's very satisfying to see all the enemies flee in terror and you don't actually really fight anything anymore. They're just so afraid of you, they run away. So satisfying.
You've become the ghost.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Yeah, maybe the Mongols should have called the Ghostbusters. Yeah, maybe they would have held that.
That was clear. Now look for a way to poison all of them.
Prompt, please.
Garden path. Light defenses. Plenty of cover.
Yeah, so the idea to do these sneaky stealth kills that he's doing, sometimes they can be a little bit hard to get as you're charging at an enemy. Sometimes the assassination doesn't always show up, and so you miss it, and it kind of stinks. But he did really good assassinating everybody there. It can add a few seconds in a 7-hour run. That's not too big of a deal, but it does add up.
Yeah, that's true. It's really the little things in this run that can just add up over time. So we got a big ass Mongol camp going up. What the hell are we going to do to get through that?
Now to reach their
feast. It's going to be the return of our favorite samurai.
Whoa, nice route through the courtyard, Aeshmah. I have never seen someone take that route.
Thank you.
That's like the route. What are you talking about? Yeah. That's the only route.
I'm outdated.
That's what
we used to do. It was called the nailing the sweet spot back in the day, where we would jump off the rope, one section of rope earlier to this very specific spot where none of the enemies would spot you. Then we'd roll up to the crack in the wall. And we did that for like months. And I've never seen someone go across the second rope and then just jump down over the tent to the crack. That's new to me. And yeah, way easier than what we did.
So we found our way in.
A name for it.
We poisoned the water hole, so to speak, and now we're just waiting for all the Mongols to drink the fermented poison. It's pretty great.
I like to think that the milk is just spoiled and the Mongols can't take it.
There you go. Yes, we didn't poison them. It was bad milk.
Right. Iraq gone bad.
There can be complications in the fermenting process. Maybe it wasn't our fault at all.
Another reason why I don't drink alcohol. Thanks for scaring me off it, guys.
So, just to remind you, I'm inside there with a full ghost stance, right? That icon is blinking. I could use it. But once I get into, this fight here.
Where's the Khan?
Oh, it's definitely worth buying the game.
The road north.
Yeah, Jen. Definitely. It's a really good game.
Buy buy for full price. It's worth it, and take screenshots as you play with the photo mode and blow up Twitter with them and get all your friends to play it.
So here we have Ryuzo. He is he's being effectively, as some people like to call, well, I'm not going to say it because I don't know if we want to keep it completely PG-13, but it starts with a B. And he's like, hey, just tell them that I was your spy on the inside. Don't leave me hanging like this, Jin. And yeah, no, we're not going to let that slide.
After everything you've done!
So the gimmick with this fight is in the first fight, Ryuzo essentially had Stone Stance level 2. And in this fight, Ryuzo essentially has Stone Stance level 4, which makes the Stone Stance animations faster, is the gimmick they went for. So it's essentially what we saw the first time we fought Ryuzo, but now everything he does is going to be about a fifth faster animation-wise.
That explains so many things.
You're
John,
welcome.
once again, with his
I have
overanalysis.
analyzed everything.
I mean, I've noticed that
They
his
have gone
attack
too deep
patterns.
into the game.
I've noticed that his attack patterns changed. Yeah, so no ghost dance here. I can't use it. As you can see, it's grayed out. Up. Up.
So yes, the face animations are really good. They did an amazing job.
Holy crap,
with
that first
character
face.
animations in this game.
Jesus Christ.
You see a lot of emotion in their face for sure.
What? I just pressed the circle button without a direction, so he didn't dodge. That was totally on me.
You can still get a perfect sidestep without pressing a direction. If you got the perfect timing, you would have spun in a circle under the sword.
Alright,
If you had
Ryuzo
perfect
gone bad.
timing, we wouldn't have seen reload checkpoint. Just saying.
You should have surrendered.
Been a while since I died. I was up for 1, or 2, or 3.
Oh wait, do you have perfect sidestep, or do you have to spend the skills?
You have to spend the skill points for that. It's the last in the dodge tree.
Oh,
You won't stop me, Ryuzo.
shows you how much we've been playing New Game Plus, folks.
Yep.
Everything's handed to you in New Game Plus. You've already got everything. Everything's maxed out. Great.
Oh, I didn't know to use Stone Stance game. Fucking hell. Ah.
Yeah, they make you switch it here. They don't just suggest it. If you are not using the right stance, they make you switch it. And I don't think it's just once either. I think it does it any time that you go against an enemy and you're swinging ineffectively against him.
Did you guys see that? What did he do? He changed attacks midway through. What?
I believe it's because you attacked him while he was mid pumping his fists up in the air. It changed his AI once the attack started and his fist got to his body level.
Cancel his fist bump.
I also have
Yeah,
never seen
you
him
essentially
fist
canceled
pump
his
during a
fist
fight. Never seen him do that.
Goodbye, Ryuzo.
It happens sometimes.
Oh well.
He's trying to talk, by the way, Aeshmah. He's trying to do a line of dialogue, but you keep canceling it over and over again. So
During the cutscene or during the fight?
that's the
What?
during the fight.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna
So
say,
Ryuzo,
how am I canceling his line there?
yeah, Ryuzo has lines of dialogue he wants to speak mid-fight where you're supposed to back off and not attack him. But if you're really
yeah.
good at swordplay,
I
you
mean,
could
that
just
is
cancel his dialogue over and over.
that is basically true for every duo, right? Like between each phase, they have this little dialogue that you want to get through.
Yeah, but listening to dialogue slow, so we just cancel it over and over again.
Right.
Until
Right.
they stop.
So this is bringing us to the end of chapter 2, Act 2. All we got to do now is, well, a few little things.
The castle is
So that was a very good Act 2. GG on that, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
You died a couple times, but I mean, still did really good.
for them.
Is this how you want to be remembered?
I mean, you already got Act 1 world record, so this is all just gravy on top, right?
You are acting like the enemy.
So if everything goes right, we should be done in about 1.5 hours, I want to say, from now.
Which will be perfect time.
It depends on how the final boss goes.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, trying to tell the organizers that we might finish this one early, so that they might contact the next runner.
Renounce the ghost.
Unless you guys want to fill the time slot.
Well, it's a good thing with us early. The previous was late. I mean, we may average it out.
Yeah, we're not through this yet. We still have the end of Act 3 to get through, so, you know, don't hype it up too much, but you could finish early. That's what I'm trying to say here.
And yes, Red, we are that good. And by we, I do mean all of us. This isn't just Aeshmah playing. I mean, we're all this amazing.
Exactly. And that is exactly why you guys should go ahead and what's the command again? Am I typing that right? Nope, I'm not. Unless that command is wrong.
Yeah, it looks like the command is wrong because it worked. Right names. By the way, we just broke Uncle's heart. He's like, we're supposed to do this as father and son. He's, I'm not your son!
So I tried to give my commentators a shout out here, but I think the command is wrong. Anyway, go ahead and give John Shepard 104 and the Wicked Viking, you can see their names over the stream there, a follow. Because they've been commentating like bosses over here. So I can actually go ahead and concentrate on the gameplay.
And may I add, the Ghost of Tsushima cast we have here between Asha, Wicked, and I, we have the best propaganda on Twitch.
Got Allie in here too. She's in chat, hanging out. She's been hanging out the whole run. She's our Discord mod and our speedrun board mod. So good on her as well. We got basically the community here.
Right, she got the community rolling.
She had, yeah, she literally has watched our runs for probably hundreds of hours at this point, and yeah,
I mean, she
couldn't
basically
be,
has to
where we are without her.
Exactly. It would be nowhere.
I wouldn't even know these.
Would be a Ghost of Tsushima less speedrun wasteland.
And nobody wants that. Nobody.
Exactly.
So we've been imprisoned. We told Uncle, we said, hey, we're the ghosts. We're going to stand for what we did. We're not going to cower. We're not going to run. But then Kenji shows up, and he's like, hey, I think you need to cower and run. So that all changes real fast.
Then you deserve it, my lord.
Also, another reason why I shouldn't drink alcohol. Look at this guy. He's a guard, and he leaves his post to go drink some booze.
What does it look like? Let's go.
I'm also going to say, no spoilers, but sad moment ahead.
Nah.
For sadness, don't look. I'll tell you when it's
ship you to the Shogun for judgment. The orders just came through.
All the sads. All the feels.
We need you, Lord Sakai. Yuna needs you.
Where is she?
Up north, tracking the Khan in the frozen wastes. She has your sword. She's waiting for the ghost.
Forgive me, Uncle. Find Masako, Norio, and Sensei Ishikawa. Get them to Omi.
The only cutscene that made me cry harder than when the plate fell in Final Fantasy VII coming up. If you're weak of heart, yeah, come back in like 20 minutes.
I had the most feels, in-game feels. I also want to point out that Kenji tells you that Yuna has your sword.
Thank you.
Remember that you literally just handed her your sword before you got captured.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind as we move forward here.
She has my sword. Nothing else of interest.
Nothing else. And no way she could have gotten anything else either.
Exactly.
You know what really sucked was when we were routing at the beginning and we didn't have roly-poly samurai skip. I watched the horse cutscene like I've played 40 times while I was figuring
Oh,
out the
yeah.
best sneaking route
Oh,
down to the
God.
tree.
Oh, God.
It
Saddest
was
of days.
brutal.
Dying inside.
Okay.
Okay,
Spoilers.
everybody. Get your
Look away.
tissues ready. Get your tissues ready. It's coming. It's coming.
The hardest part to watch on Twitch. This is going to be the saddest moment on Twitch. I don't, for the week at least.
Yep. Be strong, everyone. Be strong.
All the Fs. Everyone get Fs in chat right now. Just start with the Fs.
We have to reach Kin. Yuna's waiting for us.
I actually don't think so. I think this is way worse. Oh.
Yeah, this is worse than Taka.
If you play this game casually, you have spent so much time riding around the landscape and doing stuff that watching this is like heart-rending.
And you tell your
Like-
horsey, you'd like, we're gonna ride in a meadow one day together.
I mean,
One
even
day
the
we'll get
music.
through all this.
Just listen to the music for a second here.
The way they portray the horse suffering, oh my goodness. I'm not crying, you're crying. Alright, we're all crying.
Yeah, very brave of Sucker Punch to actually take something away from the player that they've earned and used. Now, a lot of video game producers like to make video games where something so significant is taken away from you, just like that.
Cut to
I'm gonna start
ads.
crying. Oh my god.
Cut to ads. I can't watch this. Cut to the ads.
It really is. I mean, this run is 5.5 hours in, but casually, this is the end of Act 2. This is 30 plus hours in for a good casual play. This hurts, man. This hurts.
Yep, I'm crying. God damn this cutscene. Oh my
And
god.
fun fact, if you speedrun this game, you have to watch this scene every time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, this is why Game Plus. I don't want to see this anymore. I know what happens. I just skip it.
Also, I like how the
No,
how the
I disagree, 'cause
objectives
it doesn't
in the
say
acts just get more desperate. You know, like Act 1 was just rescue Lord Shimura, Act 2 was reclaim Castle Shimura, and Act 3 is just kill the Khan. You know, end it. This is the end.
well, I mean, that's it. You're like, all right, we're gonna save our island. All right, we're gonna save our island, and then it's like, all right, fuck it, this guy's gotta die.
Yep. Alright, Act 3. This is the shortest act in the game out of the 3 of them. So we are starting to close in on the end of this run and of this game. But like I said, we still got a good hour and a half left on the run, so don't go anywhere just yet.
Right, and casually,
The
this is
hype
where
is
the game
hour.
really does open up quite a bit. So even though in the speed run it's the fastest chapter, there is quite a bit to do in this chapter in casual. So it just seems fast
Yeah,
because
the difficulty spike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a very brutal difficulty spike, even on lower difficulties. You're just like not prepared for it. You come into Act 3 devastated, and all of a sudden everything starts attacking you smarter and faster and harder. It's a really tough act.
So fun times ahead.
From his mouth smells like wolf's bane. The Mongols learned how to make
So Khan has gone north, destroying this wonderful town in his path. You don't really get too much of it, but we're starting to
Also,
discover
notice here that we just got poisoned by our own poison. We are literally puking blood. Doesn't stop us from just rolling around though.
Right. Right, and again, Jin is Superman. He can fall from high heights. He can take an explosion to his face, poison to his kidney. He keeps going. I mean, even the arrow alone, that's shattering a few ribs.
Is that you?
But once again, our savior, our hero Yuna, comes in. I don't know where she came from or how she found us, but there she is.
The thing that I find really funny is, before Jin basically lost consciousness, he was walking on that plank, you know, into that storm. And if you go back to that point in the game, you will actually notice that he was walking onto a very small island. So how the hell was Yuna able to get him off there?
Before they burned the town, I saw families lying in pools of blood.
I've not looked into it that deeply.
Well, Yuna was there because the original plan was Yuna was going to meet Jin at the giant tree, and then I'm assuming she arrived to see the Mongols there, so she tried to pick an inconspicuous point to wait for Jin and catch him.
Yeah,
as he
but
came to meet up,
you can only get off that island by you can only get off that island by swimming. So,
She had a raft ready. Don't you judge?
Of course, she was prepared. Gotcha.
So now that you're full healed, you go over to this treasure chest, and lo and behold, everything that you once had is in that treasure chest. So somehow Yuna not only got your sword when you handed it to her, but she took every piece of armor and weaponry that you had and stashed it for you. What a gal.
Sheltered, defensible.
Well, as we recover from the saddest cutscene of 2020, I mentioned we have a really fun fight coming up where we get to see some cool explosions and some cool graphical effects they added. So look forward to that.
I escaped. The castle guards fired on.
The only time in the run I believe that you can actually destroy part of the environment.
Might be true, yeah.
Correct, yes. Other than obviously doing the war camps that are like ammo camps and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. Remember casually playing this game?
Remember side missions?
Oh my god.
Instead of fighting each other.
Why did you surrender to your uncle?
If I didn't give myself up, everyone who followed me would have attacked.
Honest to goodness, when I was doing my casual New Game Plus run, you know, to set up a save file so I can speedrun New Game Plus, it felt so awkward to do the side missions again. You know, because nothing was planned out, you were just doing stuff and it just didn't feel optimal and whatnot. It was like a very strange experience.
It's very frustrating trying to cutscene skip casually in New Game Plus and not knowing where the skips were on the script. That annoyed me to heck.
If we kill the Khan and drive the Mongols out, is there a chance your uncle
and then finding like unskippable cutscenes in the side missions. Ooh.
Oh, really?
That really got my goat. Yeah.
Oh god.
Especially Ishikawa. Ishikawa had a lot of unskippable cutscenes.
Oh no.
In his, side tales.
Won't change who I am.
He thinks I corrupted you.
I made my own choices. Even knowing what they've cost me, I'd make them again.
Yeah, you know, this game would be so much easier if Yuna could just summon Bahamut to take care of the Mongols. I mean, seriously, Yuna, what are you doing?
Right, gentlemen,
Please,
I will be right.
please summon Bahamut.
My copy.
I'll go to the temple with you.
There's a fishing camp on the lake. We could
Ooh,
scout the
that
temple grounds.
we're talking Bahamut. Like, have you seen the new Bahamut route on the FF10 speedrun? So satisfying to see Bahamut just punching everything. So nice.
I think it wasn't this marathon, right? They showed that off,
Or frozen lake.
wasn't it?
Maybe. I don't know.
I remember watching a Final Fantasy X
somebody
speedrun. I
linked the
just
schedule.
can't remember much of it at the moment. I mean, they even had a race yesterday, I think, between 3 runners. Couldn't watch all of it though.
Oh, they did. They had a 3-way Final Fantasy X race between Shadowa, Christianarium, and Enkaran. And yeah, definitely with a 9:45 estimate, that was a PC Bahamut route. I can tell just by the time. I kind of like Final Fantasy.
Kinda. It says. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit slow.
I may or may not have run that game.
What are you doing over there, you
Maybe I
dumb Mongol dude. What was he doing
So
over
I
there?
believe he actually came over from the other encounter. So there's two groups of Mongols that have two encounter zones here, and occasionally you can have a Mongol from the first encounter group walk into this encounter group, and they change groups. It's really fun. Sometimes you get a patrol of 3 dudes from the other encounter zone into this one, and that's 3 guys you gotta take.
Let's bring them to us.
Okay, are you guys ready for a bit
really
of
rare.
Mongols on ice?
Divide and conquer.
Because that's basically what we're going to play now.
Yes. Big about it.
Come on, get back to you.
You might not be ready for big bada booms on ice.
I mean, the Mongols are coming, and we are on ice, so it's the Mongols on ice, right? Ooh, a fun little dance routine here.
Yeah.
I will never understand why all of them just cramp around those explosives. Like, if I were them, I would take a wide walk around that. But, okay, whatever floats your boat, guys.
It's so satisfying to hit those specific barrels because
Oh, yeah.
it's the only spot
It
where
is.
you can actually blow up part of the environment.
Hey, alright, I'm back.
Well, you missed big bada boom. Oh, unfortunate.
I came back and saw some fire, though, so I didn't completely miss it.
Follow me.
Just the warlord and his guards. Make him suffer.
Just like the Queen in Alice in Wonderland. Off with his head.
Yeah. Did she get ghost stands as well, though?
I'm not sure. I know people are afraid of her. Probably. She does have quite the terror bill.
True.
So I know we mentioned this earlier, but I'd love to explain things. So when you slaughter, you get a full ghost dance gauge, and we use that here to our advantage to get the free kill on the big Mongol brutes with the shields. As if you don't insta-kill them, they take a long time to kill. Okay.
Also notice that the Mongols' armor now changed. It's more greenish, and that means that we are now upgraded to the highest tier of Mongol guards. You know, these yellowish, greenish skirts and stuff.
Yeah, they hit harder, they act faster, and they have a bit of a smarter AI, but
I think we'll be safe.
it may not even be worth mentioning they hit harder because you'll die in one hit anyway.
Yes. As has been true for the whole game so far.
And I chose mine.
Hit harder. You mean there was a soft
Khotun
setting?
studied Lord Shimura's tactics. He knows how to break an army of samurai.
I have the soft
Doesn't
setting
have to defend
on my
against us.
playthroughs. I like the easy.
Make him hurt.
Easy as you live through.
For everyone.
Hit points matter there.
Well, they do have the reaction time buff setting. Make it so you have longer to hit your parry windows. That's kind of like a soft setting. But only on easy.
Yeah, we get none of that on lethal.
Yeah. Once I hit normal, I didn't have my free
Cosmo
reaction
investigate
time
all
buff.
sides.
I was like, wow,
chance
this
can be
game's actually
destruction
quite challenging.
or lure.
Oh no, I was right.
Jin, over here.
Lord Sakai!
We could use the old road from Omi up through Fort Kaminodake. Only problem is it's held by Mongols. You need help to drive them out. I know.
Well, apparently Jin was captured for about a few weeks or even months, so you know, it kind of makes sense that this region is wintry, but yeah, you're totally right. The rest of the island should be covered in snow as well, if that were the case.
Lead them to strike the fort from the south. I'll attack.
Yeah,
from
the north is snow.
with your
North is snow. That's how maps work.
Also true.
Yes. Be careful, you know.
You too.
I believe this upcoming section is where you have to wait for Yuna a long time as she passed to an armorer.
No,
Is
that's
that right now, or
before
That's not
Eternal Blue Sky.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's
All
quite a
right.
few before that.
Hey, there's the horse.
This is where we go and find her hunter friends.
Exactly, Takeshi's
Right,
castle.
right.
Everybody, we're going to Takeshi's castle now. Hope you remember that.
Don't get eliminated.
Oh god, I see patrol. I see patrol. That's bad. That's bad. Don't see me. Not even here, guys. Alright, made it.
Okay. Success.
So navigating Act 3 is actually quite challenging because everything is this white forest that we are about to ride into, and it's really hard to get your bearings to know if you're still going in the right direction. So it's gonna be fun.
Markers are definitely your friend. Let Wind Daddy guide you. So where we're at in the story right now, we've taken Jogaku Temple, that is now our base of operations for the Ghost. Yuna was discussing we need to bring our people from Yarikawa, the people that support us. We need to bring them to the north so we can hunt the Khan. So what we have to do now is we have to take this castle that apparently is very important. Yuna and her people are going to attack from the south, and us and this group of hunters are going to attack from the north simultaneously. And it's quite a fun little segment. I imagine it's probably not nearly as fun on New Game as it is on New Game Plus. But that's just the nature of the beast.
It's a thing that we have to do, I guess. So up there is Takeshi's castle.
I remember pathing. The run up this hill, and it was a large deliberation on if you want to take the right side or the left side, and timing it over and over again, as I could not seem to ride my horse the same line twice. It was so aggravating, but we ended up on the left side, as it is slightly faster.
Also, I think I
Yeah.
kind of lied
Takeshi's
because this is
castle.
Takeshi's camp and not his castle, but oh well. First, you let us check out.
I'm Jin Sakai.
I mean, any hardcore fan of Takeshi's Castle will call it Takeshi's Castle.
The pass to Omi.
Exactly.
Open the way, and I can't do it alone.
Memes, man, memes.
Sounds dangerous.
I thought you were an expert hunter, leader of the best archers in the prefecture.
Is that what Yuna told you?
She thinks you care enough to fight. Is she wrong?
So I remember all the times I went down from the camp and turning the wrong way, and ending up on the wrong side of the mountain. Ooh, that one gets me. It's hard to tell where you're going when everything is the same snow-white color.
Yeah, definitely.
Very disorienting.
Like, if you ride through this area of the game in sunny in-game weather, you are getting blinded. It is that aggressively white. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, as we mentioned back in Act 1, if you remember all the way back then, the horse rides are one of the hardest things about learning the run. As the optimal horse lines, you literally have to remember this tree is here, that bush is there, that flower is here, and you have to remember a long series of these things in order to get the ride route down. And as it used to be a 7.5-hour run before New Game Plus, remembering all of these long sequences of little tiny graphical things to orient yourself is quite challenging. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Someone mentioned you have to remember, like, you drift 25 degrees to the right or 45 degrees to the right around this tree or that bush. That's pretty intense part of the routing as well.
But you just get used to it after a while.
That hitting roll as you land is extremely precise. I wouldn't call it frame perfect, but essentially the longer you fall, the more precise your roll input has to be as you land. So taking the long jump like that takes a lot of skill on the timing of the roll.
But then again, this is basically the last riding section of the game, so it's all you have to remember.
Thankfully, yeah, it is. I remember back before they patched in the ability to roll after longer falls, like you just saw back in patch 1 or 1.1 through 1.4, I believe. That jump he just did would have been too far to get a roll as you landed, but back then we also had a different exploit where if you timed an attack on super long falls, you had an invincibility as you landed. So the strats changed, so now you can take the super long fall and just take a really precise roll input. Before, we would take the long fall and have a super precise attack.
You know what? I didn't know that.
Let's plan our tech.
You can see inside from over
Yeah, it was a patch thing. It's a lot better now.
Guess I started playing after the patch then.
The bulk of our force should go there.
This is one place where you can, I don't know if they patched it out, but you can phase through a wall. If you jump down to just before the shed, you can damage boost through the wall. It has absolutely no use in a speedrun setting at all, as it doesn't help you do anything. It's just, you know, a weird artifact of code that myself and one other runner had experienced, where we would jump down and screw up our jumps. And we would encounter this strange phase through the wall. At least 2 of us did.
You gotta love that leader slaughter. Insta ghost stance. And this you really need it. There's a lot of shield guys here.
That's pretty much a lot of everything here.
Yeah, this is a big fight. There's quite a few fights, and your friends don't do much to help you.
So what I'm trying to do here is trying to get to the edge of the fight, just so I can face my assailants like one-on-one head-on, instead of, you know, having to watch every which way. Didn't quite work out though, I guess.
You could literally jump off anything to anywhere and break the fall damage
come on
before patch 1.4.
Ah.
If the enemy sees me, take them down.
Understood.
Guess we gotta do it again. Oh. See me, please. Yeah, it's always really heartbreaking when you get killed at the end of an encounter, or even if only in the middle, because you have to go through all of that again. But sometimes it just happens.
There are a ton of enemies here, and they're mostly tier 3 versions of the units in yellow and blue and green.
The hell on.
So we're giving Aeshmah some silence to do some focus time here, as this is a brutal section.
Indeed it is. It's quite rough.
Interesting thing is, normally I die in the fight after this one, not in this one. So that never happened before.
Yeah, I think on the easier difficulties, I know on easy, if you die, you come back with more resolve. I know that doesn't happen in the other versions.
Funny fact is, on lethal, if I were to pick up a bomb now, because I can, and I would reload the checkpoint, that pickup will not respawn, so that would be gone forever. Which is another really beautiful thing about lethal. Ow!
Oh, no.
Come on! I couldn't roll away because I was stuck in the killing animation. Jeez.
If the enemy sees me, take
All right, this is getting stupid now.
We're having a bad time. If you try to kill instead of roll, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, definitely will have a bad time.
And as you just saw, if you are in the middle of a killing animation, you cannot block or parry or dodge roll, so there was nothing that could be done in that situation.
And also you might have noticed that the number of enemies and what they are doesn't change, but where they are changes. Like, one of the tries had the two big guys right where I jumped in, and this time they were all the way in the back here. No, you're not getting me with that again.
You'll see this this theme of having the same enemies in random locations in the same encounter zone throughout the game.
What?
They wanted, I'm assuming they wanted to make some RNG about the encounters in the game, but they didn't want to lose their game balance. So I theorized that they did it that way for that
He
reason.
pushed me into the tent and then I couldn't dodge his attack. Oh my god!
I got
Those
something for you.
Sneaky Mongols! Well, I think at least our audience does get a little bit of the taste of the difficulty in this game there. It was about time, I think.
Three guys on the horses. You can let the three guys on the horses ride all the way out of the camp, and then they leave the encounter zone.
Really?
That will help.
You're telling me that now?
Yeah, once they leave the encounter zone. Oh. Sorry, it is 7 a.m. where I am at.
No worries, dude. No worries.
5 hours.
But I honestly didn't know that.
So, yeah. It might help a little to let them just ride out of the camp. Once they're outside the encounter zone, they're treated as a different encounter and they won't aggro into the fight.
It's just these sword dudes that are giving me really hacking time at the moment. Don't you dare. Oh, of course, he's on top. Well, at least we're at the end of this now.
Huzzah!
I hope. They're just plinking away at his shield. We'll have to leave that. Okay, we got through it.
See, I knew you'd get through it on this one because John gave you the pro strats and let the other people out.
The Mongol kind. The woodcutters must have resisted them.
Let's kill every
I
bastard.
wasn't
So a new game
100%
plus at this
sure
spot
if
right
it was
here.
part of the strat.
Ambush them when they come through. Hide.
In New Game Plus at this spot right here, for some reason, there's a group of enemies off to the right that
Oh yeah, they respawn sometimes, yeah.
and it'll really throw off this entire section because this is supposed to be like a wait and ambush, but because there's those other people on the side, it becomes okay, everything just fights.
Do you skip a cutscene at that point? Because I don't know if you knew this, but skipping a cutscene is the same as reloading a checkpoint in the game logic.
Really, guys?
So if you skip a If you skip a cutscene, you run the chance of an encounter group respawning because it's a restart from checkpoint.
I hate this. They couldn't kill that one guy, but as soon as I'm there, they're just casually shooting him.
They wanted to show you how good they were. It's like, all right, hold on, don't kill him yet.
Look at me! Look at me! Yes. Oh, missed the ladder.
We have to get over there. Let's get a look at the bridge.
I like that leap. That was a good leap to the side.
Oh gosh. This is normally the part where I die on, so let's see how that goes. Because there are way more dudes here.
Watch you have a ghost dance.
There are like way more dudes here. Look at all these people.
Do you need the smokes later on? You can always smoke chain assassin.
Oh, that's what I'm about to do. If I could.
Oh, called it.
I think I'm dead anyway. Okay. Kinda got through that. Okay. Yeah, that second smoke bomb was not placed very well. So I couldn't actually take... Where are you going? Oh well. You're going down there.
You scared him off the ledge. That was very nice. Right here, you can have this watcha.
I didn't even have to kill anybody here with the Wacha. Watcha? Watcha. Anyway.
So as soon as it says reinforcements on the way, you can drop the Huacha and not worry about the reinforcements and just run off to this next scene. And then the enemies that are in this area are the only ones that you gotta worry about killing. As well as, by the way, Yarikawa!
Have you? I think you can take a path to the right before the gate and sneak up to the Huacha. I don't know if that would make that encounter easier for you.
But no. I mean, it would make it easier, yes, but it would be slower. Okay, I've never died here. I have never had to reload this, so I have no idea what's going to happen now. Okay, he just died.
Keep swinging, Norio.
How many Mongols are left?
Just the ones here.
Then let's end it.
Calm. Okay, I am really flubbing hard on this quest right now.
That was not a pretty attack, though.
Yeah.
He beat you to the swing.
Did. Bastard.
Yeah, a reminder, casually, it's not this hard, because you will have a lot more health and resolve. This is an artifact of the fact we're speedrunning, and one shot will kill you because we don't have any HP. Don't let it discourage you from playing this game on lethal, as it is a fantastic experience, and if you take your time casually and get health upgrades, this is a really feel-good fight after you clear it. I mean, you will struggle, but when you do finish it, it's really rewarding.
Casually.
And this game is by no means free, but it sure as heck isn't Dark Souls. I mean, it's not bad.
Is it this cold everywhere?
Well, you know, I went into this quest 2.5 minutes ahead of my PB, and now I'm 2.5 minutes behind. So, just casually lost 5 minutes here.
So, you and
it's an Act 3 Hammer and Forge. Wow.
Kinda, yeah.
Hunters, aren't they?
Depends on how you look at it.
But your gang is all together now. You've got Sensei Ishikawa, Lady Masako, Norio, Kenji. You got all your homies are back. Right. Ready to figure out how to take it to the con. So we're getting close to the end here.
We can go now.
Not super close. We still have probably about 45 minutes to an hour left, but we're getting the last few missions.
And it's only gonna get more hype from here, so you know, spam your hypes in chat because we're gonna get into some really hypers fights coming up, and you'll really get to see
Oh
the
yeah,
absolute
the
skill
best
of our
is
runner.
definitely yet to come.
All right, so the next thing, Yuna has been our contact, so to speak. She's the one that's kept the eyes on the Khan. So we go up and we talk to Yuna, and she says she knows where the Khan is at. We need to scout his area. There's a close by lighthouse. So we are once again going to climb to the top of the lighthouse. But instead of lighting it this time, we are going to just basically scout our final battle location.
How to get past them, and where to find the Khan.
Sounds like we need a hawk's view of the place. I know where we can get one.
I'm getting excited for this upcoming boss fight. I'm feeling my blood flowing again. I'm getting really excited here. It's gonna be real nice.
Oh jeez.
Every time I watch this on Lethal, it gives me the shivers. It's just such a fight. It's such a fun watch.
It's not coming up yet. We still have a few quests before that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I've got excitement, but I've also got nerves because if we don't get it done in an hour, I've got to drop comms because I've got to start working an hour and a half, and my lady starts working an hour. So no pressure or nothing, but you know.
All right, I'll try to keep it in mind.
Why would the Khan come up here?
He'll sail for our mainland.
Guess I just have to try and go fast then, right?
This is our last chance to stop him.
So at this point in the game just expects you to follow this snowy road here to that cliff on the right, you know, where the quest objective is, and go all along the cliffs you can see, all there on the right, to get to this lighthouse undetected, and nope, not gonna do that. It's way too slow.
We'll wait Samurai for the win.
Hey guys! How you doing? Lovely night. Nothing to see you.
To be a Mongol hanging out in this camp. What is that person rolling around? Nope, that's just a tumbleweed, bro. It's a tumbleweed.
What's in all these barrels? Supplies?
So
Nothing
this is a kind of a spot where Jin realizes that he was too hasty to want to get the idea of poison. This whole lighthouse and the build-up around it is just full of this wolfsbane, which is what they use to make the poison. And he realizes it's his fault. He gave the poison to the enemy.
Now, the Mongols plan to take all of this poison stored in the lighthouse and go to mainland Japan and wreak havoc with it. So this is where Jin has a reckoning that, you know, his ninjutsu ways of using the stealthy sneaks and the poisons has very dramatic effects on the world around him, and he potentially is leading mainland Japan down a path of mass poisoning, and he has to prevent that, of course.
Like they're scared of something on its way.
Also, just to get back to chat, yeah, they have patched quite a few things that we cannot use anymore, but if they start patching that rolling abuse, we riot. Like, seriously, we'll be on the streets.
All games will be 1.0.
Imagine what we could do to their ships if we had our own watchers.
I'll feel really useful again, because y'all have to ask me what the old sneak strats are that we mined out.
Khan is almost ready to sail for our mainland. With ships full of men
How much time would roll patch
How much?
add? Oh god.
It'd be a lot. It'd be a very
Roughly
much a lot.
35 minutes.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say.
it's roughly 35 minutes of sneaking that we avoid with roly-poly samurai.
Khan will have to shelter his fleet in the bay. That's when we strike.
Sounds about right.
The old sneak routes are very slow and very roundabout,
Simple task for a master thief.
but that's how sneaking be, yo.
A small force could distract the Mongols while I get inside
That's
Portuguese.
the amazing,
Kill the Khan.
amazing use
Could work.
of tumbleweed
Let's get back
strats.
to
Like,
Jabaku and prepare.
nobody knew this back in the 10th century Japanese time. Nobody knew that you could just roll to remain undetected. We have discovered it. We have learned.
Also, I just love the quest that is coming up because it is so broken. I love it.
Oh yeah, you don't have to farm a ghost dance anymore.
There is a
Use it.
what's it called? A trove? I want to call it a trove on the top floor that I used to route in to get, so I would have a whole bunch of materials. But the new route and the new way to get up to it, it's too far out of the way. It's not worth it.
Are the plans coming?
Kenji found where we can steal watches from the Mongols. I'm heading there now.
That's a good start. But we need more fighters.
So,
No.
Yuna,
My uncle wants
she's
to
like,
fight as
hey,
much
what
as
are we
we
going to
can.
do? We
He'll
say,
join
we're
our
going
team.
He'll
to
throw you in
see if
prison.
Uncle wants to help.
I'll write
We'll
him a
sneak
message,
into his
leave it in his
to
quarters.
his castle,
In a castle full of
and
secrets.
I'll
we'll be like,
there
hey,
before
this
he
is
knows there.
what our plan is. If you want to join, so that's our mission. That's our job. We got to sneak into Uncle's castle. We write him a nice little love note because that's what we do. And then Yuna, she gives us another horse.
Let's hope my uncle
And if
gets
you
it.
remember, back in the start of this run, about 6 hours ago, they told us that that horse that we got, that was going to be our horse forever.
Armor will dull the Mongols.
And that they let us down.
Can't replace what you lost.
Let us down.
Give one of these a chance.
Yeah,
Also,
it is, if you have played RPGs before, you'll know that it's an extremely rare thing where a game designer
Easy
will
there.
take something away from you in an RPG.
What will
So
you
if
name
you're
this
like
one?
me, who has played RPGs for a really long time, and you come into this
Good
and you
choice.
lose your
Before you get
horse,
inside
you
your
can
uncle's
feel
castle,
really angry, you
there.
can feel really
I
sad.
still remember
It brings
every
out a
hidden path
lot
through
of
those old
really
walls.
strong
Even
emotions,
as a
I think,
boy,
in people.
Lord Shimura couldn't
I
kill
feel
me.
betrayed.
And yeah, they took a big risk. Yeah, they betrayed the trust that they established with the player and take away something they said they weren't going to. It was a really daring move by the game designers.
So one thing that is kind of sad about it is when you New Game Plus, you actually get a really cool mount, and obviously you lose that, and you don't get that mount option back for this
Yeah.
new horse. So they give you this awesome thing to have in New Game Plus, but then they take it away, and you don't get it anymore.
Also, interesting fact, you always have 3 naming choices for your horse, but when you get your second one here, you cannot take the same name as before. That gets replaced with another name.
So, Ali's in there saying that this should not be an RPG. You're one character with a set name and motivation. In my opinion, every game can be an RPG. Heck, Mario's an RPG. You're taking the role of Mario. You're playing Mario. It's a game. RPG.
Were you planning to catch up with your
I don't know. I don't see it
think
as an RPG
RPGs
as
are
well. I mean,
I
for
think it's
me,
an action
RPGs like
RPG.
need more, experience points and stuff so you level up. I mean, you can't say that your legend growing is kind of like experience points, but I don't know.
Your friend is wrong.
Yeah, RPGs all have experience points
path
and
ahead may
skill
take a
points that you
lifetime.
spend, weapons and armors that you buy and upgrade.
Always.
I think from that aspect, it's barely an RPG, but just enough. But I would say it's an action RPG, but just barely an RPG on that half.
For me, it's more like in line with Zelda and stuff, you know, like the action RPG route, like not the action RPG, the action adventure route, like John just said. Also, this quest is broken.
As much as we love taxonomy, yeah, let's talk about how broken this quest is. As much as taxonomy talk is great.
So we are supposed to sneak into Castle Shimura, you know, all sneaky like. Nobody is allowed to see us, so we can... What was that? Jin? Jin, what did you do?
There's
he just ran off the cliff. He didn't even
yeah, there's a couple ways to win this mission. They have a couple ways that they want you to do it. Obviously not, you know, running off a cliff, but actual ways they want you to do this. You can swing under a bridge, you can get into a cart, a supply cart, but it's all supposed to be very, very sneaky. But once again, if it's sneak mode, then it's tumbleweed time. By the way, this is the last time we ever see Tumbleweed Samurai, so everyone get ready to pay respects to Tumbleweed Samurai. He dies after this round.
Oh. What here?
Yeah, this one roll alone probably saved like 50 seconds over prior to roly-poly strats. It really adds up fast.
I'll find a way to make sure I'm not seen.
So if you remember, this is basically the same way that we took like, I don't know, an hour or so ago. When we sneaked into here before.
And yet, even though it's the same route, and you do it twice in a run, I still miss this jump that you're about to make. To get the one that goes underneath the tree, I still miss that jump.
Oh dear, we broke chat with our video game taxonomy comment.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So, as you can see, he found a rock to climb up on. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it works. So we climb up to the top of that pagoda instead of going through it like it wants you to. And then we come back down around the side and do our roly-poly.
So, you know, we are inside Castle Shimura now. These samurai are not supposed to see us. They should call for help or raise an alarm or anything, you know, but they don't.
Yeah, they don't really care. Once you're out of sight, they're just like, all right, never mind. We thought we saw something, we thought it mattered, but nah.
They're just casually strolling through here. And I deliver our message all sneaky like nobody ever saw us.
Yeah, you're not
Masked
supposed to kill
ninja.
anybody in this part. You can still break doors. You can't kill anybody. And just like that, we made it all the way through Castle Shimura without being seen somehow.
Uncle, forgive me.
I don't have an explanation why you can be observed here and still make it through.
Yep.
But I have a theory. It's related to
His ships are loaded with poison that would devastate the
when you rescue Taka in the Broken Blacksmith, and how you can be observed by the patrols there and still trigger the next cutscene.
I ask that you join me.
I think there's some sort of logic that's used in both places. Is my theory.
Then as warriors who have walked different paths.
I always thought that because Shimura isn't inside the castle yet, he's still outside giving his speech, that may have something to do with it. But no idea.
Alright, so everyone get ready. We have
2
missions left. This is we're coming down on the end of this, and we're not going to tell you what the last mission is, but this mission right here, this is one of the big ones. The big one.
This is what everybody has been waiting for. Eternal Blue Sky. The quest. We finally go face to face with the Khan. Well, again, basically.
Now, John made a comment earlier about talking to Yuna and having to wait for her to go a long route. This is that time. So what you want to do here is you want to activate Yuna and her quest to walk around the entire Jogaku temple for some reason. While you're doing that, normally in this game, if you menu, actions outside of your character stop. But for some reason, this one specifically, when you menu, she is still walking. So this is a free time to go get goods, resupply, upgrade your weapon if you can. And if you're quick enough, you'll get there right before Yuna gets to her final spot.
Plenty of damage. Also found some deserters from your uncle's army who want to follow the ghost.
In New Game Plus, I'm assuming this is a restroom break.
Tell the others we are
No?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But
Oh,
this
yeah.
goes near the
Waiting for
game.
Yuna. Yes,
It's not
yes.
necessary.
They want to hear from their leader.
Right. Because, well, you do have to resupply, but after that, you just wait around for Yuna to show up.
I really want to just point out how much I love the conversation in chat right now. I feel that this is partially my fault, and I'm okay with that.
I was just trying to underline the importance of how rare it is for a game developer to take something away from you, and I said the word RPG, and it was a mistake.
You served Lord Nagao.
Right, and I'm siding on the side that everything's RPG, and so now this is what's happening. This is what is happening.
So many of us here owe you our lives.
I'm afraid the fight for our home is just.
So we're getting gifts from this gift altar here. Casually playing, you're going to get a lot of items, including like masks and things like that from this gift altar. For us, we only visit it once in New Game because it does give us quite a bit of supplies, and we do have some good stuff from some of the missions. But basically, every time you do a side mission, something that's not main story, you get something added to this gift altar pile.
Yeah, if you're clever enough, you can look at the golden diamond on the map before you take a main story mission, or the silver diamonds on the map for side quests. And it will tell you what sort of rewards you'll get, I believe. But, yeah, who reads? Reading is work.
So we want to sell the linen. We don't need linen. That is a lot of money, and it's not a supply that we do anything with. We definitely want to try to buy gold there because we use that to upgrade our weapon. And I think, I don't know if you managed to get any steel, if there's any in there or not, but make sure all your bombs, everything you need is capped out, and then run over here to the swordsmith and get as many upgrades as you can.
So we'll trigger this cutscene and we'll take a last bathroom break, so I'll see you guys in a bit.
We've come a long way since you pulled me off Komoda Beach.
Oh, yep, there we go.
You were so heavy I could
I swear
barely
he
drag
left
you.
before he hit R2.
Had to strip you half naked just to reach
So this
town.
is the this is cute. This is a really good scene. Yuna and Jin, they become really good friends.
And you know, the golden rule, I'm going to say it, the golden rule of RPGs is friendship makes you better at murder. So it's very important to make your friends here in Ghost of Tsushima, as they do help you commit murder better.
Indeed. The power of love is stronger than any Mongol army. Period.
No, you don't. We could find a boat, sail somewhere quiet.
I'm going to take this opportunity for a bathroom break as well, so John, you can talk to yourself or let the thing play out. I'll be right back.
Okay. I wasn't prepared for this. Enjoy the cutscene.
You're a real bastard, Jin Sakai.
Because I don't.
You should get some rest.
Not yet. Let's sit.
I guess I'll do the shoutouts. Shoutouts, of course, to our runner Aeshmah, who definitely is a contender for strongest swordplay in Ghost of Tsushima speedrunning. Shout outs to the Wicked Viking for his commentary this route and all the work he's been putting in since the New Game Plus patch on the New Game Plus runs. And
Alright.
shout outs to Emeraldi in chat, who is our speedrun board moderator. Big thank you to ReallyReallyLong-A-Thon for having us here to show off this run. This is the world's debut of Ghost of Tsushima in a speedrun marathon. I butchered Emerald Ailey's name. I'm so sorry. Yeah, again, thank you so much for having us in the run. Really great to debut this game. You know, big shout outs to Sucker Punch for making the most visually appealing game of 2020. It's the best writing in 2020 for sure. I think this game, you know, has the most fluid swordplay and action this year that's come out. Really tons of great elements of the game.
The Mongols are coming.
And
we'll cut down anyone who gets through.
Shout outs to Mom. Moms everywhere. Moms are really tough. Yeah.
All the credits.
Hey, Aeshmah.
This is for my son.
Yeah, everyone left, and I was left to do commentary, so we ended up with shout outs.
Oh no, I missed the start of the battle.
Fight to them. Forward.
So we are up to the last few fights of the run here. Of course, Masako kills the guy.
Stance mode. So once again, just like several of the other major advance to take over something fights, you only have to fight the first.
Where did you come from?
Areas. After that, you pretty much just get to run your way to the end.
That sword dude scared me.
Yeah, you got it.
He was just there from one moment to the next. Without warning.
This is another fight where definitely want environmental savvy. There's quite a few explodey barrels. So if you can route your enemies near it, the ones that spawn usually will spawn in near some, so you want to try to hit them as quickly as you can. He's doing a really good job on this one. Knock on wood, of course.
Are you kidding me? I was in win stance, dude. You were not supposed to be able to hit me.
Norio is leading the rest of our forces up the hill.
Oh well.
Really unfortunate losing the ghost dance on literally the last hit of the last enemy. That is very unfortunate.
I mean, I don't need ghost dance because I can take it into the fight anyway, but I now have no resolve going into Khotun Khan, which is a bit
This is where it ends.
You do have the opportunity for a chain assassination on the bridge after the tower.
Right. That's true. I think I will take that.
You could pick up a lot of assassinations on the way through.
I think I will actually do that because I need at least one full bobble after the fight.
Right. When you get poisoned.
Spoilers?
Spoilers! John! Enough of the spoilers there!
Leave the battle to us.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna wait too long.
You're talking about the game. The things haven't happened. This hasn't happened yet.
So we basically have anywhere between 30 minutes to 20 hours left in the run, depending on how the coming fights go.
Need to get to a rooftop. Look over the camp.
It's not an exaggeration. It could take that long.
Okay, you know what? I will just quickly assassinate you guys, just so I get some resolve. Don't mind me. Just die, please. No hard feelings, guys. I just needed the resolve. Okay, I have 1 point now. It's okay.
It's silly that you only get 1 point for a 3 assassination. Kind of weird.
Oh, this is what it is.
If you did a smoke bomb, would you be able to get 3 single assassinations? Maybe?
Oh, you're kidding me. Well, at least I gotta keep my resolve.
I believe you need the smokes for phase 2. I don't know how the strats have evolved though.
I will take everything that I can into phase 2. Like everything.
Phase 2 is quite a pain in the backside.
Okay, they saw me now. I touched the guy by rolling. That's bad.
That watchtower is perfect.
Ooh.
See the whole camp from there.
You're only invisible if you don't touch them. Once you touch them,
now
that's
they
it.
switched places. Lovely. That archer has shot me so often off this ladder that I just kill him every time now, just so that doesn't happen.
It's a good strat. Also want to point out the dancing tree. I thought that was quite a nice touch.
Yeah, I think graphically, one of the immersive artistic decisions they made in this game was to make the world a little dirty, a little grimy, a little worn down. I think if you look at a lot of games in the past 2 years, I'd say a majority of them have really pretty world where there's no dirt and there's no like broken stuff. And so it kind of breaks immersion. So games like this and other really graphically enhanced games where they add in those touches of, you know, broken down things and dirty things and whatnot really adds to the immersiveness of the world. It's a nice touch.
I really also want to point out Lord Shimura showing up like a blister. When the work's done, just becoming a pain. For Tsushima, you say, but really, you've already done all the hard work.
Alright, there we go. I can win this on the first try.
We've been hyping up.
I can win this on the 20th. Like, everything can happen already.
Yeah, we've been literally hyping up this fight for 5 hours now for very good reason. I really hope everyone in chat thoroughly enjoys this. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. It is, you have to be on top of your game to play at this fight at top level. There are only, I would say, less than maybe 5 people in the world that can fight this boss at this difficulty in a speedrun setting. So really enjoy it. This is a big treat for you guys. I think you're gonna love it. So yeah, enjoy.
I definitely think the one-on-one, which is phase 1, is actually far harder than phase 2, in my opinion. This is a tough fight.
Yep, and there he goes. Just for reference, he can do this attack that he just did at any time. There is nothing you can do about it. If he decides to do that, you're dead. Nothing you could have done there.
I will avenge the people of Tsushima. Vengeance.
This is the epitome of stick and move fighting right here. You hit a couple times and you get away because you know he's going to swing on you.
Oh, come on. I totally blocked that. Also, nice little detail. If you watch Khotun Khan closely, he actually has 2 different combat stances. One where he holds his weapon in both hands, like he does at the beginning of the fight. And one where he holds it in one hand and has his left arm as a shield outside. And when he does the second one, where he holds the weapon with only one hand, he actually counts as a spear enemy. And then you can, you know, use your spear stance shenanigans against him. But not when he holds it in both hands. So that is the two-handed stance. And now he holds it in one hand, and don't I have the thing? I should have the thing. Why is he hitting me with that? Because that is counted as a spear attack, so if I do a heavy attack, I should automatically counter that thrust that he did to kill me again.
Are you 100% positive it's not a skill purchase?
It is a skill purchase, but I have the skill.
Oh, you bought the skill.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
That is why I'm a little bit puzzled at the moment.
So I do always enjoy Aeshmah's opening move of just a straight kick to the face.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, blocking these flurry of attacks in a row like Aeshmah does is not easy. It is extremely difficult. Very impressive.
And he did it again.
You never could defeat me.
I hate hearing that when I'm watching the fight and I'm not caught up to you, so I'm like, is this the one? And then, no.
Yeah, this trolley move is like I said, it's just bullshit. If he does that and I'm near him, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do about it. And you never know when he might do it, and yeah. I hate it.
I'm pretty sure, like, even if you sidestep or roll away, it still counts as a glancing blow, and because your HP is so low, you just die.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Oh, hey, Khotun. I was wondering when you would retaliate. Can we finish this now?
I defeated you before. I defeated you before. This.
I've got no words.
You sound afraid.
Oh, come on. No. He hit me on the... What? I'm on the replay, referee. I definitely dodge rolled
looks
that.
like you rolled to the right. Yeah, you dodge rolled it, but you were still at the apex of the roll, which is in range of his swing.
That's probably because he was
You
against
were at
the...
beginning. Yeah. If you were at the
Yeah,
beginning
with
or
that
the end of
health
the roll, it would have counted as a dodge.
And with that health left, he had one hit. He could have smacked him with the side of his sword and been over.
Well, at least we didn't hype it up for nothing, right?
I will avenge the people of Tsushima.
A fun mechanic of Khotun Khan is that he is the only boss in the game where the only way to dodge one of his attacks is by jumping. When he swings,
you can do that. This one.
Yeah.
You can jump over the first swing. That is a little bit lower than the others.
The only attack that I know of like that.
I knew he was going to go for that.
I defeated you before.
I don't care, dude. Again! Holy crap! Dude! What? Okay. Honestly, I have never seen him use this move so often. I mean, once or twice until you've killed him, okay, but this is kinda excessive now. He really wants his place in the spotlight tonight.
Marathon luck.
Oh yeah.
His
I'm feeling it now.
rapid swing and a circle attack is very low on his priorities. The fact that he's doing a low priority move a lot is very rare.
But this is why the estimate is what the estimate is.
Oh yeah.
725. That's given time for these sort of fights and these sort of things. Nothing in this game, especially on lethal difficulties, is free, and you're seeing that.
Ow. Okay. Okay.
You're weak.
The down smash has quite a large glancing blow radius.
I defeated you before.
It's almost worthwhile just to take a glancing blow, because if you roll backwards to dodge it, you get really far away, and that makes the priority of the rapid swing.
Oh no, dude. No. Ooh, hi. Alright. Kinda survived that. Okay. Ooh.
You had me scared for a little while, but that sounded like relief, so I'm hoping that I'm saying GG at the right time.
Like, that was sketch.
Alrighty, phase one is
the end
done.
That was sketch. But we are not done yet.
Oh no.
Khotun
It's like any
Khan.
other good art.
That was only the first phase against him. It continues.
So Khotun Khan used your poison, threw it right in your face. So that's the second time that you've been poisoned. Again, solidifying you are Superman.
I mean, at this point, you're just building up tolerance against it, I guess.
Yes, it does
once
say
you
between
defeat
phases.
phase 1. Yeah. It moves the checkpoint that you restart at a little further along.
Thankfully.
Considered a separate encounter.
I think 2 is all that I need. Yes. Oh no, no dosho. Alright, phase 2. This is actually even harder than the first one, believe it or not.
I don't know, but then again, I don't play it on lethal.
Well,
so
there's definitely more that can go wrong here, because it's not a duel anymore, this is an open fight. So, there's so much going on right here.
So generally this checkpoint system has 2 different types of checkpoints. The first type is a cutscene checkpoint, and typically they're located at the start and ends of cutscenes. And the second type is an encounter checkpoint, where if there are multiple encounter groups in the same zone, they're separated by a checkpoint. So once you've watched the cutscene after the first Khotun Khan fight, it progresses the cutscene checkpoint at the end of the cutscene, and that's where you'll restart from.
I can actually use this. Advantage.
Oh no! I was hoping for a ghost dance.
Okay, still around. Woo.
Aeshmah showing off the plasma grenade that stuck to Khotun Khan and exploded.
Okay. Should be an archer back here. There he is.
So he's cleaning up the archers because he gets the bonus resolve for it, which can be used obviously to heal if he needs to, or
Where is that?
what comes up later.
There he is.
He is also building up a ghost dance. If you can use a ghost dance on Khotun Khan, you deal big damage for free. So definitely you want to have that.
So this should kill. Woo. Easy every time.
GG easy? Heck yeah! So that's it, big baddie boss is now dead. We have defeated the Mongol invader of Tsushima. So that's run over, right?
Well, maybe not.
Not
You'll
quite.
find out soon.
But yeah, that battle on the ship that we just did, that can go wrong in so many ways on Lethal, because you're not only fighting Khotun Khan, who has the same moveset as he does during the duel. No, you're also fighting against all these Mongols running around, shooting arrows at you, you know, being big baddie brutes who shoot their cannons, and There are poison barrels that can kind of explode and poison you and all kind of stuff. So this battle can go sideways really, really fast. So you really have to, you know, think on your feet of what to do. Do you want to go the extra mile to try and build up a ghost stance to attack Khotun Khan with? Do you want to fight him like in the duel if you can? You can really use everything at your disposal at this point, but you have to be quick and thinking about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of thinking on your feet, and in some cases it's a benefit to have all your tools, but in other it's a little bit of a curse because you got to be like, what do I have left? What do I have available? What can I use? And best way to use it. There's a lot more to think about. Obviously, New Game Plus, which is what I play, is so much easier. So easy.
Speaking of New Game Plus, since we are starting to come to the end of the run here, just a quick reminder that I will be doing a New Game Plus speedrun during another marathon, and that run will happen at Sunday next week on the 20th. I will be playing New Game Plus Lethal, and the nice thing about that is that for commentary I will be having both Daisuke Tsuji and Earl T. Kim, the actual English voice actors of Jin Sakai and Norio from this game. So, you know, if you want to hang around with these guys and see what they have to say about a speedrun of, well, their game, so to speak, come by and watch that. It will be streamed live on Twitch on Speedruns Live, I think, will be the channel. So you have about a week to make time for that.
But his army is still here.
No, I'm excited.
So I mentioned it before, but
And when they're gone,
yeah, that is absolutely incredible. And you know what is just as incredible? The fact that, to our knowledge, only 4 people in the world are able to complete the Khotun Khan battle on Lethal in a speedrun setting with as little health as they have in such a fast amount of time. So you are witnessing something very rare and witnessing something really incredible, and you know, I really hope that you all enjoyed this.
So basically what John is trying to say is, start speedrunning this game so I don't feel so special anymore.
That's what I heard. That's why I'm trying to pick up difficulty levels.
the still waters under the red-leafed tree.
Yeah, horses in a trot mode are absolutely useless. You can jump faster than a horse can trot, so we ditch it as soon as we can.
He's my only family.
I know.
Alright, so all of you thought it was over, but no, there's more.
Thinking about Taka. The smell of smoke in his hair.
So,
Laugh.
Lord Shimura is sending out an olive branch, so to speak. He says, hey, we can talk. Meet me at our old sparring grounds. The Red Ring. It's the ring where, if you guys were here 3 hours ago, where we met up with Yoriko and did all that wonderful stuff for the poisons. It's also, if you were here 6 hours and 55 minutes ago, it's where we did our training on how to fight. So it's a very important place. Yes, wonderful, wonderful poisons. Yes.
Okay, so... Oh well, no. I can wait to talk about that a little bit more.
So are you going to do the strategy I was talking about?
No.
Okay.
Just because, you know, I haven't practiced it yet, I would have to run around, look like a doofus and stuff. And I don't have Dance of Wrath anyway, so... Meh.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, there's a patrol right up there, but... Yeah, nah. Just hope I can activate this now that they've spotted me. Okay, okay.
Oh, you can. It will not deactivate even if you're aggroed.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good to know.
Yep. I have been chased up to that dock before.
So, secret super final boss? Something like that?
Not so
What are you
secret
talking
as
about?
I've spoiled it
Yeah.
like 5 times.
Wants to talk to us. He just wants to talk to us. This is just a conversation.
Jin,
Uncle,
I wasn't sure you would come.
I wanted to talk with you. If we work together, we can drive off the remaining Mongols. Start rebuilding our home.
That is not your duty. The Shogun has disbanded Clan Sakai.
Uh-oh. People are starting to feel the feels.
You are no longer samurai.
I sacrificed everything for my people.
I wonder if Lord Shimura also has the gimmick of having Ghost Dance 4 with some additional special attacks. If maybe we fight him, I don't know. Probably not, but you know, I bet he has a gimmick like that.
I mean, Ghost Dance is dishonorable.
If we were to
but
fight him.
He probably just has Samurai Stance.
Ride with me.
Alright, Allie. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for the good looks.
Good night. Good night, Allie.
So, if you thought that Taka's death was sad, or that the horse dying was sad, boy, do I have a surprise for you.
Will you remain in Chito of Tsushima?
This is the Fields run. We should rename it instead of any percent. We should call it Fields percent.
Yeah, because you have to watch all the cutscenes, right?
Give up until they've conquered all of Japan.
New game.
Act 1 is no feels percent.
Yeah,
Everybody's alive and
much.
happy. I mean, it's actually true. Nobody important dies in Act 1, right? Even Ryuzo survives.
Yeah, Ryuzo betrays you, but that's about it.
Yes,
That's it.
I suppose I can. Looks like he could use a push.
Once again, abandoning the horse because horses are for chumps.
Nonsense.
You can't do it alone.
You are much too kind. The mud is thicker than it looks.
That's a heavy load.
I like that lantern over your head. That's a really good image.
Army is up there.
He has an army.
You didn't
Lanterns
hear?
are great hats.
Sail for
I
the
don't know
Mongol
if you knew
steppes
that.
with a storm at the burn the
Have you
homes
tried
to the
that?
ground.
An impressive goal.
This is
Sure,
everything
why
I can
not?
offer them. I hope it helps.
Then we will see you on your way.
Is the lamp head like a bucket head? Final Fantasy 12 reference? Anybody? Hey, bucket head. I actually have a outfit that I wear sometimes when I do New Game Plus. That's the fundashi and a bucket head. It's a lot of fun.
I will.
You have a Fundashi?
I got two of them. I got the white one and the black one.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Okay. Huh. Interesting.
For those who don't know, it's
You like
basically like a,
Fundashis.
I don't have an
Are they comfy?
Every day, more people flock to your cause.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about Jin, not me.
Oh,
I don't,
okay.
I don't wear fundashi while I play. That's just weird.
I
I'm
totally
so
misunderstood then. Because I thought you were
You know,
wearing one.
I was thinking the same thing.
I won't let them do that.
I was
Yes,
like,
I put on my fundashi when I do Ghost of Tsushima speedruns. It makes me feel one with Jin Sakai.
Yeah, right? Makes it go fast. Because
I was
your
about to
blood's
say, if
flowing.
you too want to hang out with a guy who wears a fundashi while he plays, I encourage you to join the Ghost of Tsushima Speedrun Discord that can be found on speedrun.com. We are a fantastic community, including our fundashi-wearing members who
And
would
trust
love to
me,
walk
when he
you
says
through the
hang
game
out-
with any questions you have.
When he says
Yeah.
hang out with the fundashi, you really mean hang out.
Fantastic plug. Fantastic. I love it. Now that you've said that, watch the viewer count drop down to about 10 or so who weren't engrossed by that.
Embrace the weird.
Speaking of embracing, are we gonna have a big hug with our uncle here? Or what's going to happen?
Yes, he's brought us to our family cemetery because he wants us to understand just how important it is. And we're going to hug it out, and that's the end of the game.
Nice. I love it.
All the feels.
I will miss this.
You know, watching this with no game audio on is a lot less traumatic on me. Because
I can imagine.
I get such PTSD to this music. It's just I just remember like spending countless days trying to down Shimura and failing over and over and over for hours.
By the way, do we go with red or white? If you guys know what I mean.
I'm thinking red, in my opinion, because that's got more feels. I'm going with
hard red.
Really? Okay. Also, interesting fact, if you look at the bottom, when the camera pans out a little bit, there are red and white leaves. Huh? Ever noticed that?
No.
And it's only white and red leaves.
I didn't notice because I was playing in black and white.
They're gray and gray leaves.
Fair enough.
I must start a new family, and my head is the cost.
I mean, I was thinking since we were running a bit over when we started, the red ending would be a bit shorter.
Okay, so I think I still have about 20 minutes left to be underestimated, right? Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah, you're actually really good. You're
23.
So let's hope that we actually clear that.
There's no difference. There is absolutely no difference.
It is basically this game's kill the animals.
Yeah, it's the same inputs either way.
By the way, for the organizers, so we are really starting to fastly come up to the ending here. So I don't know if you guys want to do the next one immediately after. I mean, it only can take me about 5 more minutes and can take me 20. I have no idea. Next one is ready. Alright, that's good.
Yeah, the next run is going to be Hollow Knight 106% by the fantastic M-Ray.
Oh,
Be sure to
jeez.
check that out and hang out here after we're done. It's better than 100%. And, you know, Hollow Knight is a great game. Who doesn't love a guy running around thwacking guys with a shovel? I could not imagine a person who wouldn't want to watch that.
It's a nail, John.
Definitely
They're using a nail.
out.
Hollow Knight is wielding a nail.
It was a shovel.
No, it's a nail.
Oh.
It says as much if you go to your
Shows you how
inventory
much I
and look at
know.
it. But Hollow Knight is a fantastic game, guys. Definitely stick around for that.
Yeah, I've never played it or watched it before. I know nothing about the game, but I assure you, it is a fantastic game that you should hang out and watch.
Oh man, I love Hollow Knight to bits. Like I played that casually. Oh, so good.
I know the Hollow Knight because he's, I think, in a couple different games and montages. I think is how I've experienced him.
Are you sure you're not thinking about Shovel Knight?
Oh, I'm thinking about Shovel Knight, aren't I?
Because that makes way more sense.
Aeshmah. The things I don't know will shock you.
Yeah, well, I was kind of suspicious
thinking
when
of
you
Shovel
started
Knight.
calling it a shovel, because if you go into inventory in Hollow Knight, it very clearly states it as a nail. Not to say that Shovel Knight isn't a good game. I mean, Shovel Knight is also great.
Definitely want to watch Hollow Knight, where he swings around a nail for 160% by the fantastic Emery, coming up after we're done.
Are you ready?
So maybe in a minute, maybe in 20, maybe tomorrow. Let's see. Because if you thought that the Khotun Khan fight was hype, oh boy. This one. Oh. Yeah, the triple pokey, exactly. Also, this scene, man. Ah. Chills.
I've got goosebumps. It's an amazing cutscene.
Alright. Last fight of the game.
The whole game is an amazing cutscene. Just the whole thing.
I can't fear the Shogun.
Oh. Missed the parry.
Forgive me, Jin.
Let me go in peace.
Well, that was a pokey.
It was.
No worries, we can do it again.
The wounds you dealt to my spirit will never heal.
Killing me will only make them worse.
Let me go in peace.
And then one in a row. Oh. Yep.
Yeah, ult throw with lethal percent and this low of hit points. Just about everything is one hit.
Yeah, the whole game is one hit. Fiesta.
The only thing you can
Oh, yeah, we're still
survive
in where
lethal
we
are glancing blows, which will take about a quarter of your HP away.
Shimura's being a little bit of a bitch here.
I can't fear the Shogun.
She's gonna talk smack on us and be like, goodbye, son.
The wounds you dealt to my spirit will never heal.
Killing me will only make them worse.
Let me go in peace.
I find that Shimura does more parryable attacks, though, than Khotun does.
Oh, definitely. Khotun is all about these unblockables.
You want revenge for my failure.
This is not my revenge. It is my punishment.
I wanted to note that Aeshmah elected not to pick up the perfect parry charm.
Ah, there goes the triple.
Ramps up the difficulty of the fight a lot.
I don't care about your rules, game. I want water stance to hit him. Shit. Ah, angry.
Nice effort, nice effort. Got this.
You're so close. It's almost there.
Yeah, that triple, these triple small pokes, that is what mostly get me.
I don't want to hurt you.
Or that, you know, he can't just do that if he wants to.
Yeah, that's the, hey, I'm here by the way, and you're dead.
Let me go in peace.
The ultimate Shimura bitch slap.
He just comes up to you and smacks you and you die.
Yeah, when you're learning this fight, really the thing that broadcasts what attack he's going to do next is his hands. But as you can see, he moves really fast, so it's really difficult to both see where his hand goes, where the broadcast what he's going to do, and respond to it. You really have to develop really high tier muscle memory for this. It's a ton of work that's put in.
Yeah, this is definitely something where you study his moves over and over and over, and if you, the only way to learn it is to die. Come on.
At least we get to hear more of the soundtrack.
Alright, once again, Aeshmah just providing you guys with extra content, because he cares.
Okay. So time will be coming up really shortly here.
And because we went red
on the final
we
input,
kill or save Lord Shimura, and we went with, let's just go ahead and kill him.
So time is coming up.
Honor me with a warrior's death.
And time. Alright, got it.
GG, everybody, get your hypes Get your GGs, get everything you can out in chat. This was not, by any means, an easy run. This game is tough. Even though he died a few times, he made it look easy in other parts, and I can assure you, it is not. As one of the two other runners that are in this, we know this game is rough. So he's put a lot of time and effort and work into this. Exclamation point runner. If any of you guys want to follow him, twitch.tv/Aeshmah_, give him a follow, support him doing these sort of things. It's absolutely awesome.
Thank you. So just for reference, this was about 2.5 minutes slower than my PB the other day, so yeah, one wasn't too bad. However, if you go take a look at the leaderboards, the current world record for this category is 6 hours and 48 minutes, so I'm about 22 minutes too slow to get that. So yeah, there's still more practice coming up, I guess.
So on commentary for this run, we've had the Wicked Viking and myself, John Shepard 104, and our runner Aeshmah. Aeshmah, would you have any shout-outs or final words to leave us with?
Well, first of all, thank you for the organizer of this marathon. I did not know this marathon existed until, a few weeks ago, and I'm blown away by the runs you guys got in here. They are really fun runs that you can watch that you will probably see in not any other marathon because they are so long and complicated. So shoutouts to all the runners in this marathon. Shoutouts to the Khotun Tsushima Speedrunning community. We are a little tight-knit group that is definitely welcoming to other runners. So if you want to try this game out, definitely come. And of course, thank you so much for my two commentators here, John Shepard and the Wicked Viking. Thank you so much for doing that, so I could actually concentrate on the battles here. Do you guys have anybody you want to shout out or thank?
I would just want to give a shout out specifically to Emerald Alley. She was here, not in commentary, but she was here on chat, talking us along. She is the mod for our Discord and the mod for the speedrun.com. So definitely a big shout out to her. And a shout out to you and John as well. And this is a great community to be part of.
Just echo what the Wicked Viking said, plus, thank you so much, ReallyReallyLong-A-Thon, for debuting the Ghost of Tsushima speedrun for the first time in a public speedrun setting.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We really hope you have us back, and really love to show this game off some more. And again, the game's only been out a couple months, the route's evolving. I'm sure the next time you see this run, it will already be different than what you just saw. And there's a lot of great stuff to come. And, shout outs also to moms. Moms are tough. With that, I think we're going to be turning it over to Emery for Hollow Knight 106%, which is not done with the shovel, it's done with a nail. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
See you guys around. Thank you for having us.